man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it. I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best.
It's day 2 in week 1 of the challenge here for EU, with 4 more matchups ready to get underway today. Teams like Exclusive and Kings came out on top as expected, but in the case of Kings, Omniscient didn't make it easy on them. So who will be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of it all today? Well, let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Pro Series, where day number 2 for EU is about to get underway for all things Call of Duty Mobile as we continue through our challenge season. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I'll be your host the entire time. And we're, of course, joined by the wonderful Bobby, Infinity, and Ton to continue on after yesterday's action. I'm excited to get into it. How are you feeling today, Bobby?
I'm feeling good. Yesterday got me really excited for the rest of the EU season because it looks like each and every one of these teams has been putting in work. The ones that we didn't expect to be close went down to the wire. Only one 3-0, and even that 3-0 was not a blowout by any means. So I've got a very good feeling about the rest of this season.
Yeah, Brody, I'm glad you got the memo on how we were going to match today with the green plaid and the black. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, I saw what you were bringing to the party. Just thought I'd go quickly up to the hotel to change again, and it's looking pretty good, mate. But yeah, it's going to be a good day. Really excited for it.
Ton, how you feeling?
I think you guys are really cute together. I thought it was really nice. No, I'm feeling good. Same sentiments as kind of what Bobby said. Yesterday was as close as we, didn't expect, and hopefully it does continue into today.
All right, well, hopefully you guys have recovered after the matches from yesterday, too, because we had some long ones. Might get that again today. We'll have to see how they go. But if you missed everything from yesterday, first of all, go check out the VOD. If you don't want to check out the VOD, go on our social media, okay? X, Insta, and Facebook for all updates, Snapdragon Pro Series related. That way you don't miss out on a single second of what's going on here in our challenge season for EU. Or you can join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join the community, hang out with everybody, and talk all things Call of Duty Mobile while also getting all of those updates. Now, let's start talking about yesterday, these teams a little bit, because I mentioned it in the open. Omniscient was a team that really stood out for us yesterday. They put Kings to work in their matchup, did not make it easy for Kings to come out on top, and they are a team that we had expected to do well, but maybe it was even closer than we thought with that Kings matchup, Bobby.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said at the beginning of the match, I thought it was going to be a 3-0. I thought it would be a competitive 3-0. But the fact that they were able to take it all the way down to a map number 5 on every single map was super, super close. Neither team looked ill-prepared. And I think it showed that, once again, as expected in the EU, there's no definitive top dog.
Do you think, Brody, that part of the reason Omniscient was able to find that success was to the roster? The roster changes, the fact that you've got 2 of some of the top teams that we saw in previous seasons getting all their players together into one massive squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? You're trying to build kind of the super squad to improve going ahead of their matches, and they did exactly that. It was actually, to be fair, one of the players I was really surprised by was Rasmo, I think his name is, at the bottom there. He was like a late addition to the squad, I think one of the newest players. I expected Balance to be playing for the team. He wasn't even on it. Rasmo came in yesterday and played out of his mind, but the entire squad played extremely well. Lucky with the sniper rifle is something else. I'm really excited by this team, and yesterday, like I said, just the composition of the roster, I think is a really good collection of players.
Well, we'll take an opportunity now because you brought up just how close the maps were yesterday in the match between Kings and Omniscient. We can probably take a look at some of those highlights from yesterday. In case you missed it, it was definitely one of the top matches that we had yesterday, Ton. What were some of your favorite moments from this back and forth?
I mean, it was the top match of yesterday, right? But it was just the fact that, you could tell all the way through. Omniscient were very close in the hard points, the only 2 maps that they dropped outside of map number 5, of course. And then from that as well, their Search and Destroy looked really solid. But the big moment for me was in the Search and Destroy. They found themselves 6-3 down, and we've seen the 1 versus 3 from Lucky to keep them in it. They then went and forced overtime, weren't able to close it out, but it just shows that they do have the pedigree, they do have the talent to go toe-to-toe with a team like Kings. So we very much have another team on our radars for potentially going and making some of the higher slots. We're talking about Masters further down the line. Are Omniscient going to be a team who can push Kings and, of course, the other teams in here just that little bit further than we have seen before?
And I think the answer is resoundingly yes, because when you look at it, they should have won this match. Like, again, we discussed it when we were talking about it, right? In the Apocalypse hardpoint, which we'll get to in a second. Like, they were up by, I want to say, about 70 to 80 points. They got hold of the crucial. They didn't even spawn on the good side of the map, by the way, which is the P2 side. They got hold of the P2 rotation pretty quickly with a nice break, and then they just kind of lost it after the second set popped up. So really unfortunate. But this is that moment you were talking about, Ton, where it's just 6-4. It doesn't even manner. We went to 18 rounds of Search and Destroy, I think it was. It was so back and forth, and it was such a wonderful game of what I would describe as 4D chess, where these guys were constantly pulling strats out of their butts. Just like, and it was working every single time. It was absolutely wonderful game of Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that's why we're saying you need to go back and check the VOD if you guys didn't get a chance to watch it. These were the score lines at the end of it all for each of these maps, Bobby. We even heard them talking about saying that there was an opportunity for Omniscient really to close it out on the hard points, and they got to a certain point where they kind of struggle with closing it out. So what do you think they could possibly do with that?
I think part of it is just a mentality thing, and obviously you got to look to whoever's the leader on that squad. Obviously, Narcs is one of the more experienced players there, having been around all the way since 2020, but you just have to keep that composure because like they talked about, they're finding crucial breaks, especially on maps like Apocalypse, but just couldn't really find ways to close out this series. So the control looked incredibly dominant. Like that was super, super one-sided. It seems like they're pretty locked in right there, and they're solid in the hard point. It is, once again, just a question of closing things out.
And maybe, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to getting a few more of those insane snipes out of Lucky, some more 1v whatevers as well, because those were super exciting to watch. But we're talking about Omniscient. We might as well talk to them as well, because I believe we've got Gathilla standing by, ready to hang out with us. First of all, hi, it's been a long time. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine, and you?
Okay, I'm fantastic. I'm glad to have you on here. First of all, talk me through yesterday. How did you guys feel after your matchup with Kings?
Listen, we feel a little bit sad because yeah, I think we could win this game, this best of 5, but it's okay because like yesterday we could win. They won, but we could win. So we are not really sad, and you have to know that we train since 3 weeks, 1 month with the team, so it's not easy to improve so fast. So it's okay. We're gonna take the revenge. Don't worry.
All right.
I love it. Obviously, you guys looked really, really solid on pretty much every map yesterday, or really every mode, and especially the hard point. Both maps, you guys had early leads that you just weren't quite able to hold on to. Is there some type of change that you need to make in those scenarios to be able to maintain that lead, or is it really just a mindset adjustment for you guys to be able to close out those games?
Yeah. I think like we lost the control. You know, we want to focus on the objective, and on our point, it's not only the objective. We have to play the kill. We have to be aggressive. So I think we missed that yesterday. And the other thing, it's maybe about the communication. Like we have Spanish players, we have French players, so it's hard to talk in English. You know, it's so we have to improve on this also.
Alrighty, well, look, I want to focus in, mate, if I can, for a second here on the firing range Search and Destroy, because we're relatively used to big overtimes. It went to 18 rounds. I kind of want to get your thoughts on the perspective of a player, right? When you're like, what, 10, 11 rounds deep, kind of what's going through your mind as you kind of whip out these strategies to kind of beat your opposition?
It was hard. I'm not gonna lie. The SND, I think we did a mistake on the aggressivity. Like we were a little bit scared at the end, and I was the EGL, so I said to my team to play slow, to play safe, and it's maybe the mistake. Like I remember they push us on defense. They push us wood and A long, so we get destroyed on this push, and we're gonna change this the next time.
All right.
Cool. So, I mean, I think what wasn't slow, though, was your control gameplay. Is control your best mode out of the 3? Do you think you guys are at the top of the table with that mode?
No, I don't. We just play correctly. We push A, we push B, we get the gunfight. It's not our best. For me, our best mode is the SND. Just we missed some round, but yesterday it was good for the control. We were better on SND, and we have to improve on the point. That's all.
All right, last question for me, Gathilla. Obviously, we're only a day in, and you guys have only gotten to see so many matchups, but how are you feeling right now for your team's chances heading towards Mobile Masters and being in one of those top spots?
We feel confident. Of course, we're gonna obviously we're gonna improve. Like I said, we play Scream since 3 weeks, 1 month, so we're gonna improve. I'm not worried. And maybe of course the biggest team with exclusive, so we have a big match against them, and after the other team we're gonna win. I'm confident.
All right, I love it. Well, before I let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to do?
A big up to Lucky. Lucky did a big clutch yesterday, 1v3 on firing. It was crazy, and all the team Balance, of course. Balance, he didn't play yesterday, but don't worry, he's with the team, he supports us, and we're gonna do it.
All right, I love it. Well, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting. We'll let you go get ready for the game, and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye bye.
All right, I love to do that. I always love being able to chat with him because I feel like he gives you lots of good self-aware insight for the squad, saying that they've only been able to practice together for 3 weeks. In the grand scheme of things, that's not a lot of time, Bobby.
Oh, no, not at all, especially given the fact that you look at this Kings roster, they've been together for at least a year at this point. The majority of that exclusive roster has been together a similar amount of time as well. So the fact that they've been able to make that much progress in that short of amount of a time, like he said, there's a lot of room for improvement in regards to strategies. Like he said, communication. That was one of the things about the way that EU worked last year is pretty much all of the top teams were language-based.
Sure.
And so trying to throw some things together, mixing together French players, Spanish players, that's naturally going to improve as well.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm excited to see what they manage to do. I feel like they can only really get better from here, but we have to start talking about what we've got going on here for today. We do it every time, and this is for anybody who is at home and is new here, maybe doesn't know what's going on. We've got to talk about how the whole thing works. Okay, Bobby, we had the video last time, but it's got to go back to you when we have the format graphic.
Opens. We're playing with friends to get points, and those points decide who's making it to the top 128 teams. We dwindled that down in our open finals to get the 8 teams that you guys are seeing right now. And the top 4 out of those will battle it out in a double elimination bracket for a chance to move on to Sao Paulo, Brazil for our Mobile Masters. Only 1 spot available for Europe, so obviously you're competing for that prize money, but the bigger prize is that chance to play on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, Mobile Masters, $200,000 on the line for that event. So a lot of these teams are going to be really pushing to make it there before they get to that stage, though. They have to make it through our challenge season. They have to make it to then the finals for the challenge season. And they still get to go home with a little bit of money in their pocket from that as well, because we do have a prize pool for challenge ton. It's just nice to make a little extra cash.
It is, it is. You always get me to talk about the money, Lauren. I don't know what it is, but I like to talk about money, so we'll talk about it again. Look, a very, very decent prize pool here for the guys in the challenge season. First place, 2,250. Even 8th getting some prize pool love as well there. So, hey, you just have to show up and you make money. It's great. There you go. Fantastic way.
I mean, they already had to make it through 128 teams just to get here.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, top 8 down from 128. So it was not that easy. So we had to reward them for just being able to get this far alone. So now that you guys know how it works and you know what's on the line for all of our teams, we'll start talking about what is on the schedule for today. This is going to be potentially maybe a little bit faster in some of these matches. Brody, what jumps out at you here?
Actually, Bobby and I were talking about this beforehand, like what matches do we expect to really be kind of the big ones? And I think the one we were talking about was Nexus versus Mont, right? Nexus, I think, did really impress yesterday versus Exclusive, even though they got 3-0'd. It's one of those ones where it's like, well, it says 3-0, but really it was a pretty close matchup. And then Mont as well, even though they had a couple of mistakes yesterday in their final matchup versus Big, they still were the dominant team. And I think they've got a lot of potential to show us here, especially given that we know a lot of those players from Season 3.
Yeah, so if anyone at home is looking for your favorite teams, now you know the times that you can expect all of them to kick things off. We're obviously starting with that match up at the top, which is the match between Kings and Xantium. Now, potentially, Ton, after what we saw out of Kings, this could be a little bit rough for Xantium.
Yeah, potentially. I think one thing for me for Kings yesterday was it for them, you know, they've always kind of come in as one of the more dominant teams. Are they going to want to come in with a hot start here? They don't want to be questioned after the game yesterday and obviously being forced to that map 5 overtime. They'll probably want to come out with a statement here today. And one thing I really do want to see from them is a better control game, because yesterday, for all, you know, Gatila was just saying how well that they played that. I do feel as if, in general, the control gameplay could be a lot better from all of the teams. We're not really seeing any theory. It's very much headbutting each other in the middle of the map. And I think there is actually an onus on some of these teams. If they start playing control a little bit more methodically, they will find some inroads with that. So I think he's going to have to concentrate on the control, see if they can do a little bit better here today. But I think a statement performance is kind of what's probably going to be needed after yesterday.
Okay, Bobby, I want you to play devil's advocate then. I want you to tell me, what do you think Zantium could possibly do, if anything, or if you don't think that it's possible with what we saw out of Kings?
There were some scenarios yesterday in the Search and Destroy where Zantium had individual players who popped off, had crazy shots that they hit, and made some big plays. Obviously, it wasn't enough to win the game, and especially up against Kings. I definitely don't think it's going to be enough to win the game. So they've got to be a lot more calculated in every single mode. I think especially in the Search and Destroy, you can't just be dependent on those big shots landing. You have to have an actual game plan. That needs to be the case for the hardpoint and the control as well, because even in the hardpoint, that first win that they got felt like it was largely on the backs of just a very slow start out of Ricey, who after that really came out the gates. So they've definitely got to step up their game in a lot of different areas.
And well, it'll be an interesting one to kick off the day for sure, because it'll definitely set the tone for some of these teams. We've been looking to see where everyone was going to fall after this first week, and Kings might be one of those squads that ends up at the top with a clean 2-0. Some of that, though, could come down to the veto process. Maybe Zantium gets a map or two in their favor. We should be able to get that up for you guys here in just a little bit as well, and start talking about those hard points coming through here, Brody. Pretty standard.
Yeah, Hacienda kicked things off. We saw that yesterday versus Kings. It was a really close one. It actually just came down to, I think it was a War Machine play from Saze was really it. It was just like, it was super duper close, like War Machines back and forth. So kind of excited to see that if you're a Kings fan, I'll say that much. Moving forward into the map number 2, the firing range. Well, we saw a fair bit of that yesterday from Kings. So also excited to see that. That Tunisia though, if we do get to a game number 5, is a potential map where maybe Xantium can take it away, because they have seen Kings play it yesterday. They know how they can take them down. Like sniper pressure could be a good one. For that standoff control, again, Kings got beat 3-0 on it yesterday. So if Zantium can kind of come out, play well on that map, they should be all right. This is actually, I would say, a pretty good map set for Zantium.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think, you know, if you want kind of anything from this, Zantium have actually done okay, especially looking at what we've seen yesterday. Hacienda, for all that it was taken away by Kings, was relatively close. It was down to a 50-point game, so you sort of could maybe pick up some issues there. But the control for me, yeah, going into standoff again for Kings, maybe it's a case of wanting to recorrect on this one, or is it a case of don't really care, let's just run the control, we shouldn't really have to worry about it too much. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
All right, well, for now, I'll start sending you guys over to the other side of the studio. You can get set up and ready for match number 1 while I talk to Bobby about your feelings on the map pool.
I don't really hate it. Like we said, obviously Slayer had a really big impact yesterday for the Zantium roster with the way that he was able to play the SMG. Lots of maps where he's going to be able to do that. I think especially you look to that standoff control, and he's going to have an opportunity to make a big impact. We do have some roster changes for Kings, and Drari didn't look especially lethal yesterday. So if that's something that continues as well, he's going to need to step up his game. But overall, obviously, you do still give the edge to Kings. Not a bad job on the map ban process for Zantium, but they've obviously still got to show up and play the game.
All right, I like it. I like it. We'll have to see what happens for them. They should be about ready to get this thing started, though, so we'll send it on over to Brody and Tun to kick it off.
All right, well, thanks, Lauren. Looking forward to this one. Again, Kings, they are one of our strongest squads here in the European Challenge season. Zantium, are they up to par with Omniscient?
I think it's going to be very, very difficult to get anywhere near what we've seen from Omniscient yesterday, because it was just such a good performance out of them. But as I said when we were just chatting on the couch there, I really feel as if Kings are going to come to this one with, I don't want to say it's something to prove, but it almost feels like they don't have that sense of invincibility that we maybe give them before the show yesterday. So maybe they want to come back in with a really good performance just to reestablish themselves. Let's not get it twisted. They did still win the game yesterday. But realistically speaking, nowhere near the level of performance that we really expected out of this Kings team coming in as, well, you would imagine the #1 seed, kind of. I mean, there's a lot of different questions around that when we do talk about Champs Stage 5. A lot of things happened, but this is a new stage and it is new season, and our Kings going to be the same kind of team that we've seen from the last side of things. Can Zantium bring something to the table here? I think it's a tall order to kick off things here on day 2.
for sure, Kings. New look Kings, is it for the better? That's the question for us here. It is probably a good idea to remind you guys that while we were talking about Hacienda Hardpoint yesterday being a map that we saw between Kings and Omni, it is one of the better maps just overall, right? I mean, it's one of the strongest Hardpoint maps that you can ask for if you're Kings. So they should be pretty comfortable as we get into this map. But so far, pretty good start coming out from Xantium here. They managed to garner the first 15 seconds.
Yep, not too bad. You don't... I mean, you take it every single second when you can get some points over towards P1, especially off the rip. It's all about this rotation over towards P2, though. Right now, Kings sitting on the right side of the map, but they want to make sure that they do find some kills and stop Xantium picking up some free time here. Grizz trying to get things going with the SMG was so strong yesterday, but that kill feed's looking very blue so far. There's the flip of the spawn. Xantium with a very good start. Kings now going to have to fight back through towards P2. Can they manage to get it done?
And for all the appearances that the War Machine made yesterday inside Lamborghini Hardpoint, you're not going to see it just yet here in this game. So Xantium should be free from that kind of pressure, at least for the moment. But Kings now attempting to flank in from behind. They've picked up the very least one kill, but now made themselves known. Do Xantium know the effect to which this pressure's starting to come through? Forget's going to find a double regardless, but those spawns have now flipped out. Kings now starting to spawn on the flank.
Can they manage to find a breakthrough here? It's been a very good start from Xantium. It's kind of something we've seen yesterday, you know, when they were going up against Ricey, came out the gates flying, and, well, Kings have got to try and find an answer to that, and what that answer is going to be Grizz. Finds two, saves the layer that alongside of him, SMG presence. Very strong from Kings so far. Have a looking over towards the kills. Don't forget, having an 8-kill game so far. Ryu yet to get on the board, but still they are very much within contention. Trying to end fighting here from the front. Shots coming in from both two teams, very well contested, but it will be Kings to pick up the majority of the time. 25 seconds remaining here, over towards McLaren in the garage. It's easy kills coming in from Kings. And I think if you're Xantium at this stage, you just got to rotate. You got to go away licking your wounds. Very nice hole from Kings there.
Yeah, the crossfire from Kings is just phenomenal. We were talking quite a lot yesterday about that kind of SMG duo of Saze and Grizz and what they're able to bring to the party. And I'll tell you what, mate, they bring the whole buffet. They're looking so good as an SMG duo and really strong for Kings to have on side. Certainly really helpful there. But for the moment here, looking over towards the rotation, Xantium already looking pretty good. They've already got control of fences, but they have to be wary of those back spawns, and they're already looking in that direction.
Yeah, I really like the control going over towards the archers, actually. Coming in from Xantium. Two players posted up, stopping the rotation nice and early, coming over. Forget, well, he manages to get himself another couple of kills. 11 in this game so far. Two coming in there with the missile, and it's only going to be Grizz who can answer back for Kings. Slight lead for the side of Kings, and they are going to be here on this rotation once again, but you need to try and find it. If you're Zukas, can you get the shots? Oh, the hit onto Grizz doesn't happen. Then Grizz finds a second, punishing them to the absolute maximum. And all of a sudden, the missile comes in as well, and Grizz just cleaning up absolutely everybody. War Machine in as well. There's three from Sage. Kings starting to put their foot on the middle right now.
Yeah, usually I'd be critical of a missile play like that, but to be honest with you, I think Kings, the kind of pace they're setting at the moment, I think the idea is just put them in the grave early. Yeah, and don't let them get out, don't let them zombify themselves. You're already now starting to see some of this specialist utilization, or operator utilization, excuse me, coming to play. Grizz, again, yesterday, great with the equalizers, one of the strongest operators in the game, and he finds a crucial gunfight, times it perfectly with Saze as well, who also picks up Bouchon, and immediately Kings, or Xantium, excuse me, were really hopeful that they could get the rotation, and, well, it's not quite as ironclad as they'd like.
I mean, they managed to find these rotational kills, but as you said, they haven't managed to lock down the point. It's the kills on the second wave that sometimes do become the more important, and then all of a sudden, for all that Kings invested, their operators themselves, Xantium starting to get along with their own as well. Ryu finding two now with the equalizer inside the point, and that is going to be complete control here for the side of Xantium. Marvel and another doing well to try and find a couple back, but Ryu still running an absolute riot here with the equalizer. There's a couple more as well, and that's going to lock things down for Xantium. The only player who's potentially left here is going to be Marvel. He gets wiped out. It's still Xantium holding, and they've closed that gap here, Brody.
Yeah, Ryu has done everything in this hard point, even if he finally goes down. Grizz finds three, though. That's so unfortunate. We were just about to hype up Ryu and the control that he managed to give to Xantium, and to be fair, they get about 20 seconds off the play and a buttload of streaks, but nonetheless, it doesn't give them full control over the hard point. Grizz comes through that triple and completely ruins their, well, would have been nice dreams tonight, but now it's going to be nightmares after that. Kings going to be up double the points of Xantium as we go into the second set here, Ton, and for the most part, they've been in control of the rotations, they've been in control of the kills. Xantium, if they're going to use those streaks, if Ryu's going to use those streaks, it has to be for good.
I mean, look, he did a lot of work. He did a lot of really good work, but ultimately you have to find a couple of waves of kills if you want a full 60. They definitely closed the gap as to what it could have been. You've seen Kings on the rotation. Things are looking nice and solid. But realistically speaking, Xantium still did an okay job for the hand that was handed to them, if you want. Having a look over towards P1, Xantium already picking up a decent amount of time here, but Grizz just continue where he left off yesterday. I was so impressed with his SMG gameplay, sitting at 21 kills at this moment in time, leading the lobby. Marvel, though, just starting the light players up. That's a triple kill for him. Says there to follow alongside of it. This is looking like a much better rotation over towards P2, a much better hold from Kings in the P1 area as well. And looking over towards Garage. That's where it's going to start getting on him very, very shortly. Says trying to get those cutoffs. It's probably going to be a push coming through from Water, and a couple of kills towards the end of this hill are not going to hurt Zantium. It is especially not going to hurt because of the spawn out coming in from Kings, but it could potentially be a split. That does hurt Zantium.
Yeah, this needs to be a big hard point coming out from Zantium right here. You are 60 points down. If you give this time away to Kings, well, the game won't be over, but it certainly won't be good. No, my goodness me. Hold on for a second here, folks. Kills that should not be happening coming on down, and yet still Zantium don't have full control. You need some more kills. Grizz off the Elsewhere, able to find a couple. Zantium spawning out somewhat. A couple of Kings players chilling inside. Bouchon through the stairwell, going to get taken out by Drari, but they've got to be careful about Ryo from behind, who does at least find one. Can he find any more than that? No. Drari will deny, but the hill still under siege.
Nobody able to gain ultimate control here, but Drari finding two with the Deagle may well open things up. Grizz is there to pick up the pieces, and if Says can find this kill inside a lobby, then you're going to be laughing if you're Kings eventually getting some kind of control. The stairwell is going to be absolutely paramount for Kings to try and lock this one down, but Grizz does go down. 25 seconds here remaining on the point, and once again, when you think someone's got control, Zantium come back through. But this could be a problem. War Machine out. He's not really finding a great deal of luck with this, to be honest with you. Says doesn't find anything, then finds himself inside the point. The SMG may be doing more. Back and forth we go. All for what's been said, Kings still pick up the majority of the time there. It's a 60-point lead still, but Zantium have kept themselves in this game.
Yeah, they need number 4 to go off here. Forget has to do so much over on this rotation. He's the only one over here, and he gets cut short. And even with 25 seconds left, I think on the hill, they pushed for it. You have to make that choice at this point when you are this far down in the game. You have to start going for desperate times, desperate measure plays, and that was one of them right there. But right now, Zantium, they've got those back spawns. Bouchon with a couple of kills up top now. A lane potentially opened up, but here comes Inferno with a claw.
Oh, this is going to be a good position to have the claw in right. You're going to bounce it back over towards the fences, but only manages to find one. But Marvel, there we go. Here's a couple coming in from him. Drari with a pistol, not quite as big, getting the job done as well. A few more kills coming on through for Kings, and it's going to be a spawn out now for Zantium. 30 seconds to play with here on the hard point over towards P3. The time not being soaked up by anybody just now, but if you look at that kill feed, it's only looking one color on the left-hand side. Zantium there coming in, trying to answer back to this one with a bit of a split spawn. And that may well have just thrown Kings off the scent. 15 seconds to go here. Kings have extended the lead that they had. It's now up to about 90. Heading over towards the next hill in just a second here as well. We can already see that Drari's on his way. It's going to be a little bit of scrap time coming in for Zantium there, Brody, but Kings ultimately adding to their lead.
Yeah, it's just such a horrible decision that you have to make, right? It's not even necessarily the outcome of that. It's just you have to go for the 15 seconds of scrap time at this point. You can't afford to give it away to Kings, but your rotation suffers for it. Kings already here, but they aren't in full-fledged numbers just yet. Zantium might have a chance to enter. Marvel sitting on side. He's already picked up a couple of kills. Two more players coming right at him. That EMP from Ryu is going to finally pop off, so no operators here for the moment. Marvel, though, doesn't need him. Going to get it done with the newly added DRH. It's looking pretty good here for Kings. They are doing everything right. Just a couple of points away from hitting that 200-point barrier, and there it is. Kings' control just continues to get better.
Drari's just been running around with the Deagle the entire game, just getting the job done. Says didn't really have a lot of luck with the War Machine last time around. Is it going to go any better this time? Well, not that much better. Manages to find himself a kill, but Forget will find the kill to answer back as well. 215 and rising in the kill feed once again is looking very one-sided, as is the scoreline at the top of the screen. 30 seconds now for Kings to try and close out map number 1. It has been pretty comfortable all the way through. Zantium have offered every now and then, but just not offered nearly enough to get Kings 1-0 down. Inferno now just trying to get it done. This game is pretty much done here, Brody. 25 seconds for Kings. Zantium would need a hell of a comeback.
Yeah, we saw that joint yesterday, son. Inferno with a sniper rifle on P1. It's pretty effective, we'll say that much, just because of the long lines of sight. Also effective. Grizz on the flank, unfortunately not effective enough. He only finds one. Aspects and Forget going to trade right back on here as Zantium need to try and claw as much time as possible. That was not a nice gunfight to take. Kings just need the 25 seconds. They've got a ton of chances to make this one happen, and here comes a potential plank play. A pinch play coming out.
Plank play?
Yeah, mate. Sometimes it happens. A pinch play coming out. Says down low. He's got it done. All the kills are there from Kings. They're broken through.
It's first game of the day. We're allowed to be rusty. It's absolutely fine. Don't you worry, mate. Marvel and Drari getting the job done. Oh, that made me laugh. Here we are. Kings looking very, very good now, heading over towards P2 in just a second. 20 seconds to go on P1, and Kings looking to try and get this one done, but realistically, it's just about posturing over towards the Garage Hill. Inferno, though, still running the sniper. Drari, I don't think we've actually seen him with any other gun apart from the pistol, and it really has looked very, very solid in his hands. 29 kills to his name as we start to head over towards P2 in just a second. First ones here are Zantium.
Oh, the spawns.
And yeah, the spawns are not going to help things out at all. They are going to have to absolutely pop off. King still within the touching distance, but to be fair to Zantium, they kept them off at a P1.
Annihilator, though, for Marvel. He's there just to, well, literally annihilate them off the play. Players now spawning out. One player close. It's Ryu. What can he do inside the hill? Claw on the other side gets taken down, and Ryu actually wins. He whips out the equalizers here, and Zantium are still in the play. They've got rid of the operators from Kings. They've got one in the back pocket from Aspect as well. War Machine now out for Forget. Zantium are investing everything into staying this game, and yeah, you really don't have any other choice at this point, but you know how predictable these spawns can be. You know where Kings are going to be coming from, and all the reads are perfect. Aspect now with his Annihilator. Things looking so good here on the defense of Zantium.
Yeah, that was really good because Sayers pulls out the War Machine and gets taken down pretty much straight away, so all of a sudden Zantium picking up some good time and a lot invested here from Kings, and they haven't managed to find much with it, but are the guns just going to be enough to find a way through? Grizz finds two, Inferno's there alongside of him. Bouchon does deal with Grizz. It might just come down to a 1 versus 1 for the final 10 seconds. It's going to be Zantium to pick it up. Looking on this rotation as well, first one's there on the blue team, that's Zantium. They are catching up and catching up quickly. Kings get a little bit of scrap time, which will hurt, but Zantium, they have an opportunity here. I think Kings has only picked up around 20 seconds over the last 2 hills, and it's starting to maybe get a little bit nervous. Zantium now inside the point, can they hold? But here comes Grizz, it's equalizers in hand, it's 1, it's 2, but only 2. XCM holding down so far. They're 25 seconds away from 200 points, but still a mountain to climb.
Drari finds a double there, goes into tin as well, looking for Aspect. Cannot win that gunfight, and Aspect gonna save it, but he's on low HP for the next one versus Says. Not ready for it. Grizz now down to help out his teammate, but no, Bouchon goes huge for 2. Can he find number 3? No. Marvel now next one through. Forget, all in his lonesome. Zantium, they're going 1 by 1, and they get shut down. Just 1 point away are Kings from getting this one done. Can anybody stop it from Zantium? Players continue to filter through towards the hard point. Somehow this game is not done. Kings somehow cannot find this last point that they need. Somehow, Zantium are holding on.
Oh my god, but it's just denying the inevitable. That's the problem. Drari, is he popping off again with the pistol? How on earth is this game still going? Looking on the rotation though, and this is going to be Zantium's problem. Are they going to be there for the final second? Yes, they are. We go to another hill. How on earth have Kings not closed this one out? In 2 seconds, they may well do so, though. Is anybody going to be there from Zantium? They're stopping. They're inside the point. Drari's the only one here. They deal with Aspect, with Sayers on the other side. XTM still locking this down. Ryu's on his own. He needs some help right now. Forget inside the point. Drari is here too. It's getting very tense, but Kings still only need 1 second, and that was the problem. Kings was so close to the win for so long. I mean, look, honestly, at no stage did I really think that Zantium would bring that one back, but they made that one go a lot longer than Kings would have liked them to.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I thought they would. At some point, when they were holding on in fences, I was like, oh, okay, I've seen this before. We've seen this one. Yeah, Kings, though, of 1 second. I mean, they had to get it somewhere along the lines. I think the problem was towards the end there. Zantium, if they would have had maybe 1 operator, even like 2 would have been nice, but just 1, they might have been able to do something. They had no utility whatsoever on that final hard point, but fair play for almost bringing it back. I will say for Kings, and you're going to see it in the stat lines in a minute here, a lot of this came down to what the SMGs were bringing to this game. Says and Grizz, just like yesterday, were playing out of their minds on this map. I think it must be like 90 kills between them or something silly like that. And I think that's never been more apparent than the fence's hard points. Both in the first and the second set of rotations, Kings had basically full control of it, and it was down to just the SMG pressure, just constantly to fly in, slide into other players. Zantium couldn't really do much about it.
And I think, you know, like, you want to give Zantium a lot of credit, I want to say, for bringing that one back and making it relatively close towards the end, because, I mean, at this stage, I mean, they were, what, like 110 points down at the end. In the end, I think they lose it by 40 or 50. So they really did have a bit of a swing. But I want to say that Kings maybe wasted a couple of their operators, a couple of moments here and there that didn't necessarily go the way they would have liked. But you're right on those SMG players. 51 for Says, 45 for Grizz. And Marvel not doing too bad with AR. They're sitting at 44 as well. It's a lot of kills on the board. And look, I mean, realistically speaking, if you looked at that scoreboard, how heavily Slayer heavy it was for Kings there, and okay, yeah, they win the game by 50 or so, but a couple of, I don't want to say sloppy moments, because I think when you're at that stage in the game, and we all know ourselves, you sit there playing whatever iteration of Call of Duty Hardpoint it is, if you are that far in the lead, you do probably take your foot off the pedal just a little bit, and that became a little bit more apparent as time was sort of starting to go on. You know, you see an operators being winged in left, right, and center, maybe not getting as much done as they would have liked with them, but Zanium maybe giving a decent account of themselves towards the end, but ultimately it was not enough. Onto fire range, search and destroy we go. Kings yesterday maybe had more of a stressful time here than they would have possibly liked, and they will start very, very well though, with Ryu getting taken down. Marvel once again on the sniper doing a fantastic job, but Kings will be looking for a statement victory here on fire and red.
I love this coming out from Kings right off the rip. Aggression already taking control of back alley. They've basically boxed Santium into the toilets. Well, at least if they need to go, they're in there already. Forget
toilet jokes in round one?
Yeah, mate, come on. Forget trying to get those kills. Bichon can't get it done either. Drari comes through for the double. And yeah, I mean, this is where I would be concerned, Ton, because I've seen this in the past. I saw it in the open finals, is when a team of the top caliber gets aggressive, it's rare that they stop. And Zanteam need to find a way to deal with that if it keeps on happening very quickly.
Drari finding 3 in the opening round there. He did a really good job over towards the B side last time around. Just having a look over towards the spawn, a bit of a split here. Very aggressive once again from Kings, and they're already inside of Wood, and that's just going to cause all kinds of problems. Says is going to open it up. Grizz has ran through the middle of the map to find 2. And that's just something you've got to be watching if you're Zandium. How on earth is Grizz being able to find himself in this position? The round is done. Kings absolutely running through Zandium now. It's like a knife through butter.
Exactly what I said. You're not watching the aggressive plays. Grizz just ran through the middle of the map. Not a single soul was even looking at it, thinking, hey, I think Kings are playing aggressive here. We'll watch to see how aggressive they get. And he just blows the round wide open. Kings feeling themselves now, and I think now is the time where Zantium need to kind of pull a different strategy out, do something a little different, and that is exactly what's happening. It's a 5-stack freight towards A. Doesn't really matter too much you've given the mid-map away this time, because you're all around the A bomb site. You do need to be careful of Grizz inside Trader though, and the towel comes through a little late from Tekers. Trade right back, says, can he find the double? Yes, he can. Aspect, the only one left alive. He's already found 1 kill, so he makes this a little bit more palatable, but still back in the bar from he goes.
Very, very difficult position to be in now, but the SMGs are the ones running the game here. Infinite level of ability coming out from the Kings boys. He's now just trying to run around, just trying to play with his food just that little bit, but he has made it now a potential 1 versus 2 for Aspect. Becomes a little bit more doable, but bomb positioning is going to be the big problem here. He's waiting for the aggression that is going to come though. Aspect has got the angle, gets the hit marker as well, and Marvel has to be careful. A momentary change of thought from the Kings boys with Grizz and Says already falling. Marvel and Inferno, can they get this job done eventually? Aspect now in the 1 versus 2. It's good. It's got another hit marker. It's got to sting. That's 2 different ones. You automatically have a 1 versus 1 if you find that bullet in the right place. Not going to happen. 3-0 to Kings now.
Yeah, problem for Aspect there in that 1 versus 2 was the fact that the bomb was down. And Kings knew it. They knew exactly how to play that. Even though they were playing it a little bit individually, they still knew. And at the start of this one, Marvel opens up with first blood. He's doing it again. You cannot let Grizz get away with this. Move through the mid-map every single time. Zantium at the very least are doing that same strategy. I don't know how you're not ready for Grizz in that position though, to be frank. Grizz going to take an easy kill. Right, forget last one's left alive. Right, but what you got for us? Absolutely nothing. And it is just the fact that they haven't quite adapted to where Grizz is coming from. I don't think they realize it.
And I think, you know, what would surprise maybe some, and speaking from experience here, players who are watching from the more endemic Call of Duty Esports side of things and watching Fire and Rage and thinking that it is, I want to say over the past couple of days, maybe a little bit slower than you potentially think it is on occasion. You know, you will see players maybe playing that pick game. Yeah, Grizz ain't doing that. He isn't doing that. He's just playing very, very aggressive, which is what you would maybe come to expect from Fire and Rage just a little bit more. The aggression this time not paying off. 2 players dropping from the Kings. And all of a sudden, it's a transition over towards the B side. They's in a good position to do something about this. Marvel with the first one to find a kill from the outside. It's the player inside the bomb site that you're really going to have to worry about. It's another kill for Marvel over towards the back. Do not give him a third, but here's Says taking out the potential trash as now it all of a sudden comes down to a 2 versus 2. Forget over towards the backside. Bishondo should be able to find this kill into Says. It's an important one at that, and Inferno is left on his own.
He's got the sniper rifle at least, so he can just kind of keep an eye on the site from afar. Has to get lucky with it though and get some good timing, and that hasn't happened. Now, The rat behind. Forget's going to get that bomb down. Inferno now back to his original position. Got to think about how he wants to take this. The last two remaining Xantium players going to split up here, actually. So Inferno might have a chance. Did he just spot at the back? Yes, he did. The snipe is good. Now the 1v1. A wealth of time to make this one work. 25 seconds on the clock. We're trying to keep an eye on it as it ticks away. Inferno looking through every nook and cranny to find Bouchon. He's looking in the right direction. Can he get the kill? A pre-nade. It's going to land into the cubby. Is Bouchon going to fall foul to it, though? Yes, he is. What a nade coming out from Inferno. Now please find the bomb and get the defuse. Yes, he does. Nice 1v2 from Inferno.
Really good play from Inferno. Just ascertained exactly where Bouchon was based on where he wasn't. Hadn't checked the cubby, didn't want to check the cubby. He's going to sniper. He doesn't need to push that. He's just playing out the angles over towards the back alley side. Doesn't see him around. Just eventually nominates exactly where he potentially could be. The grenade is sweet as a nut. And Kings will find another round, and that was the most likely from Xantium that they've been anywhere near a round, to be honest with you. It's been very, very dominant from Kings, and even when it isn't, the clutch is there. Aspect is there to find the first blood. Grizz is going to fall once again very, very early, so maybe they're adapting to that just a little bit quicker, and Ryu is there to find another. This is looking more likely to be a Xantium round. Had to be careful for Drari there, but all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 4 for Says.
He's close by. Can he stop the plant? No, he can't. And now Bouchon's, I'd imagine, is going to get aggressive for this fight. He's going to get aggressive. Says is going to have him for breakfast, though. And now he wants dinner and dessert. The rest of the players on the menu here switches to the boxing gloves at the wrong time there, and Bouchon's going to win that bout. So Xantium, they're on the board.
And I think it's just, you know, maybe reading a little bit more into what Grizz has been doing. He definitely has slowed down. I say that 7 kills in 6 rounds is nothing to turn your nose up at. He has slowed down on the aggression front. Has not, and that has maybe been the problem. But now for the other side, Marvel and Co on the attack. Zukas is going to be the first one to fall. Nice little angle coming in through American and Grizz this time around. Up the watchtower, down the watchtower, and down you fall if you are Bouchon. Forget is there to answer back on Drari, but Grizz is already in your spawn. I mean, look at this aggression coming on through. Says is going to fall, but Grizz is going to be there to pick up the pieces more than likely. Playing with his food. Grizz gets the bomb and is now in a position where he can get this one down. The bomb was down in not a favorable position, but when you don't know where Grizz is, you can always find the kill and pick up the bomb.
Yeah, I was very concerned there for a second that Grizz was not going to win that fight, but he does in the end. Another 3v2. Xantium have to find a way to retake. And Marvel, I think that's, again, what I meant when, you know, you get aggressive, and I think he's feeling himself just a little bit too much. So the 2v2, like, not the end of the world.
Arrogance, Brody, it's arrogance.
I'm not going to call it that. I'm not going to be so rude. Grizz, though, down for the count. Inferno now, another 1 versus 2. 1v2 he probably didn't expect to take on, to be honest. Trying to get it with a jump shot. They do have to get aggressive, and yeah, through the wall. Inferno will find one, not the second. Nicely paid from Ryu here. To be honest with you, and I know they probably don't care at this point because they are 5-1 up.
Throwing.
That was a throw.
Yeah, throwing. Absolutely. I think Kings at this stage kind of just look at this game and sort of say to themselves, okay, let's have a little bit of fun. That time around, though, the fun isn't paying off. Xantium turned this into a 3-round deficit now. Kings really were away with this one, it seems that way. May well still come away as victors, but aggressive, haphazard players coming on through, and forgetting because this time around are going to actually deal with these. So 2 kills to the 1 to kick off things in the round. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Xantium.
Kings do still have control of the site, though. The only concern I'd say they've got is the jump up through American that Forget is currently watching. So a smoke or an aid would serve well to cover the teammates in that particular problem. But they're still trying to find a way to even the odds at least here. One more peek. Go on. Peek Ryu. Marvel. Not going to get the sniper off. One of the best snipers we've got in European Challenge season here. Inferno also looking pretty good with it. He gets that kill that they desired. Says gets aggressive now. And all of a sudden, the situation's flipped on its head.
And they know exactly where Aspect is as well. This bomb could already be going down, but they're already out there searching for him. This to now make it 6-2. They can get this one down on Aspect, just gets a bit of bad timing. They now get the information they needed, the information they probably already had. Bomb down, 1 versus 3. We've seen this against Kings before.
There's one. Surely they're going to just double challenge him. Surely.
They're about to assassinate him.
Oh, assassination. See you later, Aspect was here in the third person as well. The disrespect. Nobody ruined the assassination. And Marvel, why? come on, man. Come on. It's not nice. For anybody. It's not nice for us. It's not nice for him.
Kings playing with their food just maybe a little bit too much, if anything. 6-2 now. Very, very one-sided search and destroy. A relatively close hard point to kick things off. Although, again, it's similar story. Yep, that's not necessarily the best grenade I've ever seen. For XTM, yeah, they're being given a couple of routes into the game now and then, but then Kings just once again step the level up, find another gear when they need it. And right now, they haven't necessarily needed Drari finding the kill onto Bouchon with a machete as well, and this is just going to rub maybe salt into the wounds. It is now a 4 versus 3 in favor of Kings, who are making light work of Zandium at this moment in time.
Well, one more round. Saw that Kings need hit. They've even the odds in this one at 3 for 3. Drari's still on the hunt to slash some people up. It's a slash battle, and Drari's going to win it. Now, those two players, do they think that it's a B hit? That's the question for me. They're certainly looking like that's the case. Drari from behind, not another one here. Oh my God. Drari is getting away with murder and tags Ryu as well. Ryu's dead to rights. Yeah, sniper. Oh, dearie me. That's disrespectful.
It felt somewhat that way. It did really feel that way. Very, very dominant from Kings in the search and destroy there, and very just one-sided. I think, you know, you see the aggression, you see the gameplay, the plan, at least from Kings, is to be aggressive in the middle of the map. XTM just never really dealt with that. When they did, they became close to winning rounds, but even at that stage, it was never signed, sealed, and delivered by any stretch of the imagination. A very, very good performance from Kings. Honestly, if it hadn't been for a little bit of foul play, if you like, Kings would have probably walked away with that one in 7. Very, very dominant, and Zandium have got to go back to the drawing board on this one. Really not working out in their favor. Control coming up next. I feel like we'll be heading into game number 2 very, very shortly.
Yeah, I will say this much, mate. I mean, look, I don't want to say it would have been a 7-0, because I do think there were a couple of well-earned rounds from Zantium. That one in particular, that round number 6, was a good response to what Kings were bringing to the table. But there were other times where maybe, you know, Kings were just messing around a little bit too much. I will speak to the first 4 rounds, though, in that we did at the very least see some form of adaptation, even if it didn't necessarily work, in that they took 5 rounds to recognize that, hey, Grizz is running at us, we've probably got to deal with him, and then he stopped doing it after round number 5. But too little, too late. And this is something I've been saying, I think, on the whole, is you recognize after a game number 1 win, by any margin, that the team that beats you, if it's a top 3 team in Europe or even North America, they're probably just going to run at you super aggressive. You have to adapt to that fast, and we didn't see it. Regardless, stats, Marvel, Grizz, I think the players that we kind of expected after what we saw in that game to be atop the leaderboard.
12-3 out of Marvel is a very, very impressive scoreline. Really good performance coming in from Kings there in the search and destroy, and with Control coming up next. As mentioned, you think this one's probably going to be done and dusted, but yesterday on this specific map, we're going over to standoff once again for Control. Kings got blown out of the water, so can they do a little bit better here on the Control? I mean, based on the opposition so far and what we've seen, you would expect it to go the way of Kings, but we have been surprised already this weekend on the European side of things. I'd like to be surprised again to maybe have a bit of a series here.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is yesterday with that Controller they lost, the reason they lost it was it was twofold, right? First of all, I don't think the operators were anywhere near as effective as Omniscient. And we saw that a lot. There was big plays coming out from Omniscient where they were kind of clutching up with operators. And then secondly, I think they allowed Omniscient to get in behind way too many times. I don't know if you're going to see that from Zantium, if only because the Control we saw from them yesterday, albeit it was on Raid, their operators were not good at all. And that was something that Bobby and I talked about, the fact that they kind of fluffed up using operators when they really shouldn't have done. They've got to be better here. Got to have seen improvements from yesterday. Let's see if they can get it done already off the start. They seem to be pulling a play out of the Omniscient playbook. They sent a player around on the flank, and then he decides to retreat towards Kebab.
Drari now, pulling down the back alley, and this will be the initial couple of kills that you kind of need for the setup for that spawn trap. I mean, that's realistically where Kings are probably going to try and get this defensive round done. Back alley Control, you can already see Zandium playing maybe a little bit passive, a little bit scared, trying to get out of their spawn, being very meticulous about it, but so far the kills very much on the Kings side.
Yeah, this is a problem. A lot of teams do find this, right? It's very difficult to get out of the spawn trap. The reason being, again, you can literally just look at people spawning in from this position. You can be as aggressive as you like, and that spawn will not change. It's very obstinate, and Grizz is as well. Another double. He's so good with it, Grizz. Somebody, please stop him. He's on the loose. That's 4. Surely not number 5. Whips out the paper airplane, aka the Hunter Killer drone, to do some damage. Bad timing. I don't think Grizz cares. These guys are tearing Zantium a new one.
Grizz is the mobile Abizi, I'm actually sure of it. This kid is absolutely cracked. Look at this guy going my way. Forget falls. And Grizz just continues his reign of terror. It's 7 kills. Look at the kill difference, 21 to 7. Zandium barely seen halfway on the map. That, well, I mean, we said Kings' control gameplay wasn't necessarily the best yesterday. That was pretty solid, though. Yeah,
as I said, I think it was just kind of, it's two very different beasts, right? Omniscient are very, very good. And this is not to say Zantium are not good. They are. They obviously have to be here in the EU Challenge season, but I still think there are kind of those holes in the gameplay that you're seeing from that first round that do need to be adjusted. We'll see how they go here on the defense, but already right off the start, they're allowing players to get hyper-aggressive through the middle of the map. Would you guess, I'll give you one guess as to who it is that's pushed through.
Friendly hunter killer.
It is, of course, the Endo. I mean, come on, you're never going to get away with it there. Come on now. In this situation, that actually could be detrimental, though, because now all of a sudden Zantium are pushed up and, well, could have spawn trapped if he didn't get gunned out. Yeah, Sox Inferno starting to run things here now as well. And all the time when you think Kings are starting to just play it maybe a little bit too much, they just step on it again. And this is a little bit more like it. Forget Zukas are able to answer back in some sort of way, but Kings, we're playing TDM here. They're just going for the kills in every single which way possible. Aspect and Ryu are able to answer back, so a couple of kills now needed. Grizz with the snapper coming in with 9 on his own. Let's just stay on Grizz for the rest of the entire game. Here we go. Equalizer out. Everybody dies. Bouchon will fall. A little bit of progress over towards the A side now for Kings, but the lives are a lot closer than they were last time around. But here come the ops. Yeah, and of course, after that first round, you are going to earn them quite significantly quicker than Zantium. So you get them. You can use them. Already utilizing 4, I think that was. Inferno already used the War Machine. You're seeing 3 currently being used by Kings. They want this round now. They're done messing about. They at the very least want to put the extra 60 seconds on the board to get A. And Grizz is just chilling. He's had the equalizers for the very long. I don't think he got a single kill with the equalizers there. And now he wishes he did have it. He finally does capture A and put the extra 60 seconds on the board, but does fall off the back of it. So actually, despite that, I was going to say Zantium have map control, and then they immediately lose it, thanks. I mean, they didn't do anything with it, though. They were kind of at the halfway point in the middle of the map, and then all of a sudden, they're just not moving any further forward to try and force that spawn trap. And then if you are not taking the advantage that you currently have, you are going to get punished. Drari now in this position, which could be a really, really difficult one to deal with if you are Zanti. But if you look at the lives here, Brody, pretty close. 8 to 9. So Zantium maybe have an opportunity here, but B starting to click in. They need really get rid of Drari as soon as they possibly can, because he's holding them back in towards their spawn as the time just continues to tick. It's a flank kill that would have been needed from Zantium, but these shots from Drari are absolutely ridiculous. Ryu's there to find 2, but the progress over towards B is coming in very, very quickly. Inferno will be there to find Bouchon, Zukas, and Ryu. Got to find something. Drari invests just to sign, seal, and deliver it. Ryu, I'm not sure you've got anything else up your back sleeve of this one. Not gonna happen. Kings dominant here in the control.
Yeah, I'm very glad at the very least those last 2 players, because they both had operators in their back pocket, Zukas and Ryu, that they didn't bring one out, because I genuinely would have cried. But they didn't, and that means they've got at least 2 operators, 3 if you count the one that Aspect has got in his back pocket, which we will. So 3 operators to use. Now we need to see them actually use them. Now is the time to get it out, to try and get some early progress. The initial push is through playground side. Bouchon comes out with a double, but Marvel and Inferno reply back for some more map control. The Hunter Killer drone rarely does it land, but this time it does. Bouchon got a full foul to it, and that's a 3-piece for Inferno. And now we're starting to see the exact same position. And now, learn from your mistakes from yesterday. Get those operators out.
Having a look over towards the fight that's happening over towards Tractor side. That's what's maybe going to make the difference here now, because Grizz can just control this back alley all on his own. Ryu and Forget falling very, very quickly. 4 operators now available for Zantium, but the problem is when they whip them out, they are already under gunfire. Inferno there with the missile as well. There's 3, just to further add to your pain. Bouchon is then going to find the kill onto Grizz. Back alley now open for Zantium to try and run away, to try and find some sort of cover. They've got to get something out here. Ryu has actually managed to whip out one of the operators that's available, but they need to do something. It seems like they found a way out, Brody, but is it too late?
It feels like it, right? I mean, just use them. Like, you've got 19 seconds. Just use them. It doesn't matter if they don't work. This is your only chance. Finally, we see it. Drari, though, on the other side, his Sparrow going to shut down. I think it was Ryu who was using it. Zukas, what can he get with his Sparrow? That's a question. Not a lot of good. Claw coming out from Bouchon, 7 seconds. Aspect is at the very least stopping the clock on A. He immediately jumps off it, though, for some reason. I think just kind of wanting to get some more map control with the rest of the team, pick up where he left off. 5 seconds on the clock here. Clock has stopped. All down to their last lives, though. Zantium, do they have a hope of finishing this one off?
14 against 4. I'd like to say we've seen stranger things, but I'm not 100% sure that we have. Inferno will find the kill on the Bouchon. And only 3 members of XTM now in a position to do something about this. Still inside the point. It's going to be Forget. Just slowing things down here. Ryu and Aspecto will find a couple of kills. Grisomov will have been dealt with, and that time is going to be extended, but you have to still be perfect. And you can't be perfect if you are under the gunfire of Inferno. And there comes the final couple of kills from the SMGs. Kings, dominant. Very, very dominant in that series up against XTM and showing their pedigree there, Brody. Very, very good performance.
Yeah, I got to say, look, we'll talk about the positives for a second here, and that's for Kings, right? Kings, you're looking pretty good. That's the confidence booster you needed. Yes, you won yesterday's matchup, but I think now they're feeling, all right, this is us. We're back in our dominant form again. They're looking pretty good. Negatives, Xantium, operators, please, right off the start. And I know you were talking about it, like they tried, but I just feel like, again, you really need to make sure you bring them out as soon as you get into the start of that round, because spawn traps are so frustrating to deal with on standoff control, and if you get in them, it's very unlikely to get out. You've got to use your press right off the rip.
And I think the problem there, and what I will kind of side with them in the sense of, you know, you were talking about the operators and using them. When you are spawning in and you've already been shot, I think it's like, oh, well, do I use it now? Because, you know, I'm already weak, you know, I don't want to waste it. But yeah, you know, ultimately it's a double-edged sword in that scenario. You need to make sure you're using it in some sort of way. But just honestly, Kings, they're just so much better. I mean, there's just no two ways about it on every single level. Slaying ability, knowledge of when to make the right pushes, search and destroy. They were a lot more clinical. They played the bomb a lot better. Just every single facet of their game was better than Xantium's, and it shows in the scoreline 3-0.
It absolutely did. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Drari was doing a Deagle-only challenge for that entire match.
Yeah, we noticed.
Yeah, we noticed. I wasn't too sure if he was just like, oh, maybe we'll see how this actually is.
He was just like, you know, casually on a 6-free there in the control, just doing whatever he wanted to. And that, yeah, I mean, that's what we expected out of Kings. Obviously, Xantium showed that they can, you know, go toe-to-toe against some of the newer teams, but it's just a totally different beast. And I've got a feeling that's probably going to give us a little taste of what we can expect in the next match for Exclusive versus Ricey as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I was going to come in with the positive being like, you know, I think there was at least one positive for Xantium is that they were really close on the hard point to kick things off, more so than or closer than I think anybody would have guessed going up against Kings. Is that due to the mistakes that Kings were making? Is that due to Xantium just
I think Kings were getting a bit cocky, to be honest. I think things were maybe just going. I mean, we've seen this. We've seen every single map, didn't we? A little bit of gamesmanship here and there. So I think, you know, the scoreline arguably maybe flatters Xantium a little bit more than it possibly should. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, that one.
Listen, Kings want to make sure they're at the top of our leaderboard this entire time. They don't want to go anywhere, and that means that's their last match for this first week, so they'll be one of those teams that is 2-0 heading into week number 2, and that's going to start to become a really, really tight battle when we get down to that top 4, but strong performance on behalf of Kings. We knew that they were going to be a team that everyone was going to be struggling with, regardless of how good they were, and they close out week number 1 on a high note there. But you're saying that we might see something similar with Exclusive. If you're wondering what Bobby's talking about and you didn't see the schedule from earlier, the second match of the day will be Exclusive versus Ricey. That's the next one that we've got coming up. Brody, do you agree with Bobby on this one?
Yeah. That's it.
It surely can't be that bad. Not as bad as that. That was as one-sided as we possibly could have seen.
Ricey aren't a bad team by any means. I mean, they literally won yesterday over Xantium, right? So like, I'm expecting big things out of Ricey, but I think part of the reason that they won yesterday was because Xantium were making mistakes, right? Exclusive are not going to make mistakes, and I think this is the big thing. This is the problem. I don't know, man. It's going to be a real tough one. Exclusives are a very, very, very good team. So yeah, I'm with you there, Bobby.
It comes down to polish is what I'm getting here. And Exclusive was one of the teams we got to talk to already in an interview, hear from their perspective, a team we also expect to be at the top of the leaderboard. So if you are a fan of Exclusive, stick around because they'll be playing next. But before we do that, we're going to send it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are about to get into match number 2 of day 2 here in the challenge season for Call of Duty Mobile. Match number 1, it was Kings who came away in a 3-0 fashion, solidifying their place on that leaderboard for week number 1. And now we're going to be turning our focus onto Exclusive versus Ricey. Ton, what do you expect from this match?
Similar to what we've seen in the previous one, but realistically, I would like to hope that Ricey maybe make a bit more of a game of this one than we just seen from Xantium going up against Kings. Exclusive yesterday obviously looked really, really good. Ricey also found themselves a win though. So, you know, it's the ability is there to a certain degree, but we know how good Exclusive are. It's not likely that Ricey are going to come away with this one, but hopefully some of the maps are a little bit closer than what we've just seen.
We might see some moments there coming out of these teams. I mean, it feels a little bit closer. Like if I were making up the leaderboard in my brain, Brody, it feels like these two would be a little bit closer to each other, marginally so, because Kings will be up there, you know, so I feel like they've already taken that top spot from everyone, but it's still going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, for sure. Look, with this matchup here, it's going to be really tough, I think, not only because of the fact that we've got, you know, again, Exclusive being one of the top dogs, you say, but also because we've seen this before. We've seen Ricey go up head-to-head with Exclusive. We saw it in the Open Finals. Exclusive destroyed them. Now, look, it's been a couple of months, okay? It's been a little bit of time since then. Maybe Ricey have made improvements. Maybe they've had time to scrim. If they've got a coach, talk about it with that. But it's a really, really, really big ask. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, to be honest.
Let's focus on Exclusive specifically for a second here, Bobby. We talked about their roster yesterday, and we got to talk to them directly too about the roster, you know, obviously everything coming into this season. Is this an opportunity for them to work on any improvements that need to be made for their roster when it comes to focusing on putting themselves in like a top 2 position?
I would say so. Based on what we saw yesterday, I feel like they should have been able to handle Nexus a lot more easily than they did, and especially looking at the Express Search and the Crossroads Strike Control, those were maps that I felt like they should have been able to pretty much run away with, and that wasn't the case at any point. So I'm hoping to see them, like we said, handle business a lot more cleanly. It is interesting to see the swaps that they've made, as now they're effectively running 4 SMG players. They've given one of them a DRH, which is effectively like a hybrid AR SMG anyway. So the existing meta for comp, the fact that that's pretty much the meta AR now, does give them a little bit more flexibility to play with that more aggressive play style. They've also been known as a team that in the past has played like 4-man flashes, so it's just full send everything and hope that it sticks. We'll see if that's a game plan they continue to run with. Obviously, it got them to the World Championships last year, and right now they've got to see if it will continue to refine and maybe get them a chance in Sao Paulo.
I mean, everybody wants to be in Brazil. That's where everybody wants to be right now. We'll take a look at Ricey's roster as well. We'll at least get that pulled up and just kind of refresh everyone if you are just joining the stream and you don't know who we've got to look at here for Ricey. We did see some moments, though, from Sushi yesterday, Ton. So there are opportunities for some of these players to really stand out.
Yeah, I mean, look, you need those solo players to be able to do something against teams like Exclusive. Sushi's really going to have to bring something to the table here. And I think, you know, one thing that you can always point out towards in terms of these underdog teams is, you know, you think about the operator usage. We didn't see much of it out of Zantium. We've seen flurries here and there. So it's one of those things that if they can use the operators just a little bit better, then maybe they can find a route into the game, but it still is a tall order.
All right, well, we'll get the picks and bans pulled up here so we can see what our teams have chosen to go with when it comes to these matches. Got those hard point picks coming through, Brody. Who's this favoring?
I will say if it gets to a map number 4, Takeoff, that was a not so great one for Ricey yesterday. Even if they did win versus Santium, that was the one map which they lost, and it was because they just couldn't win out on the gunfights effectively. So if it does get to a map 4, it should be interesting for the Slums and Express here, and not actually maps that we've seen in the last time that these two teams faced off against one another. So it should be interesting to see kind of how that one goes down. We did see a Slums S&D again yesterday with Ricey, and they did win it 7-3 over Zantium. For the raid control, again, 3-1 for Ricey yesterday over Zantium. So I'm intrigued to see kind of whether that helps them out here. At the very least, I think we've seen them look pretty good on those maps. But again, I'll reiterate just what I said again before we went to break earlier on. It was because of mistakes from Zantium. Mistakes I do not think that Exclusive, I don't think, we never know, I don't think Exclusive are going to make.
Are you feeling very cursy today, Brody?
Yes, I am. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, all 3 O's throughout the day, just like the opposite happens.
Are you taking away from Bobby? Because that was Bobby last season.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was me the whole way through. Looking at the map pool, I don't really hate it for Ricey. Obviously, you look at the Takeoff, they did lose that to Zantium, but it was largely on the backs of just a super slow start that was not characteristic of them for the entirety of the rest of the series. So I think if they can get off to a hotter start, that's one they can potentially take off. Summit, though, I would imagine that is probably an exclusive map pick. Like we said, they're a super aggressive team, effectively 4 SMGs playing on that roster, and Summit, one of the most tightly packed maps that you're going to have in Call of Duty Mobile Hardpoint, so that's going to be very difficult for Ricey to counter.
All right, well, we'll let you and Brody head off, get yourselves set up on the other half of the studio so we can at least get into match number 2. And then before they start, Ton, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, kind of same sentiments. I don't think it's actually too bad for Ricey in terms of the map picks. You know, it's possibly as good as you could have had. If you won a game yesterday and you got 3 of those same maps that you won on and you're going in the second day, you take the positives where you can, but it's a very, very different team that you're going up against.
Yeah, it'll definitely boil down to if they were at least able to learn from some of the mistakes that they were making yesterday.
Yes.
Too. Obviously not a lot of time to do that in one night.
No, not a lot of time at all. No.
But maybe they can make some small adjustments here and there. As for us, I think match number 2 is about ready to get going. So Brody, Bobby, let's see how this one goes.
All right, well, obviously eyes on both Sushi and Kahlo. Those were definitely the 2 players to watch for Ricey yesterday. Interestingly enough, I believe I saw on Twitter, aka X, earlier today that Sushi just had like surgery on his hand and he's playing in a cast. I don't know how he's tearing up the map in that type of a setup, but it makes it that much more impressive what he was able to do yesterday. Obviously a much bigger task going up against Exclusive though as compared to Xantium.
Yeah, for sure. If he's, like you say, if he's doing that with a cast, get him out of that cast ASAP, man. I'm really excited. This guy's gonna be dropping 80 bombs. I don't know if you could do that, but I'm sure if anyone could, it would be Sushi without the cast on. Regardless, in a Summit Hardpoint we go. This is a map that we haven't seen from either of these 2 teams yet this competition. It's one that we don't see, I will say, as often as some of the other usual suspects like Hacienda and Arsenal. So I'm excited to see it in the map pool here. Exclusive going to kick things off in control. We are going to see a lot of R9 pressure. We saw this from Rushes yesterday. Going to pick up 1 kill, but no more than that. For the first opening gunfights here, Exclusive, they start strong.
Looking pretty good to start right here. Shark going to be able to lock down that entryway. And it looks like Exclusive getting a big chunk already. Very solid map control with Caesar locking down this spawn side and Veer holding down the top side as well. Kahlo's going to get shut down, and it is a whole lot of yellow in the feed right here. No semblance of map control for this Ricey squad. They're getting shut down left and right, and very much flashes of what we saw the last time these 2 teams went up against each other.
Yeah, I will say one thing is that, you know, generally speaking, we always talk about P1s being hotly contested hard points. That's not necessarily true for Summit. It's very easy to lock it down. It's kind of in this enclosed space, and if you get players up top, well, you're in for a good time. That's exactly what's happened here for Exclusive. They do still get a bit more unconventional in the amount of time, and 49 points of the possible 60 from that hill. Exclusive now looking to jump down and make an early rotation towards next, and frankly a rotation that Ricey should not lose. They haven't got a single point on the board just yet. You'd expect them to go big, heavy on the rotation. That's not happened, Exclusive. They're already in, and Veer is following up with a double. Neil also providing some support in gunfire. Most of the kills going in their favor. This is beautiful from Exclusive.
And as expected for Ricey, Sushi and Kahlo popping off, but the rest of the squad really lagging behind. Score streaks do connect right there. Exclusive get back on the hard point. Ricey find their first time, but it's not much to talk about. Veer looking to push through, shutting down that equalizers. Definitely big time for Ricey, and they do still have spawns toward next. So as long as they can maintain these, avoid the flip, there's 100% an opportunity for them to close this gap. Obviously, P3 is the money hill for Summit Hardpoint, and if you can manage to lock down those backside spawns, huge opportunity. But unfortunately for them, those spawns are instantly going to flip out. They might be able to find 5 seconds of scrap right here, but this is exactly what Exclusive we're looking for.
Yeah, Exclusive get the flip that they require. They get the control of the spawns, and this could be deadly for Ricey if they don't break fast. You've got to get a player in from behind. There was one player watching that flank. That was Creed, who does go down. That should be picked up by a teammate coming off the spawn pretty quickly, though. Ricey, here comes the attempt from them. Shark around the front, going to take 2 and make it 3 players down. Creed finds number 4. Only 1 player remaining. It is a Toots who does pick up 1. Pre-fires round to the right-hand corner. That's not where a player is, though. And a little bit of coverage coming in from Veer here. Going to immediately bring that Predator missile down from the heavens to try and take out some players. Bobby, at this point, I don't think there are any players to take down. They're all being taken down by the rest of the team.
Yeah, there wasn't able to do much damage because the damage was simply not available. Kahlo doing his best to hit a flank up that left-hand side and may have actually snuck through, but once again, this could potentially work to the advantage of Exclusive, as with only 20 seconds remaining, that's going to leave Ricey spawning in the back, and you can put them in a little bit of a reverse spawn trap right here, assuming you're able to win the gunfights. That's exactly what they're going to do, and if they can't leak through the middle right there, they're going to be left spawning all the way across the map with players already set up toward next for Exclusive.
Dude, Veer is on 12 in a row. He's on 13 in a row now. He's lapped his streak streaks. This is insane. He hadn't died from the moment that P2 popped. And that is, I mean, that's not the sole reason. Finally, he goes down. I kind of just cursed him there. But it's not the sole reason that they get the whole of P2. I think it certainly helps. 13 kills. That is nuts. He was, well, on his way to a nuke, but he's going to be denied it. Going to bring that Predator missile down and the Hunter Killer drone to assist Exclusive, who, would you believe it, they've got control of the rotation. Ricey, they need to get some kind of momentum going right about now. Something needs to happen. Maybe this is it right here. Players coming from both sides of the hill. It's a little bit individual in the way that they're getting it done, but it does work. They're in for the moment.
Yep. Equalizer shut down once again, so they've had a couple points where they are able to counter some of that firepower in the hands of Exclusive. But like you said, there's only so much you can do up against a 13 spree. One thing to note that we obviously didn't see in their last game is Creed being substituted back in for Spy, so that is one of their main ARs. Does give them a little bit more ranged ability. Summit not necessarily where you would expect to see that, but obviously it has paid dividends. Ricey do finally find their first chunk of hardpoint time. They're on P4, and they do get the shotgun set up on the lower side right here in the hands of Rush, so maybe an opportunity for them to find another chunk, but just like that, Veer slides on through. He's on a 2 spree, and Neil does the rest of the damage from the top side.
Yeah, I would say we're on track for a Veer 50 here, and that might still well be the case, but the way that Exclusive are playing this game at the moment, I don't know if he's going to have the opportunity to get 50. This is insane from them, and we saw what full P1 control, 50 points or so off the back of the first rotation. Exclusive look like they want to get it done again. Got to take the players out from up top. It's a good start from A2. It's looking for the double. Doesn't actually find it. I'm unsure as to how that player got away, and if someone took it away from it regardless. Caesar now going to get that kill with a Sparrow. It is yet another frag. Switches back to the DRH for the second. Exclusive just looking so strong. Every single lane is being watched. The communication for Exclusive, you can just tell it is just beyond incredible.
And they've always been a phenomenal respawn team, really showing out right here. 200-point mark, and there's Caesar getting an EMP himself, so you know he's working on some streaks. Shark tries to hop up, does get shut down, but once again, such a large gap for Ricey to close right here that you gotta question if there's any chance they can make it happen. We do have another operator get shut down, and that's really the only thing that Exclusive have not been able to do well, is we've seen a lot of these operators go to waste, but the fact that they've been able to kill gap them this much with those operators going to waste says that much more about how well they're playing the map.
Yeah, they don't need them. I think the operators might not well be there, to be honest, and I think they'd still be doing this. They're just doing it fully with their guns. The team play is insane. Ricey, can they find a way through? Not when Veer's finding doubles like that. Sushi going to find one. Brink's also going to add to the tally there for Ricey. They're not spawning in a good place whatsoever, though. 25 seconds left on this hill. I don't think Exclusive can finish it here. Ricey, though, they don't have control of that rotation. This is not good for them whatsoever.
Neil gonna pop the Annihilator right here, seeing what value he can find, mainly just trying to keep things locked down, and another operator does go to waste. Not sure what's happening on that side of things, but obviously business still handled. Only 3 seconds needed, but a nice setup right here for Ricey. An opportunity to close this gap a little bit and maybe avoid the 100-point club at the bare minimum. Neil's gonna push up the side with Shark right here. They should have an opportunity to pinch if they can find one on the back side, but there's Kahlo able to pop the Annie right there, and he's able to find 3 before getting taken down. Rush does go in with the equalizer, but no value to be found for him. And right now, a lot of pressure as Exclusive collapse, and they close out the map. Veer with 43.
Yeah, Ricey with a couple of good moments there in that game. I think notably the P3 hardpoint, I want to say, and then when we got to the second set, they actually got a fair bit of time off of P2 there, or P3, excuse me, P4 on the first. But beyond that, I mean, Exclusive, that's how you play hardpoint, apparently. They just played it incredibly well, and it was just right from the rip, right? Getting 50 seconds on P1. I kind of briefly mentioned there that, you know, Summit offers up the P1 here that we have here in COD Mobile, that you can get a lot of time off. That's not 50 seconds worth of time. That's like 35, 40 seconds maybe, but that was full control from them. They did that on the second set as well, and I think probably the most damaging thing is the pace that they set right from the rip, right? With Veer, I think it was like 22 kills, I want to say, by the end of the third hardpoint. That is absolutely insane. It's actually 26 kills is what he managed to get. Lapped his streaks. Dude, like, what do you do?
Yeah, there's nothing that realistically you can do, especially when it's an AR doing it to you on Summit. That it's just ridiculously impressive in every way possible. So you got to imagine if Exclusive are able to find any value out of the majority of their operators, that one is even uglier than it already was. But obviously, 100-point club, it is for these guys, and struggles across the board. Honestly, impressive for Kalo that he was able to go only -3 given the state of the map and the lack of map control that they have right there. We get ready to head into the Search and Destroy. We know that Ricey started off a little bit slow yesterday. That was what we saw out of them on takeoff as well. So maybe an opportunity for them to bounce back. The Search and Destroy was where they took their first map. We'll see if they can find some momentum and maybe make this one a series here.
I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, which you know my memory is terrible, I think it's a Slums Search and Destroy that we've got coming up next.
Yep.
And we did again see this yesterday between Ricey and Xantium. Ricey were pretty good, I think, just in terms of getting really aggressive through the middle of the map and holding control of it for pretty much the entirety of their defensive rounds. Their offenses were kind of where maybe the question would lie sometimes. But again, Xantium, very different kettle of fish to Exclusive. What strats do they pull out on the defense? Well, it seems 3 players stacking on towards B was the initial look of things. 1 player over by A. That's going to be Veer, of course, who just had a stellar Summit hardpoint. But all things will calm here for the moment as Exclusive inching their way forward. Creed is getting really cheeky at the moment.
Neil is not the player that you want to peek off that bomb heady. Those of you who watched our last challenge season will remember him dropping a 20 bomb versus Kings on this map. Can be extra lethal here, but Exclusive getting it done with the SMGs on the outskirts. Shark and Creed find a couple more to leave Etudes all alone in a 1v5. Quickscope not going to connect right there, and they desperately want the execution. Oh my.
I've seen this before somewhere.
That's just mean.
It's like a prayer circle. It's a sacrifice to the gods. Oh, goodness me. All right, well, that was a start and a half. Oh, Ricey. That's unfortunate. And to be fair, I don't think you necessarily expect to win offenses on Slum Search and Destroy. It's very difficult unless you kind of come out the gate swing, and well, Ricey didn't. So, good start from Exclusive. Creed coming in for this match, of course. 3 in a row for him to kick things off. And Ricey sent reeling off the start of this one. It's a triple stack for Exclusive in towards blue. Nicely played from Callow to pick up the first. Veer going to snipe back elsewhere for a trade. So 4 versus 4 scenario. Creed looks into the graveyard and adds another body to the set. Now numbers in favor of Exclusive, and they're starting to feel themselves.
Veer gets pushed up right here. Can't land the shot onto Sushi. That should give info to Kalo. He's going to be able to drop one for Etudes as well. And Ricey find themselves with a man advantage right here. Bomb is in hand for Sushi as well, but maybe a little over-aggressive. So the bomb drops now into a 2v2, and obviously Exclusive are going to know exactly where that bomb is. We'll see if they look to group up to pick this up or leave Kalo to try to find a pick across the mid-map. One player he could potentially find in Caesar, but it looks like he's going to be able to make his way over to that B bomb site safely. But an encounter right here, Kalo not ready for it, and Exclusive back with the man advantage.
Yeah, Etudes trying to whip out a snipe off the start. Not going to happen there in the 1 versus 2. Caesar gets the better of him from the high ground. And it looked like for a second there, to be fair, that Ricey might actually end up taking that round, but big clutch to the last 2 remaining players to stop that from happening. That would have been nice if Ricey could have pulled that one away, but not to be. Now we go back to the start once again. Exclusive. What do they pull out this time around? 4 players through bricks. Hello, that's really bold. And they're very lucky that Etudes doesn't take them down, but I believe the smoke obscured the vision. That's why he couldn't take anything. He will take one when the smoke is gone, though.
Well played. Opens things up, and once again, this was a move that we saw a decent chunk of the time. Ricey with the sniper, Ricey with the sniper is able to open things up and alleviate some of that pressure for the offensive pushes. Unfortunately, the next 2 not going to connect as it's Veer doing the damage. Trades back and forth. Rush finds another, but my gosh, nobody can seem to stay alive for another kill. Creed's already got 7 to his name in this one and trying to pick up a couple more. We'll see what he can find through Tire Shop right there. And Caesar picks up 1 more, now down to Brinks. 1v2 for him. Does have an AR to work with to give him a little bit more flexibility, but the bomb down once again. And right now he's got to win this opening gunfight. Takes down Caesar. Will he be able to make the read onto Creed? He wraps all the way through toward that A-bomb site and should have an avenue to pick up the bomb, but he gets the information off the flash as well, and that's about as perfect as you can ask for.
They have the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb. I was going to say, I mean, that was the problem, right? It is the fact that you've not got the bomb. Now about to meet heads inside Graveyard. Creed doesn't look in the direction, and Brinks clutches the 1v2. That is an incredible play from him. And honestly, I thought the biggest problem, again, was that the bomb was down for the longest time there in the situation. To come out on with a victory there in that round is absolutely huge. Ricey now on the board.
They have the bomb.
Interestingly enough, talked about Neil's big map up against Kings. He is yet to find a kill. Regardless, team holds the lead right here. Shark going to continue to sit back, not as aggressive as we're used to seeing him play on this map, but it's worked out for them so far as they've waited for the snipers to find those opening picks. Etudes, little jump shot angle right there, not able to connect for either player. Maybe Neil in need of a little bit of a warm-up right here. Kahlo is very content to sit back, hold this angle, and there's the opener once again. He found so many of those yesterday against Xantium, and once again having a big impact.
Yeah, that's a big start from Kahlo. 2 players down already for exclusive. They're still on the defense, though, and technically speaking, Ricey has to make the first move. And with that kill against Neil, it becomes significantly easier. Caesar, though, going to warn off at least one player from Brick's side, but that's not where the pressure is coming from. It's Shark that has everything to do over here by A. First kill through, and nobody goes for an immediate trade there. It's an egregious challenge from Brinks. Elsewhere, Etude still in the joust with Caesar, who should surely soon be dead to rights by way of rushes, who is living very much up to his name with the R9. There it is, done and dusted. And if they're smart, they should know where Shark is.
We'll see what they do with the situation. Obviously, bomb down, so Shark gets info right here and should be able to read 1, make it 2 right there. And now a 1v3 opportunity for him. Doesn't get the chow on Kahlo. It looks like the bomb's been retrieved, but it's going to be a game of timing right here. And Shark does not get timing to go his way, but hits the shots anyway. And that's exclusive, taking another round. The 1v3 goes through.
I gotta say, I feel like when you're those last 3 players, you have to have some air of caution because you know where Shark is. He's already picked up one of your players earlier on by the A-bomb, so you know he's not crossed the 50-yard line. You know he's somewhere on the other side of the map. So just be a little bit more cautious about the way that you're approaching that scenario, because Shark gets those first 2 kills for free. Goodness me, exclusive, very happy with that one. Shark will be celebrating all night long after that. And already in this round, starting pretty strong as well. 2 players down from Ricey, starting to feel themselves. You can tell off the back of that play from Shark that they want this one to be a fun round. And yeah, this is very similar to what we saw in our first Search and Destroy of the day. When players start to feel themselves, they get aggressive. That round right there.
Definitely starting to look like a confidence difference between these 2 teams. Creed, Caesar, Shark combined over 20 kills already through these first 5 rounds. There's not been much counter for this Ricey squad, trying to see what they can do over the top side. They've been super dependent on those sniper picks early in the rounds. When they haven't come through, it's been that much more difficult for them to find anything. But there's Kahlo Veer, very content to peek that over and over again, and Kahlo will gladly make him pay. Snipers for exclusive had not been able to do much. But right now, not much avenue to make their way through. But with Kahlo taking down Neil, that should be what they need to make their way on the A-bomb site. 1 player to be dealt with, that's Creed.
A couple of players down already. Caesar getting that kill versus Kahlo, though, is going to make things difficult. This will make it even more so. Brinks going down. Surely not the next one as well. Oh, Creed makes it look so damn easy. And now, Etudes, 1v3. What do you got?
Well, that was a 5v3 into a 1v3 real quick. Etude's able to take down 1, but Caesar does not want to take the risk. And heading into the half, exclusive now sit up 5-1 here. And in a position where they can close this out very quickly. We'll see if Ricey can change some things up, as here on the defensive side, maybe not as much pressure to execute. You just got to get into your positions and trust that your players are going to be able to hold them. A lot of utility connects, but it's going the way of exclusive right there. Creed with a nade, Veer with a snipe. And just like that, only 1 player left to defend over on B. It's Rush with a shotgun in hand, so he might be able to make something of it, but it's not going to be the case as Caesar immediately shuts him down.
I love that. Caesar and Shark go for the double chow there, and it works out perfectly. Not much the Russians could have done on site. Now, Sushi, you're dead to rights, mate, as is Carlo. Lovely plays from Exclusive, and you can tell, I mean, I know we've said it quite a lot already, but in the last 3 rounds, you can tell that Exclusives are absolutely feeling themselves because they get the first couple of kills, and I think a few rounds ago, they probably wouldn't have been so aggressive with it. Now, as soon as they get 1 kill, they are flying across the map, and I don't think Ricey have quite caught onto it just yet. They need to do so fast because 1 more round, and we're going into the control.
Yep, Ricey gonna look to sit back, not quite as aggressive here. 1 player gonna be pushed up toward that front side, but Shark is there to counter. Etude's able to find 1, make it 2, 3, and just like that, we've got an advantage, but Creed fires back and at least keeps things semi-even right here. 1 player right around the corner. That should be a freebie for Rushes, and indeed it is. So now it's gonna be Neil in the 1v2 right here, but Exclusive have not had much difficulty with that scenario in this one. Seems to have some type of idea where Rush is going to be, but Kahlo makes the read, sniper in hand, and does keep the map alive for Ricey.
Yeah, nicely played from Ricey, and I like it as, to be fair, aggression coming out right from the start, straight from the middle of the map. 3 kills found very early on. Exclusive couldn't really do much from there on out. So that's what I want to see more of from Ricey. Some confidence in the gameplay. Start setting the pace yourselves. Don't let Exclusive get away with it. And that's some pace being set right off the rip. Nice set nade coming out from Creed. Caesar with a follow-up as well. Good trade coming out from Sushi, but look at it. You can see 4 hours on the minimap. They're starting to swarm. They're coming for you. Carlo playing this one really, really passively towards this dumpster side. I think he's waiting for these players to come towards him. They're on the other side of the wall. But look at Neil on the minimap. He's on the hunt.
And for Kahlo, at least you know they want to execute, but they're going to be able to do it. He sneaks through. Veer's tucked away in the corner, and that will be the final blow here in the search and destroy. They're having fun with it right now. This Exclusive squad looking dominant through those first 2 maps. We were unsure if they were going to have the same struggles that they had with Nexus yesterday, and that has certainly not been the case.
Yeah, Exclusive looking pretty good. It is worth saying yesterday versus Nexus, they still kind of, what was it, 7-3, I think was the scoreline, right? So they were still pretty good, but this one was much more confident. I mean, it just, again, I think it took until, I want to say, the 5th round where Exclusive were like, okay, now we're starting to really feel it. I think it was the 1v3 from Shark that was the turning point in the game where Exclusive went from, oh, we're just playing Search and Destroy, and we're giving these guys a lot of credit. We're playing this one relatively passively to, okay, we don't care anymore. We're just going to fly at you. We're done playing around. And I think as soon as that happened, Ricey had very little response. I think it was the 1 round. The 1 round, I think it was the penultimate one where Ricey had something to say, but even then, nothing else. Quiet as a mouse. Exclusive, they're the cat in the situation.
Yep. Kahlo doing everything that he can, but once again, when there's a full team that's as confident as they are, it was really a 3-man wrecking crew between Creed, Caesar, and Shark, combined 35 kills in what? 7, 8, 9 rounds of search and destroy. Like, that's absurd averages out of those guys. And even when your snipers aren't necessarily hitting, when you've got 3 other guys that can take care of things in the close range battles, there's not much you can do to counter.
Yeah, for sure. Well, search and destroy, it's over. I mean, that was just an insane search and destroy coming out from Exclusive. They're looking pretty good. This is the confidence that we love to see. I've talked about it very much enough. I'm pretty sure people in chat will be fed up with me talking about it already. But again, when a team like this, when a team like Exclusive, we saw it from Kings Can early on, gets aggressive, you have to find a way to counter it, and we just didn't see it there. And that is something I want to see more of. I want to see these guys take away from this week. You know, you've got a few more days, you've got to get back into it and kind of learn from your mistakes. So they certainly will watch that search and destroy back and realize kind of maybe where they went wrong. But next up, it's going to be Control. And Exclusive yesterday were looking pretty darn good on Control. It is worth saying as well, Raid is one of their best Control maps, so they should be feeling pretty confident here.
Yeah, Ricey were able to take a Raid Control win too, so maybe an opportunity for them to bounce back here, but we kind of said that about the last map, and we saw how differently that turned out as compared to yesterday. So the difference of the opponent definitely makes a world of difference in this situation. It's going to need to be all hands on deck for this Ricey squad. It's not been a lot of consistency across the board. It's been either Sushi or Kahlo maybe having a good map, but nobody else making a huge impact, and they definitely got to elevate their game here. So we'll see what they can do. It is going to be Exclusive on the defensive side right here. Naturally, Ricey, first entry over toward that B side, but Shark slithering through the smoke right there, and he's immediately going to be able to shut down one. No progress to be found, and he's trying to get all the way pushed up to red.
Yeah, I love this from Exclusive. You know that if you're here on raid control and you lose control of B earlier on, you're going to be in a rough time of trying to hold A for an entire 2 minutes. They don't want that. So now just trying to burn some time off the clock. Ricey, what do they do about it? How long does it take to adapt here and make a rotation over towards A? They are trying, but Exclusive trying to put a couple of players inside the power position that would be bedroom. Those players are going to go down. Creed is still holding on towards the driveway side, but the adaptations are good here for Exclusive. They're sending players over towards A. They recognize that that's where Ricey are coming from.
Tude's able to land one to try to clear things out, but Caesar is there. Trey's back and forth. Rush is going to hold down Zig for the time being, and Neil gets some information. Rush is actually going to wrap back down toward driveway, and once again, the fact that we haven't seen any type of a B capture so far for Ricey, not a great sign. Obviously, they've been able to keep the lives even, but it doesn't mean a thing if you run out of time. But Sushi, big time kill right there. They get 3 players stacked up over on A, but one by one they fall. Kahlo able to find one to at least keep some progress and keep the clock stopped right here. As long as these guys are here, they've got to hope in this round, and they've been able to build that life lead pretty sizably right here. Creed's not going to be able to land that spray. Looks like they should be able to get A locked in, and without a whole lot of time to work with, they've suddenly made life in this round.
Yeah, this is why this is kind of difficult here on the defense on raid control, right? Because again, you kind of spawn so close to one of the offensive points regardless of where you're at. But now Exclusive do have kind of a mountain to climb, right? As you said, 6 versus 14 in terms of life. If it was like a 10 versus 18 situation, you'd have another set of respawns. It would be somewhat more palatable. This, though, is very difficult to pull off. You have to be pretty much perfect on the defense. We'll see whether or not they can get it done. Players approaching from all sides. Kalo, the first one from jungle. Viet gets taken down. Kahlo finds a second. Brinks also joining the party here for Ricey. And trust me, the party poppers are coming out pretty soon. Just down to Caesar and Shark. They've picked up some kills, a 2 versus 10.
And they get on the objective right here. So once again, the pressure onto Shark to make the play. And he's only one man up against the 9 for Ricey. Not going to be able to take him down. And strong start here for Ricey as they do the damage early, and definitely the strongest round of kills that we've seen out of them in this matchup period. Definitely the closest they've seen matched up against this Exclusive squad, and they've got a couple of operators ready to go if they want to get aggressive off the start. Tude's going to be able to land a nade right there. Caesar looking to get pushed up toward this laundry side, and I don't know that he saw Rush. He did indeed, so that's a big time kill, and that's going to clear out some real estate for them to hop on that B objective and get an early cap.
Exclusive very happy with this one. Ricey, how are they going to throw anything out? This is the question. How many kilotronics are going to be in the air? Yeah, Creed's going to fall to that one. It did look like it was going to hit on the minimap. Does that give credence here to a potential push by Kalo, who is chilling inside laundry? A hero play would be nice. He's just trying to think, get some players off guard that might be making their way through laundry and jungle for a flank. But B is gone. We talked about it at the start of the last round, 2 minute plus now for Exclusive to make their move. Carlo's going to bring down the street early on here. Big investment to stop any potential players making that flank.
And Tudes has made his way toward garage right here, so if Ricey can get another player over there, potential spawn trap opportunity, but he's actually going to opt to go toward top modern right here. That should be a freebie for him, and I think he's actually going for the execution right here. He's going to be able to take Creed off guard and maybe some redemption for them. Obviously, you got to keep an eye on the task at hand, and that's keeping A cleared. And we do start to see some of those operators come out. Sushi will invest the gravity vortex right here, but right now Exclusive have got kitchen locked down, and that's got to be the main priority for them.
Yeah, they're fully reliant on some crazy plays coming out from Carlo and Brinks, which, to be fair, Carlo is the player, if anybody, that's going to be getting these kills. He's already picked up one. War Machine now being vested by Creed, who actually doesn't get anything with it. Carlo's going to go down, but at the very least, they do shut down that War Machine before it can do any more damage. Ricey, though, now have to stop Exclusive, who are on the point. Shark just chilling through the smoke. They've just got to kind of fire some of those arrows. Brinks at the very least does find one and remove the players from the point, but there is nobody for Ricey inside bedroom, so Exclusive are now getting the closest spawns towards the point, and there are players here.
And nades go in through that window. Neil's going to be able to take down another, and both operators that were remaining have been taken out of the equation, so Sushi left all alone, 1v9. The exact same scenario that we saw last time around, and Neil will put him out of his misery as Exclusive tie things up once again. The offense takes the round, and right now looking like the task for these guys is to try to win with the least amount of caps possible, because based on the way this is going, they absolutely want to be going into the offensive side if we do see a final round.
Exclusive do get something out of that round. Shark has a Predator missile, so can use that later on if they do require it. Look at this from Ricey, though, coming right out of the rip. They deal with the 2 players that were by Paul's side, and here we go. Shark's going to utilize the Predator missile right now. Should send players in towards Money or in towards the Tiki, and no, the Predator missile doesn't actually get anything, I don't think, but Shark and Neil do. Investment from Neil. He brings out the Annihilator. I think it popped enough here that it did actually go all the way through and didn't get anything for it. That is so tough, but now it's okay for Exclusive. They've got players potentially coming on a flank, but they are being shut down.
And you got to be aware of Veer right here, as it looks like Exclusive are going to try to spawn trap off of this one. Sushi on the hunt, but not going to be able to find an angle. Some assistance from Kahlo as well, and they're finally able to take him down right there. So they do a good job of wasting some time. Now Ricey going to full send back toward that B side, but there's Creed to make the read, and he's able to find one. Repositions right here and might have an angle onto Kahlo as well. He does indeed. Neil does get the progress back on that Annihilator, so didn't lose out on everything right there. That's going to be big time as he's able to find 2 right there, and nowhere for this Ricey squad to go. Exclusive now here on the defense, taking care of business, and Ricey one last panic push over toward the A side, but they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, they've got players to deal with inside open stairs and by the money window as well. You've got to be careful of this, and Neil is continuing to apply pressure inside the spawn. He's distracting players from what would otherwise be a very concentrated attack. Sushi has to take some time to deal with those players, and indeed he does, but look at the positioning from Exclusive and look at the time on the board. There is nothing. Exclusive just wasted so much off the clock. They eroded it, and Ricey, I'm not too sure they got any progression at all there in that round.
There was one tick that they got, but obviously not really enough to make a difference there. And now heading into this one, we've got Exclusive going back to the offense where they've looked so confident in this one already. Obviously a huge difference in this one being Neil. Did not look great in the search and destroy, but the snipes have absolutely been connecting. 22 on the board already through these first 3 rounds. And Shark getting aggressive on the top side. This one starting to get ugly. He is going absolutely ham, taking down every single member, and he's trying to do even more damage and earn that final score streak in the Pred missile to maybe put them out of their misery.
Yeah, Ricey going to lose B regardless of what happens here, even if they invest any of the operators that they've got in the back pocket. Sushi, A2s, and Rushes all have them. And now I think is probably the time to use them. I know you really don't want to, but you have to make sure that Exclusive do not make this quick rotation over towards Nu. At least invest 1. That is happening. It's going to be Rushes who did have the equalizers, and Shark's going to shut him down. Now Veer, who wants a game on the basketball court, and it's a game I think that Ricey might lose. They're over here. Bullets going into him. Carlo trying to help out from the shoulder, and indeed he will pick up at least 1 kill, but Creed has penetrated the defense here. He's picked up the first kill. Purify from A2 is going to shut him down. Ricey, they stay safe for the moment, but the life disparity has grown.
And that's some decent value for Etudes, but 2 more operators going to pop right here. Kahlo and Sushi, what kind of damage can be managed? Zoning off a little bit right here to make sure that no Exclusive players can hop the objective. He's able to pick up 1, but I don't think there was any value found for that Annihilator, so now it's all down to Brinks. Can he find anything right here? They've got to get this life lead back in hand, but it's not looking good because the feed is all blue. Caesar's able to find 2. Veer's going to pop the equalizer as well, and now 0 respawns remain for Ricey, as it looks like this might be the end of the road for them in this one. A valiant attempt to find that opening round on the offensive side, but a 2v14 as Brinks will see his Sparrow slowly running out. And looking like only a matter of time as Exclusive are just dead set on finishing every single game with an execution.
Would be nice, wouldn't it? Someone in circle, please. Anybody? Surround him. Anyone seen Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom? Feels like that kind of thing.
Oh, he's trying to nade himself.
Kalo doesn't want any part of this. Ring around the rosy. Someone take him down, please. There we go, finally. And nobody ruin it, okay? This is a special moment for everyone. No! What are we doing? It's like infected. Finally, the execution goes through. Veer, I think, actually does cancel it. He steals it towards the end. Little tap to the nose there. Gonna take the players down. That was far from a tap to the nose, though, from Exclusive there. Oh, man. That was a nasty 3. I feel kind of dirty after. I feel like I might just go back to the hotel for a shower or something. Like, it's a horrible one.
That's the exclusive we expected to see. Obviously, Ricey did what they needed to take the series versus Antium yesterday, but it shows you that there really are levels to this competition, and exclusive are here to play despite the fact that there was a sizable amount of trolling that was happening. They were still blowing them out of the water on every single map.
Yeah, I can't wait to see exclusive, because this is a very clearly, confidently exclusive when they do get to play against the likes of King's Clan, against the likes of Omniscient, because they are looking so hot at the moment. And it just felt like, as we got into that game, right, there would be like the first half of the game where they were taking it seriously enough. They were looking pretty good. But then the second half of the game, when something happened, I don't know what it was. It was a Shark 1v3 in the Search and Destroy. In this one, it was, I don't even know what, the round number 3, where they just started to really take full control of dominant defense. They're just like, yeah, all right, we're just going to mess around now, and we know we're going to win either way. So, yeah, still looking pretty good.
I feel like maybe we got a little bit psyched out by day one because we had all these close matches. We're like, man, it's going to be like a super tight season of EU Masters, but the gap definitely starting to show itself through those first couple of matches. Obviously, we do have a couple more where teams have an opportunity to prove they've got the pedigree for that top 4 spot. But Kings and Exclusive, I would say, absolutely have proven that they are 2 of those 4 teams.
Yeah, we've now got 2 3-0s on the day, quite quick and decisive 3-0s, but that was at least a fun ending, I'm not going to lie. a little chuckle there.
I mean, I kind of just want to reiterate what Bobby said there. And I remember you guys saying, oh, you know, we get quite a few 3-0s in Europe. And I was like, wow, yesterday it was completely different to that, though. No, this is kind of what you were talking about, I think. And this was very, very one-sided as well. I did think it would be maybe a little bit closer than the previous series. If anything, it was worse. So, yeah, quite surprising. I thought Ricey would maybe offer a little bit more than that, but I don't know what this says about Zandium, to be honest. Is the problem. Yeah, really good performance from Exclusive, though. Just looked really solid across the board. I think, you know, me and Lauren were sitting in the green room, and I looked up for the first time, and it was like 70-1. I was like, oh, okay, right, we'll be done in 10 minutes if we want to get ready to go back up that. Really, really solid from Exclusive.
I think we are starting to see who will be the definitive top 4 who we could likely start considering and talking about when it comes to those challenge finals. But even if the gap from the top to the middle to the bottom is big, I think we will start to see that the gap at the top is not. And that's where things will start to get really interesting when we head into those finals, Bobby, because that's going to be a battle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Kings versus Exclusive. Realistically, Kings versus Exclusive versus Omniscient. And I'm hoping versus that Mont squad as well can be a good challenge. Obviously, Mont had some shaky points yesterday going up against Big, which is a team that I thought they were going to handle business against very, very easily. So they've definitely still got something to prove. But even with Omniscient taking the L yesterday, I think that they are definitely a team to be feared, given how closely they were able to play Kings down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see on the leaderboard now, both Kings and Exclusive 2-0 for their first week in the challenge. There's still 2 more matches on the day, which means some more opportunities for our teams to at least get a win in one of those columns. Omniscient being one of those next teams. You just mentioned they had that rough matchup against Kings. Still phenomenal for performance out of Omniscient, but now we get to see them go up against the likes of Big in our 3rd match of the day. And this could be what starts kind of leveling out that leaderboard for them, Brody.
Yeah, if the first 2 matches for were 3-0s, this one is probably going to be a 3-0 as well, to be honest with you. I feel like this is just going to be one of those days where we just like see some kind of leveling out, as you say. Like, I would be very, very surprised if Big come out here into this next matchup and win a map, to be honest. I'm trying to be confident about it, but it's just like, I look at it like this. If Omniscient were able to take King's Clan, who were the Season 3 champions, to a game number 5 yesterday, and Big versus Mont looked like they were really struggling in the first couple of maps, I would be concerned if they don't come out swinging, at least.
Yeah, it's on Omniscient to come out there and put in performance. But, you know, we had a couple of flurries, I want to say, yesterday from Big here and there. So it's not necessarily out of the question for some sort of maps, I want to say. But yeah, Omniscient, I know we'll be talking about it a lot more, but it is obviously their case to put themselves up towards that top end of the leaderboard with Kings and, of course, exclusive as well. Of course, Exclusive. That was a little bit harder to get out than I thought.
You got it.
I'll shut up. Okay.
You got it. You got it. You know, we're going to give you
Thank you.
A few minutes here to reset
need
because
it.
it's time for another break on the show. We are also going to give an opportunity to our players to get themselves set up and ready. Like I said, match number 3 right around the corner between Omniscient and Big. It should be a fun one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are halfway through day number 2 of the first week of the challenge season, match number 3, right around the corner here in the EU. In EU, I can't talk either. It's been 2 3-0s, quick 3-0s. We're trying to see if that trend will continue or if it will shake up with this next match between Omniscient and Big. We got to talk to Omniscient at the top of the day ton, and they sounded very confident.
And they should be. It was a really good performance up against Kings yesterday. There was a couple of occasions where they could have went to win the series. So they should be feeling good about this one. Big yesterday, we've seen, I want to say, maybe glimpses of something. Whether or not that was a team that could be in the top 4 or not is another thing. I don't think it is. Omniscient should be feeling confident heading into this one.
All right, we'll talk about these rosters a little bit. We heard from Gothilla earlier. They just have only 3 weeks under their belt right now. This is an opportunity for them to maybe work on some of those smaller things, Bobby, because maybe not as stressful a matchup here as they had against Kings.
Yeah, obviously one of the big talking points was their ability to close out those hardpoint matches. And I think especially against a squad like Big, like yes, you're going into this more with the idea that this is practice for how you should go up against the big dogs. But also keeping your eyes, even if it's not necessarily giving up a lead, you also don't want to allow Big to start to close those leads, because those are habits that you carry into those big matches when you are going up against the likes of Kings, against the likes of Exclusive. So they've definitely still got to lock things in here and play this exactly the way that they would any other top-tier matchup.
All right, any highlights from anything you noticed from the gameplay yesterday, though, on the side of Big here, Brody?
The standoff control was great yesterday. I think that was like the one big highlight, right? It was the one map they managed to take away from their opposition in Mont. And then even in the Gainer before, it felt like they'd actually started to find their footing. They were rotating properly. It was just the first 2 maps, I think, in which they were really struggled. They had 100 point clubbed versus Mont, and that's really not good. And that was down to just kind of failing to garner rotations. So if we can see more of map 3 and 4 Big here, they might be okay, especially in the control. The only problem is, I would say the control was where they win a map in the series, but standoff control from Omniscient was exemplary. So, I don't know. We'll see.
All right, well, then it will be interesting to see what happens when we get the picks and bans coming through, to see which maps the teams wanted and then which ones they allowed through for the opposition, because that could inform how some of this gameplay goes. As I say that, they are ready. Look at that. All right, kicking things off with those hardpoint picks there, Ton.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because for me yesterday with Big, at least, like, it felt like the slaying ability is there to a certain degree, and I think that's something that you absolutely need to have if you are going to want to go up against what is now one of the perceived big dogs in Omniscience. So if they can bring that level into the hardpoint, then you've always got a puncher's chance. But we've seen some good play out of Hacienda from some of these teams already. Looking over towards the Search and Destroy, Tunisia yesterday looked really, really good for Omniscient. I don't believe we've seen Express from them, though, so that's a query on that one. But realistically speaking, I don't think it matters too much what the maps are here. Standoff control coming in again, so that is actually another really good one for Omniscient. For me, again, you know, we've had this conversation so much. Not many of these teams go for the bans based on what you're playing up against. You just kind of do it for yourself, and that maybe is what we're seeing here from the side of Big.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we expected, especially given the fact that both teams looked really good in the standoff control. It's a little bit of an ego child, like, okay, which of us is the better standoff control team? Obviously, like we said, Omniscient did it against a much tougher team in the likes of Kings, so it's you got to give the edge to them, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea for Big to try to make that move, because that looked by far like their best map yesterday as well.
All right, well, those were kind of some nice thoughts on the picks and bans anyways from you two, which means I'm just going to send you straight on over to the other half of the studio. And Brody, I want to hear your thoughts while they get themselves ready to go.
It's not a bad map set, I'll say that much for Big. Again, you've got the takeoff hardpoint if we get to a map before. And we know, as we said, they played pretty well yesterday. And the standoff control is still going to be a question mark for me. It's whether or not they can pull off the same things they did yesterday against Mon, against a bigger target in Omniscient, or bigger, so we think. Again, it's quite presumptive. We're still early on in the season. But if they can do it, you know, hey, this still well might be a series, but it's those first 2 maps for me. I said I wanted to see a big start from Big. Will they do that?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens, but we get to find out here in just a few moments, because match number 3 is ready to go. So, Bobby, let's see how this one goes.
One thing that I do want to talk about is a little bit more big picture here, but so far in Europe, we have seen a very limited map set when it comes to especially the search and destroy, and when it comes to the hardpoint. We've seen a ton of Hacienda hardpoint. We've seen a ton of takeoff hardpoint. We've seen a ton of firing range search and destroy. And that's something that can potentially work when you're just within your region, but looking towards Sao Paulo Masters, you can't just have 2-3 maps that you can play in every single in every single mode, and that's something that's going to come back to bite you, especially with Europe being a region with something to prove. So I'm curious to see if we see some more expansion in the future, but obviously focusing on the match at hand, it's big with eyes on them to see if they can go big and take down who appear to be the giants in Omniscient, who had a solid start yesterday, and that's a pretty solid start with Saturn's finding 2 with the early nade.
And just while we go through the opening breaks, I kind of want to back you up on that point, especially for some of these top teams. You're going up against big if you're Omniscient. Is this a time for you to start testing out some of the stuff, or is it maybe a little bit early in the season for that as well, though? You know, you kind of want to establish where you are. It's not, it could be a potential banana skin for Omniscient, but, you know, we're putting a lot of stock in that performance up against Kings yesterday. Could they come out flat in this one? Are they as good as we think they are? That's a question they're going to have to answer in this game. Big may well not be the strongest of opposition that they will go up against, of course, in this league, but they're still going to be a tough team. They got through that open bracket to get to this stage. They will know what they're doing. Omniscient cannot underestimate them, and so far so good. It is a slender lead. And thinking about P2, it's already going to be Big, who are setting up there with 10 seconds to go. Omniscient now on their way.
Well, Gathilia was just on 0, but moved up to a 4 spree, so he's working on streaks right now. Omniscient bounced back after we saw Big take some early hardpoint control. It is going to be VAT set up in the top side of P2 ready to go. Lucky does not make the read right there. So even with a couple of kills in the feed for Omniscient, they will get taken down early off of P2. Narc's not going to be able to find that final kill onto Rondo, but fortunately for him, teammates ready in the top side of the hard point. We've seen a lot of P2 contest time in the games that we've watched on this map so far. Expect to see that be the case again. Crossbow kill does go through there for Omniscient, and no real progress right here, as it's been very, very back and forth P2.
It's always quite difficult with both sides of the stairs, isn't it, to get complete control. Very hotly contested. Yesterday, though, Big, I want to say, didn't look too bad on this map when we did see them. I believe we've seen them on this map at least. So can they continue to, well, be a problem for Omniscient? It's only 10-second lead now. Omniscient already on the rotation over towards P3, though, and this is the first time we're going to see a team with a decent enough setup. They will have time to get themselves in the right position. Gathilia now picking up 6, make it 7. The AR player coming on through. A little bit of scrap time being fought over by Nox. Now, is that going to impact him on the spawns that will come through? Yes, it will. You can see the closest spawn now coming through for Big, and that's going to be Starwrecker in behind enemy lines. Finds the kill onto Lucky, and now the rest of the big players can start to collapse, but you've got to win that gunfight. He manages to find one. Satins is the only one who can answer back, and what was looking like a good setup here for Omniscient. Big have completely broken it because of maybe some, I want to say, too hard aggression for some of the scrap time on the previous hill.
Yeah, that was a huge kill to be able to take down Gathilia right there. Trying to play cutoff man, but it's not really going to pay off. And Omniscient having a tough time locking down P3 right here. This is one that you've got to find good value on if you're going to be able to chain it over toward P4. Looks like Zak is going to have an opening up toward the top side. Rondo pops the equalizer right there. Doesn't realize a player slid past him, but I don't think either player realized, so that's the opening for Big, and they're going to be able to lock in some time over on P3 right here and get the setup toward P4. Absolutely beautifully played out of them, and they are going toe-to-toe with the Giants of Omniscient right now.
Yeah, we've seen a decent enough performance from Big yesterday in some of the hard points, or at least some moments. Can they continue to do so here? They're keeping things nice and close, and as we said, this P4 rotation looking a little bit more like it for Big. It is going to be Omniscient, though, who start to fly on through, and that was a real standout for this Big side yesterday, and what was a game of not many standouts. 15 kills to his name, Annihilators now out as well from him, so can he get something going? Wither gets taken down pretty much immediately, and that just seems to be what separates the cream from the crop when it comes down to COD Mobile, is the usage of the operators. Right now, Big not getting a lot of value, if any of it, out of their operators they just used.
And it looks like Omniscient are going to be spawning close right here. If you don't have control of the hard point, it's not a good spot to be, but if you do, it's going to allow reinforcements to arrive very, very quickly. They're going to remain on the hard point right here. Saturn's locks down the top side. Big Zaka doing his best to at least keep this contested right here, and they evacuate the hard point. 2 players in position to be able to take him down, and Omniscient finally able to get somebody back on there, but not really very consistent with their presence there. Would love to see them pick up more time given the control that they have. That's going to allow VAT to pick up 3. Big find the scraps right here and do a good job of mitigating the damage there on P4.
It definitely felt like Omniscient did extend that lead ever so slightly. It's now sitting at around 30, but with the control you had, you're very, very right. You would have expected that to be a little bit more, but I don't think they'd be too deterred by that. I think Big did a good job to try and combat against what was going on there. And as we head over towards P1 once more, where is the control going to be? Got to be thinking about the setup over towards P2, but the kill's starting to fly through now for the side of Big. It's Zaka who's going off where he can. And again, VAT really has been the standout. 21 kills to his name. And across the board for Omniscient, it has been a shared load, so to speak. Satins and Rasmo now starting to combine. That 30-point lead after the first rotation remains after 30 seconds over towards P1.
And Rasmo's just going to remain on the outside, trying to keep that hard point clear. Doesn't have any intention of getting on the objective, but he will have reinforcements there as Saturns arrives to lock in some hard point time, trade it out immediately. And we've seen a lot of this time, maybe a potential hole in the game plan for this Omniscient squad is not having enough flexibility to have those Slayer players get in positions to where they can get on the objective as well. It's allowed a lot of avenues for Big to get tiny amounts of scraps, but those scraps have absolutely stacked up. Omniscient does lock down the top side right here, but once again, nobody on the hard point. They finally get players in position, and with spawns starting to get pushed out a little bit, maybe an avenue, but once again, Big do a great job of keeping the hard point contested.
A lot being invested here by Big. War Machine is out. It's going to clear house as well. Big Zaka now just forcing them away. He is going to get taken down and doesn't actually manage to find a great deal of value from that. Raj is going to be able to find a kill. Nox is now invested in the equalizer here to try and get this final 30 seconds, and that may well just help out the turn on the Starricker as well. Fantastic work for Omniscient and really, really good operator moves coming in from Nox. Calling the spree immediately, wants to solidify this 18 seconds, doesn't hit a goddamn thing, but nonetheless, looking good for Omniscient. They've kept that to now about 40 seconds. A lot of investment there for late time from Gatila. I don't know if I love that investment in the Annihilator at all.
I definitely do not like that. Very odd timing, especially given how much importance these teams have been putting onto P3, so that's going to allow Big Zaka to get set up right here. He's able to catch Lucky off guard. Vat's going to invest Annihilator of his own. We'll see what he can do with it. Rasmo does get the claw set up in the top side, but Narc's locking in those inside corners. Not going to be able to win the gunfight, but Rasmo there. And finally, Omniscient, an opportunity to build on this lead, which is kind of stagnated to a degree. Rasmo, no angle from that top side, but the players on the inside of the objective doing the damage.
Omniscient just chipping away, aren't they? Just chipping away at left, right, and center. You look at the kill feed, and it looks as if it's relatively close, and it has been. You look at the kills, I mean, across the board, it's a pretty close game, but ultimately the important ones are falling the way of Omniscient. That lead starting to extend, starting to feel just that little bit more comfortable. 15 seconds to go here, heading over towards P4 in just a second. It's going to be a bit of a foot race. There is one player over there from both two teams. I say that as Starricker gets taken down. It's a quick transition over towards the next hill for Omniscient. That lead was around 30 after the first rotation. We've got one more hill on the second one. It's building towards 100.
We have seen a lot of rush pred missiles out of Omniscient that have not found any value. Obviously, you get the information there as well, but small mistakes that once again are going to come back to bite you against these tougher competition. Gathilia trying to control the mid-map with that Holger in hand, and they've just not been able to sniff him out. Nice little three-piece out of him. He's sitting on a 5, make it 6 right there. Nearly got a pred in a matter of seconds, and Saturns is going to be content to wait on the inside of the objective, but no big players able to get in position to contest. Finally, Omniscient getting things locked down and having those reinforcements on the objective to make sure you get every single second, and they have blown this one wide open.
Just seem to have gotten some sort of advantage and ran with it. It's looking so solid now for the side of Omniscient. That lead building. 15 seconds to go here on the second rotation, and Omniscient are going to be within touching distance. Last time around, the Annihilator investment for Guthila was not good at all, but it's already 2 in a row. Trying to make it 3 for this small amount of scrap time, just trying to solidify exactly where Omniscient wants to be. Really good shot on the Zaka before he does fall, but of course that is another investment from Big. At this stage, they need to make every single operator count as much as they possibly can. Heading over towards P1 again, Omniscient 20 seconds or so away. Big, a long, long way back.
And Omniscient still sitting back. That's 10 seconds. Nobody on the objective. They finally get hopped on. That's about the worst possible place you can call in an equalizer. Super exposed in the middle of the map. That's going to allow Big to clear things off once again. But Omniscient have done a good job of getting players back into those positions. This is going to be a hotly contested P1. Might not be able to close it out here as Big are doing a good job of remaining around the hard point. They do win a nice chunk of gunfights right there. So it looks like they might be able to eclipse that 100-point mark. But the bigger task to get another 150 points following that might not be quite as feasible.
And the problem is that it's kind of what you said, this 10 seconds of scrap time, they cannot let it go. So the P2 rotation, will it suffer? Well, not if you're finding all the kills. That's definitely helping out. Long distance coming in there to find two on Lucky and Nesmo. Fantastic work coming in from Big, but is it going to be enough to get themselves in a position heading over towards P2? Starwicker calling in the Predator missile. The kills starting to fly on through for Big Zaka as well. Big starting to show up, but is it too little too late, Bobby?
He slides under the pre-fire right there to secure the two-piece, and would have loved to see this effort through that second set of rotations where Omniscient were able to build as much of the lead as they were. Hardpoint does get cleared for a second, but Big, once again, not allowing them to get that final 15 points. They may not be covering any ground, but the bare minimum, making sure they've still got an opportunity in this. They've been finding big value out of their operators, as I believe that's Rondo finding at least 3. That's going to invest the equalizer. Obviously, once again, typically you would like to see these guys wait and invest them on a P3, but with how important it is that they do not give up a single second of time, I don't really hate it. Mirage is going to be able to connect for another crossbow shot, and somehow Big are still alive in this one.
They've done really, really well with their operators, where Omniscient, you know, they kind of had the fallback plan of we can just rotate, we can just lock this down, but they've lost all the gunfights over towards the next hill, and if you're Satins, you need to stay alive. For all that Big may have been outclassed throughout the majority of this game, they've got some pedigree about them themselves, though, haven't they? Some fight in this old dog at this moment in time. 5 seconds though for Omniscient. They've eventually found the break. They've eventually found the hole. Eventually they will close out map number 1. But Big try to bring that one back. And not too bad of a performance from them, considering how bad it was looking at one stage. It was still a 100-point difference towards the end. Let's give the credit over towards Omniscient. But things that I want to say got necessarily scary, but for a second Big looked like they were able to hang on a certain level. But is it just too little too late? You're seeing these moments and it almost frustrates you to the stage of like, where was that over the entire game?
I think once again, you gotta look back at that inability of Omniscient to close out hardpoint maps. We wanted to see them come into this, handle business from start to finish, and they didn't do that. Once again, in the mid game, they stumble pretty significantly, whereas they were in complete control for the entire rest of the game. And that's something that they have got to continue to work on, because once again, the likes of Exclusive and Kings are not going to be as forgiving, and you're not going to have as much breathing room to work with like they did heading into the final rotations of this one. So definitely still some work to do, I would say. Once again, we know they haven't been together nearly as long as the rest of those squads, but the fact that that is a very obvious, glaring issue for them is something that's got to be addressed sooner than later.
And I think, you know, to play maybe devil's advocate on that point in terms of Omniscient, you know, letting that one go, they were always in a steady spot though, weren't they? I suppose with 15 seconds to go, you're always still in that spot, but it's always the case of like, okay, well, Big have to do everything. They have to be so perfect here. We just need to be good for 10 seconds. So I suppose there is that mentality shift when you get to this stage, and you do see it quite often. I mean, we've seen it in the first series of the day, didn't we? I think it was Kings were above and beyond and so far away their opponent. In the last sort of minute or so, you did see somewhat of a comeback, but I think it's that comfortability of, we only need 15 seconds, let's look for the perfect moment. Still a decent performance, I want to say, though, from Omniscient, a good 100-point difference when it does come towards it, so I don't think they'll be too disappointed. But realistically speaking, we have seen some decent little spurts from Big, but almost to their credit, why is that again not happening more often? It feels like, you know, in terms of how the operators are used is solid. but is it at the right times on occasion? And for both two teams in that scenario, especially, you've seen Gothila pulling out the Annihilator for like 9 seconds or something like that. These are things that teams are going to have to brush up on if they want to do well internationally. It's just straight facts.
Yeah, and a lot of that I think is maybe a communication issue. Obviously, that's like a personal choice to call in the operators. But if you're also calming on when that happens, teammate can be like, nope, don't do it right now, not worth it. And once again, that's something that this team is going to continue to learn with. Is for most of the players, English is not their first language, and that's just a natural learning curve that they're going to deal with. But obviously, the talent is there, and if you can figure out the rest of it, they will be in a really good spot, assuming they're able to make it to playoffs. Handle business map 1, heading here into the search and destroy. We heard Gothila say that they feel like the search and destroy is their best game mode, so you definitely expect that they'll come out guns blazing in this one.
And I want to say they were really, really solid on the defensive side, Omniscient, up against Kings yesterday on this map specifically as we head over towards Tunisia. Gothila taking a few shots originally, and Mirage, we've seen him use this yesterday, the MK2 on fire and range, and putting it to good use already here. Very, very good start for the side of Big, but the kill starting to come on through for Lucky and Saturn's. Now 3 versus 4, but in the favor of Big.
Saturn's going to look to lurk through mid right here. Very, very split for this Big squad. It's one player on the flank. That's going to be Rondo. Has an opportunity to catch these players off guard, but that's Lucky on flank watch. Assuming that he probably heard that shot on the cross. Nope, maybe not. Just going to walk right back into it. That leaves Starricker all alone. Actually, he's got Vat with him to work as well, but Vat not going to be able to win the gunfight. Now he is truly all alone. Probably saw one player after the top side. Does get the information on the bomb planter right there, but the whole squad knows where to look, and Omniscient close out round 1.
Lucky was a real MVP here for Omniscient on the previous map up against Kings. And we were on Tunisia Search and Destroy, and a really big kill on the flank there. But I think, as you point out, like, why would you recheck that? I'm not 100% sure who it was. I want to say it was maybe possibly Rondo. Goes for the reach out on the sniper angle where Lucky is holding. Yeah, I don't fancy your chances. Omniscient find a round on the attack. It's about finding the picks over towards B by looks of things. Heavy investment from Big over towards A. We do typically see this strat coming out. Well, at least I've noticed from the small sample size of Tuscany that we see, you know, you don't really need too many players over towards that B side. You can get a sniper to lock that down, and it automatically becomes a very, very difficult push. So Omniscient's still trying to figure out what they would prefer to do. May well just play around Lucky, trying to find a pick here. Big Zaka pushed up very, very far.
Lucky definitely got the information on that. It looks like Zaka's going to be able to get away to the low ground. Rondo, nice little angle to hold. Make sure they maintain that mid-map control. Narc's going to drop. Saturn takes down Mirage, and that may be the opening that they need here on the B-bomb site. Looks like they're going to get aggressive, but trades go back and forth. It's 1-for-1. The bomb does drop, and it looks like that's going to force Lucky all the way back towards spawn, but Razmo, beauty of a quick scope to take down Rondo. And just like that, man, advantage back toward Omniscient. Vat hoping he can get somebody off guard on that lurk through the bottom side of mid, but it looks like no engagement opportunities so far.
And I think the thing is here, though, they know that Vat is over towards B. And if you're Razmo here, you already have the spawn. It's now time to close the net onto Vat, and there you go. Eventually it does come around to help his team out, who are now moving very, very quickly over towards that B-bomb site. Starricker maybe didn't have as much information as he would have possibly liked. Razmo ringing shots away towards him. That bomb will go down. And you got a feeling Starricker's life is just very, very short-lived in just a second. But good shots coming in over into Lucky. Survives and is going to get some of his health back in just a second as well. But the shots have already been solid. Saturn's here with the MK2. May well finish things off. But Starricker doing a good job at surviving. But only 25 seconds to go. Needs to get something done very, very quickly. And eventually the net will close. Omniscient 2 to the good.
And that was a little dicey for Omniscient. That was a gunfight that should have been dealt with a lot sooner, especially with the way Razmo chelled that. Not a whole lot of HP. Things could have gone wrong very quickly, but they are able to clean things up. They extend out to the 2-0 lead right here. And once again, going to be a somewhat split for the defense, but the offense very, very united right now. They full send on to A, but this could open an avenue for a flank right here for this big squad if they keep players alive. Mirage is going to drop. Same for Rondo, and only one left to defend right here. Starraker is going to be able to find one, but can't make it any more than that. So now they got to bank on this flank, and Lucky says, not today. That gets shut down as well, and that is calculated aggression out of this Omniscient squad.
Very, very well played, and as soon as they find that first blood onto A, they do not relent. Very aggressive for Omniscient, and it works out for them. We heard Cathila say that yesterday they were maybe a little bit passive on certain of the search and destroy rounds, maybe just a little bit scared at times. Didn't seem scared there whatsoever. Trophy system very quickly dispatched of, and all of a sudden Lucky and Co have got to slowly find this angle. Big Zaka rocking a hard play springs to mind. Rondo, not this time though, will find the shots on the Lucky, and they're solid at that. That may well just back down on Omniscient, but they've got numbers over towards B coming in through the mid. You got to hold tight here if you're big, and I mean, if you're VAT, you need to get over to help your teammates out very, very quickly.
Didn't think Saturns was going to have the read onto Rondo, but picks up the kill. We do see one go through for Big. Rasmo drops, but instantly traded out as Starraker, and once again, VAT left all alone. Only one kill to his name. Gatilla, bomb in hand, should be able to get it down over on B. And VAT might be able to find some timing, but not prepared for the slide peek out of Saturns as Omniscient continue to roll in this one.
And I just want to say, you know, I don't want to be too critical of them there, but you look at VAT, like, chilling over towards A, just making sure nobody's coming through that way. There's plenty of action going on over towards B. Sometimes you've just got to move. You've just got to get over there to help your teammates out, because right now Omniscient are running through Big. And then Spot now coming on through. Is this going to set up over towards the A side again? That would have been a really good first blood for Lucky to pick, but all of a sudden you do have Mirage in a tough spot to deal with. Cathila just above him, looking to try and find the picks themselves. Trophy system stopping any sort of utility coming on through, but Satins with the shots. Big Zaka is dealt with on the flank. And is this now maybe going to be a change around for Omniscient? No, they're still going to go over towards A. They find a kill on the flank and they commit to A. The bomb is already down. VAT finds two though, and here come the reinforcements coming in from Big if they can. Nox is trying to survive in towards the Archers. Now all of a sudden it's Satins going up against Starraker 1v1.
He's able to pick up a sniper, so if he over-aggresses at all right here, should be able to make him pay, but he actually wraps back towards spawn. That should leave Saturns guessing the longer he goes without seeing him right there. Not sure if he meant to take that shot, but may have given away an audio cue off of that as well. And it looks like Starraker just going to go prone with eyes toward the bomb and put the pressure onto Saturns to make the play here. He may very well have the flank read on this one, as Starraker makes his way over toward the bomb. Yet to be retrieved. Maybe a little bit of a stalemate right here, as Starraker's going to stay tucked away in this quarter and put the pressure onto Saturns to make the first move.
Is he going to expect it? 30 seconds to go. Got to check your corners. Does check his corners, and Starraker gets gunned. It's the drop shot coming through. What year am I in? 5-0 now to Omniscient. It's a big round, that one. That Big would have loved, to be honest with you. Turn it back to 4-1, but 5-0 down now. A tough spot to be in. Omniscient still on the attacking side, but if you're Big, that one's got to hurt.
That's 10 kills now for Saturns through 5 rounds. Putting in absolute work. Mirage doing everything he can to hold off these aggressive pushes, but why are we sliding out like that? Making it easy as can be for Saturns. Utility goes out. Rondo's going to be able to find one, but instantly traded, and Omniscient have just been there every time they've had the man advantage. So many predictable spots, as Big have just not shown many different looks on the defensive side. And once Omniscient got the read, there didn't seem to be any hope. Rasmo hits the quick scope there, and now down to a 1v4 for Big Zaka. Not meant to be, as the snipes are on point. And Omniscient looking like they're on their way to a 7-0.
I honestly absolutely hate the play from Mirage. I'm not going to lie. To go up towards on top of the scaffold, you know there's a player going to just be pushing you from top castle. It's such a difficult one to have to deal with. You've got to look in so many different directions. It's just not good spots to be in. A tough one to take, and then all of a sudden Big now onto the attacking side, and it's looking like B is going to be where they set their sights. Smokes are plenty, so that is going to give the cover away from Lucky Sniper, which has been so deadly in this position. Starraker now trying to find a push through. The first kill going to go through. It is going to be Cathila to get taken down. Rasmo's there to answer back. Rasmo's there to answer back again. That's bomb down. 3 versus 3.
I can't remember the last time Rasmo missed a snipe. Good Lord. He's just mowing them down right now. Rondo able to find one right there. 2v2 Rasmo finally opts to make the switch to the pistol. Saturns does the rest, and that's the 7-0. I believe the community has decided to call that getting LG'd after the World Championships, and Omniscient handle business as they now look toward the control.
Very, very solid performance from Omniscient, but we never really seen anything from Big there, did we? I mean, there was 1v1. Other than that, though, dominance from Omniscient. And back to what Cathedral was saying in the interview, S&D is where our bread is indeed buttered. And that was very, very good from Omniscient. Just solid across the board. Defensively, we only really got to see one round, but yesterday they were fantastic on that. The snipes were on point, the picks were solid, the awareness very much top tier. And I think that was maybe the straw that brought the camels back from Sands, wasn't it? When he finds that kill to kill that round off, to make it 5-0, 4-1 different scoreline. Maybe you can find a couple of rounds, you get a couple more stabs in the attack to show us what you can do. But what Satins can do is, well, not die. 13-0.
13-0.
7-0 on the scoreboard. Very, very big game from Satins. We won't see many of them this season.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember the last time I saw somebody not die at all in the search and destroy. That's quite a stat line, and obviously heading now into the standoff control, we felt like maybe that was the one mode where Big would have a chance, but the confidence has just got to be absolutely out the window after that.
Yeah, non-existent. You would think. Standoff coming up in a second as well. And how good Omniscient looked on this map yesterday. I mean, look, at the same time, Big looked fantastic too, but we haven't necessarily seen that slaying power being as proficient this time around for the side of Big. It hasn't looked as big of a weapon as it did yesterday in their game. We are definitely seeing the difference in the top teams and the lower teams here today. We're kind of starting to get a theory of where everybody's sitting. We can only kind of sort of, well, theorize to a certain degree. After Omniscient's game up against Kings, I almost said win. It felt like a win in a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
You know, after their game, we had high and lofty expectations. They're kind of proving that they do belong with these top teams at this moment in time. I know Big aren't necessarily the strongest of opposition, but the way they are dealing with them so far, irrelevant about how the end of the hard point went, it was still solid enough. An absolute statement of a search and destroy. And now heading into a mode where they absolutely dominated one of the best teams in Europe. We're heading into control. This game could be over very, very quickly.
Yeah, Big have got to not allow that to affect their mental and still stay aggressive right here, because that was really the one thing that they had going for themselves in the control yesterday whenever we saw them, but it's going to be the complete opposite. Omniscient full sends it through the middle of the map. They have every angle covered off the bat right here, and there has been zero response. 5 kills off the start for Omniscient, and instantaneously Big completely trapped, nowhere to go, fish in a barrel. That's 8 kills off the bat.
Where's the communication? You know Nox is in the barn. You've got to get rid of him. You can't get across if you want to try and defend over towards B. If Nox is in the barn, eventually Vat will deal with him. And Vat will get dealt with himself. Lucky finds the kill. There is B gone in the blink of an eye. Omniscient 7 kills to the good, and Big, well, they have at least gained some sort of control. And Mirage now with the crossbow takes down Rasmo and Nock. He wants to try and get rid of him if he possibly can. You need that back alley control if you possibly can. Starricker will find 2. So a momentary lapse for Omniscient. The shots in from Satins, though, just continue to be so crispy. Air control now belongs to them, and they're looking to try and put the nail in the coffin of this round. Big here to say, though, for what was a terrible start to the control, they have regained some map presence at least.
Yeah, honestly impressive that they've been able to get the life count as close as it is, because that looked like it was about to be a 27-0 with the amount of momentum that Omniscient opened that one up with. Phenomenal regain out of this Big squad. I believe we saw one player sitting on a 5-3. That may have been Rondo, who just got shut down. And once again, that's going to allow the Omniscient players to advance up toward that spawn point. Big Zaka still yet to pick up a kill. There's his first one on the board. If he can get going, actually an opportunity where Big might have a chance in this one as they shut down a couple more. Mirage is there to do some damage, but still -4 lives. And Omniscient very close to this A objective.
Yeah, it's felt like Big have kept somebody alive over towards the back alley, and Kebab, that's kind of where you need to keep some sort of presence, because you just don't want to be flanked well, you can flank every single time, and if you're Omniscient, you don't want to be at all. That was the first time Omniscient had got out the spawn in quite some time. Now the lives are dead even. This was looking like Omniscient were just going to run through Big, but this moment in time, 6v6, 6v5, Big just about take the advantage here for only a second, and Satins was taking his time for the kill. 6v4.
he ends up paying for that one dearly as they're now down 3 lives. Coming off of a round where they were 8-0 off the start. 1 player remains. Narcs 1v4 right here. The round has completely fallen apart for Big. And he's not only got to find those kills, but he's also got to worry about the clock here on the offensive side. Really has to hope that somebody gets over aggressive, and Mirage will do that, but he'll do it with a crossbow to find the kill. And Big find I would say at that point, a miraculous round given the start that we saw.
And I want to say that on Omniscient, what they did wrong there, from my perspective at least, a brilliant opening break, absolutely fantastic. But then once they got a hold of B and then they lost a wave of kills, they went very staggered. It was 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Sometimes you just have to take your time on control. I think the problem on this one though, and the kind of the double-edged sword with that, is that you can get spawn trapped. So you want to get out as quickly as you can. And maybe that was just on their mind a little bit more than it needed to be. Big with a good opening run here, to be honest with you, to try and get a hold of something. Sands, though, just so quick with this SMG. Can't quite get it done up against Mirage, and they will eventually clear them out, but it's been a good start from Big on this attacking round. Omniscient with some work to do.
Still positive in the life count. Vat not going to be able to cross right there. That allows Gathilia to get aggressive right here and finds at least one with the Annihilator. Razmo spins around to find another, and Starraker's there for the trade. The investment of the operators right here going to be crucial as Vat pulls out his Annihilator as well. And neither team able to do a huge amount of damage. Narcs is going to invest the Equalizer. He gets shut down. And we've seen a lot of wasted utility, but Omniscient at the bare minimum have been able to get that life lead back in their hands.
Oh, big kills coming in from Sands. And if he can get it top Grandmas here, this is where things become a big problem for the side of Big. Razmo just lining them up off the respawn. Lucky is there to further cement the position that Omniscient are in, and this is looking very solid now. Not a single point captured, not even a single segment coming up from Big, and finally they get themselves onto the scoreboard in terms of these kills starting to ring in, but the damage is already done. Surely it is. Razmo, Lucky starting to combine, only 2 players left from Big, and for all that it was a close one in the previous round and a really good comeback from Big, the difference between these two teams in this round was rather large. Saka left on his own now in a 1 versus 10, no time to push towards the point. And I think, and I don't want to be overly critical of teams here, but Omniscient, they initially put a lot of operators into that. And at one stage, I think they were up by like 15 lives. There was 5 or 6 left for Big, and I see more operators being brought in. That sort of stage is where you've got to temper your expectations and just sort of say, okay, well, we don't need that. We should be confident in our own ability. We can keep them in this spawn. They choose to use a couple more, so will that come back to bite them later on in this game?
We'll see, as the Equalizers do come out early for Rondo, and he's able to take down 2 before the trades come through. Razmo's going to opt for an early investment on that Pred missile. That'll get him some information. Not a lot of kills to be found, but Rondo on the inside is not going to be able to win that gunfight, and Omniscient do win the openers right here. Mirage applying that pressure towards spawns. He's got to be dealt with if they want to find an easy avenue toward the objective. It looks like Saturn's with a vehicle explosion right there to take down Rondo to do some additional damage. And it is going to be Starraker, Mirage, Vat all dropping right there. And finally, a little spree to allow Omniscient onto that B objective.
We've seen this before though, haven't we? A nice early break from Omniscient, a push over towards B. That works out well, but you couldn't quite close the round. A big investment coming in here from Big Zaka himself. Can't quite get more than 2 kills with the War Machine, but eventually will clear them off the A point just in time before it does get taken. So that timer now starts to tick again. They have got themselves set up very well in the middle of the map here, but not quite putting the pressure on they would probably like to try and get that spawn trap up and running. So Lucky has been able to find a way out. Now inside the point, getting those ticks over towards A. But again, really good play from Big there. They don't force it to try and get a hold of that spawn trap. They just take their time. They sit back, they wait. The lives very even at this moment in time.
We've not really seen any big value out of the operators outside maybe that claw that Razmo is able to spawn trap Big with to go ahead and end the round. I'm curious if these teams start to get a little bit more calculated as we get closer and closer. But right now, we do get 1 player hopped onto the objective. That is going to be Saturn's. And 1 player on the inside of Factory as well. Nobody really looking to contest right there, as it seems like Big are almost content to give up the objective for free. That's not the one that you want to give up.
It almost feels like they're in the position of where they know they have a lot of players from Omniscient in a good spot to deal with, so they don't want to step back over towards B, but now they can start to make their move back over towards it, but they have allowed Omniscient to get themselves in a good position to maybe do something about this round. That clock is still being stopped, and 2 players on this point. B is looking like it's gone, and it is. That timer extended. Players just dropping left, right, and center. Gadila, the centering, so good. 3 in a row, and that might just be the round. Make it 4 from Gadila. And A, now looking like it could have been captured, but it's a fat nade out of absolutely nowhere from Starricker. Trying to survive in the back is Nox. 3v4, Pred Missile in. It's all going on now. Gadila with another kill. 4 versus 2.
Throwing in everything but the kitchen sink right there. Big with still an opportunity to take this one. Gathilia's gonna throw up the Hunter Killer as well. Will Big have the information as Zaka able to get taken down right there? And with players hopping the objective, just not enough people alive for Big to do anything about it. But once again, very, very costly round. Multiple operators, multiple score streaks sent in. There are still 2 operators remaining for Omniscient right here. So they have an opportunity to close it out before it heads to a round 5. Not sure what the tick captures are looking like, but I would assume they go the way of Omniscient based on the way that they ended that round.
Yeah, 100%. The attacking side is looking very, very solid for them. And this defensive side, they found themselves in such a good position over and over again. They really, really did punish Big every single moment that they were stuck in their spawn. Gathila, if he can stay alive here, will be absolutely massive for the Omniscient team, but all of a sudden, he is going to get pressured. Arrow being used over towards that side as Rasmo will find 2, but just continuing to put this pressure on. And for all that pressure, though, Big are not down on the live count. So accurate with that lucky. Phenomenal work. And then just throws his life away. Big very much still in this one. Omniscient haven't been able to find themselves in a position to really punish them.
Would have loved to see Narcs play that equalizer a lot more passive. Everybody on that Big squad was sitting back and waiting for him to push out of blue. An opportunity for the entire squad to push forward and enact the spawn trap. And instead, he gets over aggressive, doesn't make anything out of it. And that's definitely a win for Big if you can find one from that defensive side. It's going to be Vat popping the Annihilator. He's able to find 3 already right there and still going with it. Rondo's going to pop the Equalizer as well, and they're going to be able to find big value. They've got to get on the objective, though. Only 9 seconds remain right now. Gathilia, force back right here. Big finally get players onto the objective, but they've got to keep them alive, and Narcs is being pesky with the spawn trap. Mirage, Claw on the top side. They're going to be able to shut down another as well, and they remain on that objective as the lives get closer and closer. It's actually growing in the lead for Big right here as they've thrown all their operators in, and the Claw shots connect for Mirage. Now 5 lives to 10. No respawns remain for Omniscient. We may be on our way to a round 5.
Oh, this is huge, though, because Big need to stay on the A point. They get wiped off it, but only momentarily. Now Vat is all on his own over towards B, but A is captured. That's bad news for Omniscient. Now 3 versus 8. The call's being popped, though, by Rasmo, and I'm not sure about that. I don't know if he tried to pop it just to get this round continuing, but it's not going to work out. Gathila now left pretty much on his own because Satins is here as well, but not going to happen. Big find that round. And it just feels like every single control is just fumble after fumble from all these teams, to be honest with you. In the end, Big will get the round, but Omniscient, it just seems as if they had that one on lock, and all of a sudden, Big find a way out, and they just don't relent.
Fortunately for Omniscient, they will start on the defensive side right here, and that's absolutely been the strong side between these 2 teams. Gathilia gets aggressive right there, takes down 2. Annihilator gonna get popped instantly. If he can go big right here, they can end this one quickly. That's 8 lives to 0 off the bat. We've seen that before, but it wasn't in the same scenario as Gathilia. Cannot be stopped right now. The Pred has been earned, and 10 life make it 12 advantage already. Players spawning out for Big. They're trying to find an avenue, but the Pred from above does some more damage. 13 lives up already.
Phenomenal work from Omniscient. Big only momentarily saved by a spawn out over towards the back alleyway, which has actually allowed them to find a route out. So maybe the push from Omniscient was a little bit aggressive, but has the damage now been done? Well, so if you look at the kill feed, it absolutely hasn't, because all these kills starting to come back from Big now. Omniscient needs to fight back. It feels like they get a lead and they're just like, you know what, screw it, we'll throw it away. Every single time. Mirage will find 2. Rondo will find 2 of his own. And now it's just been broken wide open, and Rondo ain't missing. Omniscient have got this back down to 5. How on earth were they in that position and looking so good to potentially throwing this one away? But still, a lot to be done here from Big. Nox will find an easy one onto Zaka, but still, that time has been stopped. Big on the A point, getting a lot of good work done.
A capture starting to go through right now for Big, but they've got to make it happen quickly before those respawns run out. Narcs, the big two-piece, one for Lucky, and there's the equalizer. Should be able to find the final kill right here. Unfortunate that it looks like Zaka, a last-second disconnect that was maybe what Omniscient needed to avoid that comeback. But man, did things look dicey there for a team that had opened things up with an early 13-life lead.
And that is sometimes the worry, isn't it? When you do go into these control games, you can have these streaky moments. You push teams back into that spawn, but as soon as they get out, because everyone's pushed up, if you lose a couple of gunfights, all of a sudden you're coming off the respawn, you're far away, and then you're kind of on the back foot a little bit because of just map control. We talk about so much in terms of real estate that you have on that map. You want to be pushed up past that halfway point if they're attacking team. And if you don't win a couple of those gunfights to keep them in that spawn trap, you are in danger of losing quite a bit of map control, and that's what happened on a couple of occasions there for Omniscient. I think, honestly, yeah, they looked the more tidy, I want to say, throughout that control. They looked the more, well, in control. But realistically speaking, they still have some things to tidy up on in terms of the control gameplay. Just tempering it sometimes, using some of their operators in moments where you didn't really need to. Bit of a weird one.
It was definitely a weird one, and once again raises a little bit of a question of their ability to close out games, because we saw multiple rounds right there where they have these huge leads, and I don't know if it's they have the life lead, so they stop calming, and then because they stop calming, they start losing their gunfights, whatever it is. But that's something that's absolutely got to get tidied up on. And you look at the stat line, obviously Gatalia had some crazy feeds with the Annihilator, and that was a big reason that they were able to close that one out. Honestly, if maybe you get a little bit more of an effort, or not even an effort out of Big Zaka, it honestly just looked like maybe there's some connection issues on his end. Maybe if he's a little bit more in the game, that could be a different outcome.
All right, well, the performance that Omniscient was hoping for, at least here, Brody, as they now at least go 1-1 for the first week of the challenge.
Yeah, I think we expected a 3-0. I will say, just like yesterday in Big's matchup, Big's previous matchup, excuse me, they had a fight. You know, they had some right decisions being made across all of the maps, but Omniscient, yeah, I mean, they were still going to come out on top, especially with the standoff control. That was the map that they probably would have wanted, and they played it extremely well. They played it significantly better, I would say, just on the whole, than Big. Omniscient will be feeling really, really confident, I think, after that game.
And now we have one more game to close out the day. This one could potentially be the closest out of everything we've seen so far. We've mentioned it a few times throughout the day. If you're just joining us, match number 4 is going to be Nexus versus Mont. Bobby, tell me why I think this one could be a little back and forth.
Mainly just because of the way that Nexus played up against Exclusive yesterday. The stat lines weren't necessarily close, but when it came to the search and destroy, there were a lot of rounds that were super winnable that just came down to tiny decisions. And then coming into the control, obviously, Nexus were able to win a round, and the fact that they're able to do that and keep the majority of the rounds that they lost fairly close as well gives me a little bit of hope that they can put up a solid fight right here up against the likes of Mont, who struggled more than I expected that they would up against Big.
All right. Well, we've got all 3 matches now in the books. It's time to start preparing for our 4th and final match of the day, which means for us on this side of things, it's time to send you to another short break so you guys can have a little bit of time to reset. Our players can get themselves ready. Our casters can get themselves a few minutes of rest before we dive into the final match of week number 1 of this challenge season. So like I said, quick break. When we return, Mont versus Nexus to close things out.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's time for our last match of the day and our last match of week 1 here in the Challenge Season 4 EU when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. This should be a fun way to close it out. What we're talking about is this matchup between Nexus and Mont. If you're just joining us, you're managing to catch this last match of the day. Ton, tell me your thoughts on this one.
Well, this one shouldn't be a 3-0. I don't think so, at least. You know, every other game so far has had a clear favorite. We kind of understood where it's going for. But for me, looking at this one, yeah, okay, a lot of people look towards Bond, but Nexus didn't look too bad yesterday at all.
All right, I think this is one of those things where we were talking about how potentially we'll be looking at the bubble, right? The bubble for the top 4, who's going to be making their way through to Challenge. If we can see a Nexus that has learned from their match against Exclusive, moves forward, and then does well up against a team like Mont, who I think a lot of us are considering to be a potential up in that top 4, Nexus could be a little dangerous here, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you say, we've been talking about a lot of teams. I think we've had conversations about Omniscient. We've even had conversations about Mont. I think maybe we haven't talked enough about Nexus after yesterday. They've been looking really, really good. Yes, again, it was a 3-0 versus Exclusive, right? Or against Exclusive, but still, it was a pretty close 3-0. It was like 250 to 222, I think it was, in the hard point, a 7-3 search and destroy, and a 3-1 control. And it was just small errors, I would say, right, that really kind of costed them. You look towards the control, for example, and, you know, not getting players out from a potential spawn trap situation, search and destroy, some maybe bad positioning. If you fix those mistakes, you know, again, not only did you do that versus Exclusive, but now you've got a much better chance against teams like Mont.
And you had mentioned it before the break as well, Bobby, too. There were also some small mistakes on the side of Mont. Maybe you had hoped, I think everybody hoped they'd be a little bit more dominant, so they can fix those mistakes and then be even better up against Nexus, or it's something that maybe Nexus has learned from and will be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, I would say the big thing for Mont is they need more SMG presence. Obviously, the ARs were very, very dominant yesterday, but when you get to that standoff control, you need your SMGs to be firing on all cylinders, and that wasn't really the case, and they struggled as a result of it. So a lot of it, I think, is going to come down to the map picks and bans as to whether or not there's any chance for Nexus to take a map off of them. I think realistically, Mont are the stronger team, but I think Nexus, depending on what maps we end up seeing, can give them a really solid fight.
All right, well, let's get them pulled up here, see what they are working with, because those picks are ready. All right, we're starting off with Takeoff here, Ton.
Takeoff and Hacienda.
You all did the same thing. You all did the same
Arsenal didn't even get banned. That's interesting.
And they didn't go for it? All right, okay. Well, then we get Express and Fire Range. Again, like pretty standard across the board. And I think, you know, we were kind of having the conversation to take us in a small segue in terms of, like, you know, teams are going to have to start playing some different maps. You're going to have to widen your map pool, but maybe week 1 isn't the time to do it. But we get a map 3 raid control, so maybe something a little bit different.
Yeah, like the raid, I think, is going to be a really interesting one. I will say the Express, again, we did see that yesterday between Exclusive and Nexus, and Nexus just got destroyed, I think, in terms of the initial pushes, right? Every time we saw those initial pushes coming out from Exclusive, they won them like 90% of the time. I think if they can kind of learn from that and be a little bit more ready for teams to push them on the offense, I think they'll actually be okay on that map. So I'm kind of interested to see kind of what that one looks like versus Mont.
Okay, all right. I'll send you guys on over to the other half of the studio so you can set up for the last match of the day. Bobby, I want to get your thoughts on this one.
I think as far as the hard point, I still got to lean the direction of Mont, even though it's not Arsenal. The Takeoff is very AR-oriented, and it's one that we've seen them handle business on before. I do also like for Mont the fact that they're able to get raid in there as opposed to standoff. Once again, a little bit more long range. The Search and Destroy I do think could be interesting, though, because they didn't look phenomenal there in their matchup yesterday, and that's one that I'm assuming is probably a Nexus pick because we're seeing it back-to-back days for them. Obviously, they were not able to take down Exclusive, but in the rounds that they were able to keep close, they didn't look too bad, and I believe the final life count was not all that bad for a 7-3 loss anyway. So that's one where I'm anticipating they could potentially extend the series.
All right, I love it. I love it. Well, it's time for the final match of the day, Mont versus Nexus. This one should be a good way to close out the week. So let's get into it, guys.
Alrighty, we're looking for not a 3-0 here, please. Something competitive. We got a lot of competitive matches yesterday, mate. It's been all 3-0s all throughout the day. I've been enjoying the Call of Duty that we've been seeing, but I would just like a map 4. Something tasty.
Yeah, just give me something.
When the day.
Just give me something back. That's what we want. Like, you know, for all that, you know, we can accept there is a lot of teams who are looking really, really strong. We haven't really seen too many close maps either. Just some close maps will be good. Honestly, give me a 250 to 230. Give me a 7.5, something along those lines. Okay, we've seen one close-ish.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just saw the end of the control, which is around 5.
Yeah, I know, but it was a weird one. It was a weird
That's
one.
fair.
I felt like Omniscient were just like, you know what, you want 2 rounds, you can have them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, regardless, we've got to take off hardpoint. This one is relatively close, just given kind of the nature of the map, right? You've only really got one set of rotations that is really dangerous, and you can garner a big lead off, and that is, of course, P3 to P4. Not the greatest start coming out of the rip from Daytail. I think he just naded himself coming off. Not where he wanted that nade to go. Not the greatest start to this game, but it is Nexus going to be striking first here on takeoff.
We had some name changes. What was Lydia's tag yesterday? I want to say it wasn't this.
Yeah,
it was like, what was it again?
Oh, God, hang on. You're testing my brain.
Yeah, well,
testing my brain.
You know, somebody has to.
Yeah. It's not that good, mate. It is Lydia anyway, and Lydia is very, very good. I'm really happy that she's on this squad. Lydia is a player I don't think we really talk about enough, because I think a lot of people talk about Daytail or Jay right as kind of the players to watch from Mont. Lydia is actually very, very good, and so I'm really excited to see what kind of she brings to the table here for this Mont roster. It's a pretty good start overall from them. Lydia are now on 4 in a row. Daytail also getting into the mixer here on P1, looking over towards those P2 spawns where they know Nexus will be. Vast majority of the gunfights being won here by Mont. They'll be very happy with the time they walk away with from P1.
Yeah, you 100% take 32 seconds off P1 every single day of the week. And now for Nexus, well, it's an opportunity over towards P2 to try and get some points on the board yourself. Nice little setup here. They've stretched it out a little bit. You can see where Korea's setting up as well. Not too bad of a spawn, but you've got to find these gunfights towards this front side. I think it was actually Legacy who was in a position to find a couple. Doesn't find anything more than one. And Lydia now through the window finds 2 good kills as well. Mont breaking through far too easily for me to kick things off. And if that's an indicator of how this one's going to go, we'll be over nice and quick. But Nexus, can they find a way back into this one as Mont find a breakthrough?
Mont looking for it. Going to go up construction will be Etsy. Going to really, I'd imagine, trying to time this with Lydia, but no, doesn't even need to. Finds both of those kills. Goes for number 3. Denicio will deny. Now the flank from Daytail, something we don't often see enough, as Daytail not going to win out that gunfight anyway. Big kill coming out from Legacy. Now Fahim trying to line him up. Oh, nicely done. Lines him up, knocks him down so easily. But again, those close spawns in effect for Nexus. It won't be long before they're right back in the mixer.
And this is the push you really want to see from GSA, just to spawn them out a little bit further. But, you know, for all the rotation, the spawns were there for the Nexus for the majority of the time. I think Mont kind of limit that damage to a certain extent, still in the lead as we head over towards P3. They are the ones with the more benefit of the spawn, and well, okay, yeah, they're whacking out the claw as well, so this is definitely going to help things around, in and around the hard point. He will eventually fall, though, inside of it. No, Fahim is actually still going, firing it all off in each and every which way he can. Daytail is there to help him out. These are really big fights that need to go the way of Mon. They were the ones who sacrificed that spawn time, they sacrificed the scrap time. They went for this rotation. They need to lock it down. A lot of these kills go in their way, but they haven't even been able to get complete control until that moment.
Yeah, I will say the one thing is here, you know, Mon, get these kills and they get close spawns as well. Fahim continuing on, I think it was a 4 or 5 spree there. Big kills coming on through. Not going to get the streak though. But regardless, yeah, close spawns from Mont, just giving them a lot of time here. 20 seconds left now. Daytail thinks now's the time to use the equalizer, and only 1 kill. Not a lot of value, but guess who does have value? It's Kree on the other side, gets a double with the Annihilator, is finally going to get shut down, but takes a precious 5 to 10 seconds away from Mont here. But look at the rotation ton. Nexus, they want P4.
And one thing I just want to point out on that one, actually, Nexus had a player Legacy spawn behind Mont, so maybe Mont pushed out just a little bit too far. Pops the equalizer, finds 2, and that broke things open to allow Nexus to limit Mont to, well, only a 40-point lead now. It was sitting at around 10, so it is pretty much a dominating point from Mont, but it could have been a lot worse had it not been for those spawns coming in from Nexus. But now the fight over here towards P4, Denicio with the War Machine lining them all up. That's going to be 3, but it's 1 right straight back at him. Fahim combining with 2 kills alongside the War Machine out from Jayce, who's found another himself. Mont start to gain some sort of control, a bit of a stranglehold on this game now. Things starting to go their way. 35 seconds to play for here. Mont in a demanding and a complete dominating position.
Yeah, the thing is, right, in Mont, they know exactly where Nexus is going to be spawning. It's very predictable, so can just kind of fire down that one particular line of sight. And that's exactly what was happening with the War Machine, but now they're broken through. Jayce going to fall as well. Trades galore, still in favor of Mont, though. This lead starting to grow to a rather daunting level, isn't it? Nexus still sitting on the 48 that they garnered since the couple of points they managed to grab off P3. Legacy trying to make a flank effect happen, but it will not. Through the front of the hill now come a couple of players from Nexus. Can they do anything? Kree does fine too, but Lydia has the final say. Big time coming out there from Mont. That was a dominant kill, an early break of a rotation that Nexus really did need to win.
Yeah, 40 or 50 seconds on the board there for Mont as we head into a second rotation of hills. It is a hefty lead. Not one that's insurmountable for Nexus, though. They will find a couple of kills here over towards P1, but look at the spawns. It is going to be Mont closer towards that P2. If they can keep a hold of these heading into that hill in the next 45 seconds, they will be more than happy. But they would like to pick up some decent time. They picked up 35 seconds or so over towards P1 in the first rotation of hills, which is the hardest time to do it. You know, when we're both 50-50 in there, then it is a little bit more difficult. But can they do it again this time? 30 seconds, still up for offer. Looking towards the spawns towards P2. Mont are very aware they want to keep a hold of them.
Yeah, there is still a path back into this game for Nexus. You just got to get maybe not so much time on this hill, but make sure you get the rotation towards new, and most importantly, that P3 to P4 kit. Predator missile coming down from Kree. Maybe just trying to create some space in the middle of the map. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but either way it happens, and now Nexus have got those spawns for the next hill until they don't. Rogue spawn starting to come through from Fahim. What damage can he do to the back here? Does die to Kree. Big gunfight win for Nexus.
I don't necessarily hit the Predator missile because I seen where it came in, and it was towards those spawns for P2. They got rid of one of the anchor players sitting back there. As soon as they get rid of him, they start to get the spawns they can, and then all of a sudden, you are in that position where you are in P2, and I want to say this is where it was mostly fruitful for them, but you got to get rid of JC in this position. He never found himself in that area in the previous iteration of P2. This time he does, and this time it is absolute curtains for Nexus, but I want to say maybe a completely wasted operator coming in there from Mont. Not great usage at all, but Mont still somewhat in contention at this point.
Yeah, there's actually 2 operators being utilized there from Mont that kind of went to waste, to be honest. Lydia brought out a Purifier, and then of course you just saw the second there. 4 in total from Mont. This is a big investment coming in. They've now got nothing on the back burner whatsoever, so a really good opportunity for Nexus to dig in here and actually do some serious damage, but right now they're not. Mont are just chilling in the hill. A lot of cover is being provided by Fahim in the middle of the map. He's now rotating away towards Next, and Mont now just very happy to let Nexus chow them. They'll be more than happy to take the L trigger. Finally, it is going to be HPC that I was going to say. I mean, was going to get control of the hard point, but Daytel comes in and says, you guys thought you were even going to get the scrap time here? No, that is not how this narrative goes. Mont now 75 points to the advantage. They are looking so hot.
And the only problem there for Mont is the fact that actually Nexus is starting to spawn closer towards the hill off the back of Daytel, finding a few kills. They start spawning over towards the P3 side, and that is maybe going to give them a little bit more room to grow on this one. The spawns over towards the back side now for Nexus. Lydia again, not quite using that as well as she possibly could have. The Purifier not getting the job done, but I tell you what, this War Machine is doing damage. Denisio will eventually take JC down, but not before he falls. Martyrdom, if you like. Hunter Killer Drone now out as well from Fahim. Mont starting to grow that lead once more. 35 seconds here. Legacy with a good kill, though. Equalizers are out. You have to use them very well here if you're Nexus. Starting to trail by just a little bit more than you would like to, but the kill feed is looking very yellow to me. And Nexus not able to answer back. It is going to be Mont picking up more and more time.
Yeah, when you invest those equalizers especially, you have to convert for something. And granted, they're going to get the last 15 thanks to a nice little snap from Legacy. But Nexus need more than that. You need the rest of this time, and you need to make sure you get the spawns over towards New. Big kill happening off screen by Denisio over towards Lydia, who does actually manage to garner control of that kill. Daytel, though, wants to try and cut them off the source, finds 2 kills. That will definitely help here in trying to keep Nexus away from getting any reinforcement while that's going on. Might actually find the kills inside the hard point as well. So once again, for the second concurrent P4 hill, Nexus get broken within the first 5 seconds.
You just can't let Daytel get those 2 kills. One fair enough, and you trade it out. But the fact that he finds the 2 completely breaks the push that comes through from Nexus from that side. Daytel is just running rampant around the map at this moment in time. 37 kills to his name, 39, make it 40 for Fahim as well. Mont starting a runaway with this one. 200 points in, a rising now with 30 seconds left to play for on the final hill of the second rotation. We'll be heading into another rotation of hills more than likely. But Nexus really haven't quite been in the races for me. And when I've looked at where Mont have had most of their success, it's been on these transitions. It's been on these first flurry of kills in hills. But every single one of them has belonged to Mont, and nearly every single one of them there for Daytel himself. It's 4 in a row very quickly with the equalizer, and that might just put a pin in this game.
Certainly feels like it, doesn't it? Mont just 20 points shy of victory now, and well, we've seen they can get more than that on P1. All they got to do is hop on the point. They've got so much utility to work with as well, and Fahim doesn't even need utility. He's got the boxing gloves ready to go. Lydia's going to bring a Predator missile down to try and create some space here as the hill does pop finally. And now's the chance. 15 seconds. All that's required from Mont. One last hit from Nexus.
Can they keep a hold of this Nexus? It is P1. It is going to still be difficult for Mont to try and get a hold of something, but it takes one good flurry of kills. And with the way that Jason and Co have been playing in this game, you wouldn't bank on it happening for Nexus here over towards P1. That might well be the break. That might be the kill. That solidifies it. Fahim finds one 10 seconds away now for Mont, making third in a row for Fahim. That kill feed is lighting up the same way it has been the entire bloody game. Mont has been absolutely phenomenal in this one. It's only just a last stand for Nexus that can prevent this happening a lot quicker than it probably should have. 250 to 103, a dominant showing for here from Mont and map number 1.
Mont are pretty good at these 100-point clubs.
Yeah,
they got one yesterday. And
I don't think they got one there. I think it was just...
Oh, 103, yeah.
103, yeah.
Okay, maybe not. I take it back, guys. Awful. Regardless, though, still a pretty dominant damn game. They were looking so good. It was just constant control. And, you know, again, Nexus were making the right decisions, right? I mean, you saw it, I think, most notably when they were rotating properly over to P4. I think twice, I want to say. They did it both times, and they got broken immediately. And I think this really is one of those cases, and it's funny, because we always do the deep analysis, right? We wasn't do like, oh, you know, this is where they went wrong. This really, for me at least, was just one of the cases where Mont just outgunned them.
And I think, though, at the same time, I feel as if Mont had their cruxes in terms of what was going really well for them. P2 never really felt like they had the spawns that they needed to actually do something and actually get some good time. But every single time they stopped Nexus getting anything, really. It was contested for the majority of the time. If Nexus got anything, it was maybe a 10-point catch-up. P3 was always quite scrappy, but P4... I think Mont, out of the 2 times that we've seen it, probably picked up, I want to say 100 seconds of it. It was so dominant on this hill specifically, and that's where they picked up a lot of their time. It was really solid, and when Nexus are fighting back from that hill in particular, that's maybe something they have to look at in the future to sort of say, right, P4, when it does come down to takeoff, we need to work on it. But while something you can't necessarily work on when you're going up against it, is Fahim and Daytel, 47 and 44 respectively. 47 and 22 from Fahim is a hell of a stat line. Big game from him in map number 1, and that is a dominant map number 1 coming over for Mont. And then heading into Search and Destroy next, Brody. Does that make you feel any different about the matchup? Because I still feel as if we could see something from Nexus in this game.
Yeah, I think, again, it's important to remind people just how Mont's game versus Big went yesterday. Again, it opened with a 100-point club. I know this wasn't one, but it still was a pretty dominant scoreline. Went into the Search and Destroy, and that was still a pretty dominant game. But there was some fight back, and then as we got further into the series, that's when Big came to play. Same thing could well happen here. We could well see Nexus really start to wake up and play extremely well when we get to that control. I think we even said the control as well, we're expecting to see some resistance, but ideally, you kind of want it now in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and I think as well, what we kind of got to see in that previous game with Big up against... it's because their name is really confusing.
You mean in the last game?
Yeah.
Omniscient?
That's the one.
Okay.
When they were up against Omniscient in that control, we've seen Big actually have a decent turn of things in control overall. So maybe, you know, Big are just a really good control team. So then if you're looking at Mont and sort of saying to themselves, right, okay, well, should that have been a little bit better going up against Big? Big seem pretty decent at control, specifically on standoff. So are we maybe just going to see something a bit different from Mont here with a different map as well? If you are Nexus, you, for me, probably need to find the Search and Destroy. Because I honestly do believe that Mont are actually maybe not even that bad at control. Big have just looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, all right, fair enough. That's a hot take coming out right there.
It's not that hot of a take.
Lukewarm.
It's a tepid take, if anything.
Cool. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah,
we're vocabulary right. Yeah, getting that out. We are English after all, so we should be doing that. But yeah, regardless, I think the Search and Destroy we are going to Express after all. I'm kind of curious to see how Nexus get on, because something we noted from the Open Finals is that Nexus are very good at retaking bomb sites, and that was something of a real struggle against Exclusive, only because I think they got battered on the initial kind of head-to-head, where they just didn't really have the players to make the retakes work. So maybe the situation will be different here versus Mont. Maybe this is where they can equalize the series and get something done. Nexus starting super duper passively though. They're trying to go for the bridge route towards the B bomb site. Unconventional. Might find some off timing though.
Well, Mont will find a completely free bomb plant by the looks of things. Second time that it's actually going to go for it, and well, third time they haven't actually managed to get this one down at all yet. Eventually, it will go down. Third time's the charm. Tunisia had already dropped. think it was the sniper actually coming in from Etsy. Sitting in the middle of the map now, and what's the retake here coming in from Nexus, HBC, sorry, and Aether then falling. JC getting the job done with the sniper. And as you said, it's unconventional and for the right reasons. You don't want to completely give up this side of the map, although we say that. Legacy can find 2 out of absolutely nothing, and now find a third. Surely not. Excuse me, that's 4 kills.
Where did he get that from?
That's now 4 kills coming in from Legacy. The bomb now being defused. Has he got the time to do this?
He didn't dodge the nade! Legacy's just 1v5'd! How has he done that? And how did he get that 4th kill? He Thanos snapped him out of existence.
I want to say it was maybe a 2v5 and then at one stage, but he got all the kills.
No, literally, it was a 1v5. He was coming on the flank and everybody died around him. It was a really late flank. That is an incredible play from Legacy. That should never happen. Legacy's like kicking his feet up. He's well happy after that one, but into this one we go. Mont, very aggressive. Same kind of story here with Nexus playing late. As long as Legacy's in the round, doesn't matter what happens, does it?
I mean, I just presumed they were going to kill him at some stage. Finds 2 on the other side. I would love to have seen it from his POV, but hey, well, we're in the next round. Nexus 1-0 up. It's looking like they should lose this one, but who the hell bloody knows at this stage? Kree now will find the kill into Fahim, and well, if Legacy is involved, apparently anything is possible.
I want to see that again. I want to see what happened with Legacy.
Kree's found a kill. They just don't have time, surely.
You'd imagine so. Legacy was on site.
Legacy, yeah, not this time. Hey, I'm still bewildered, to be honest with you.
It takes us a round to recover after these sort of things happen, to be honest. But it's okay. Mont have recovered at the very least, right? I mean, again, same kind of look, right, where they're getting on the bomb early on. And I would kind of like to see some kind of adaptation from Nexus here in this round where they do start to get a little bit more aggressive with it. And hey, would you look at that? They love me. They're giving me exactly what I want. Straight for the middle of the map are 3 Nexus players. Again, bit of a different look here from Nexus, but they actually have to win the initial jousts. And, well, Aether and HBC, unfortunately, not able to give us that. 1 player in response from JC. So now a 3 or 4 versus 2, excuse me. Bomb down.
3 versus 2. Legacy will find another kill. And well, I mean, he's got 6 kills to his name within the last 2 rounds. Can he continue this here in round number 3? The attack over towards this B side has just been so consistent for now for Mont. Legacy looking to try and find something going over towards the ticket office. Can he find the break here onto Fahim? Good shots from Fahim, and he will back on down with a little bit of support from the rest of his team. Dinicio left all alone. Now this will be something else. This will be something else if he manages this one. Finds 2, but the time is being played by Lydia. For all that Mont have dominated the first 45 seconds to a minute of these rounds, they've made the last, I want to say, 20 very, very interesting by just storing it. They should be 3-0 up here, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I did tell you they were good at retakes. They're very good at retakes.
They've been good at retakes, and then there's Mont just not locking it down.
Yeah, I think there is a certain element of kind of whoopsie-daisies from Mont pretty consistently. Next, continually evolving their strategies, though. This time getting a little bit more in-depth in towards the B site. We're already down to a 3 versus 3 scenario. Nexus still a little bit pulled away from the site here, with a couple of players in towards that control side. But Legacy, the closest player, moved away from the R9 to the Fennec. Now he's looking for the kills elsewhere. Dinicio going down. Legacy pops his head up. He's like, oh, somebody's in here. I'll have him. It's a tough gunfight to take, though. Legacy going for the slide challenge, and yeah, just going to outgun him there. 2v2.
Really well played from Legacy. Knew he was in a difficult spot, had to make the move. Thought he maybe got tagged up by the grenade, but doesn't. 2 versus 2, and then gets caught. JC through the ticket office, but have they got any clue where Kree is? They're about to. Oh, the shot rings through, and it doesn't hit. The second one does, though. With a minute to go. What's the move here from Lydia? Should have the bomb. Choosing to go for the plant, or doesn't. Now going to turn it back around. And it's just a game of cat and mouse at this stage. Kree having to play slowly. Lydia also having to do the same. Are they about to run into each other? Not quite.
Lydia's being so careful about this one, pre-aiming. And every time she looks in the direction of Kree, I'm thinking, has she got an audio cue of some kind? But no. Kree finally going for the check now. Where does she exit? Off the site. That's the question after the bomb. Not in the direction of Kree, but she might well peek out straight towards him. Did he see the gun? I don't think he did. Lydia now going for the cross, and Kree getting some classic Call of Duty time. And yes, it still exists here in Call of Duty Mobile. I'm not too sure what's going on with Kree's screen or Lydia's screen. Either way, Kree's going to snap, and Lydia's going to be down for the round. Oh, somehow, some way, Nexus still keep on taking these defensive rounds away.
Nice work. Get ready
That was the train coming in, mate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of forget they keep that on
Yeah,
COD
same,
Mobile because it's been a
same.
while since I've casted Express on COD Mobile.
I was casting with Bobby yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, the train's coming through." I was like, "They still got the trains on."
We turn those off, by the way. Back
We
in
usually
Black Ops 2.
do. We usually do. Well, here we are. Mont will probably be looking at this and thinking to ourselves, right, okay, we should be 4-0, but Nexus have pulled something out of the fire on 2 different occasions now. Good shots from Daytel. Finally gets that one signed, sealed, and delivered, and now all of a sudden Fahim can push forward. They can close this one out. You would like to think this 4 versus 2 does go their way. Legacy ain't on the map, so you've got to be feeling good about it.
I like how that's the win condition for Mont. Just
Well,
kill
I mean,
Legacy.
he technically 1v5, didn't he? So
It's true. It's true. Well, regardless, Nexus is going to have to do this with Kree and Denisio. Kree obviously had a good 1v1 in the last round, so maybe something to note here. Denisio does gun, but Kree does go down, and of course he's revealed his position, so no choice but to just fly out of the open and hope for the best. And I have no idea what was going on with the mini tanks there towards the end.
I want to say that it was maybe 4 kills there for Daytel in that round. A lot better. Coming up from one of the main players on Mont, who has just been so good over these last 2 days. Now what can go on as we head into another round? Final round for Mont on the attack. And they'll be looking at this thinking, hey, we could have been 5-0 up here very easily. Fahim going to go for the challenge, but Kree is there as well. Really good bait and switch coming through from Denisio and Kree. And this is looking like one of the rounds that seems maybe a little bit more solid from Nexus. May well be heading over towards them on the attacking side of the 3-3 scoreline, unless Mont can turn this around, and now it's a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, it's going to say, you know, Nexus, now they've got the numbers most certainly, but they also did have a player on the flank, and that is Legacy. So even if these players do something, they've got to deal with that, and they're not going to do something. Really well played from Nexus, and I think it gets, you know, started off from that initial bait and switch, right? You know, taking a couple of players down around the station, making Mont feel so unsafe about getting the bomb down. They had no choice to pick players off. Could not get it done. So 6 rounds deep, we switch sides, 3 apiece, all even Stevens. Now Mont on the defense. How does their strategy look? It looks really uniform, we'll say that much. 4 players straight towards B. Unfortunately, though, you're losing that 50-50 of the choice of the bomb site.
Well, if you're Fahim, you gotta find something, but just goes prone at the absolute wrong time. And down the cross, can they get over? Pretty much unscathed. You can already see that Etsy is over there, sniper in hand, and is going to cause some problems. That's all the way over towards the top ticket side, and that's just such a good position for them to be in if he hits that shot as well. He's in such a good spot against Legacy. He has to back on down, doesn't have the gun for it, and Legacy continues. The fight gets dealt with by Jayce, and all of a sudden, it's a 4 versus 1 in favor of Mont. It looked like a really good attack from Nexus to kick things off. They just don't think Aether has got the facilities for this one. Bomb defuse coming on through. And Mont will find that one, 4-3 now.
Oh, what a retake from Mont, especially after considering, you know, the start of the round where Nexus had a bomb site entirely to themselves. All they needed to do was, I think it was Fahim was the first player in which they came up against, and all they needed to do was take him down and get the bomb down, but just took a little bit too long with it. And of course, Jayce came through with that crucial double. Completely flips around on its head, and Mont apparently are now the ones that are proficient at retakes. Good start. Looks like a very similar look here in this one, but as a matter of fact, even better. You've got a totally free site. Is it Christmas or something? Jayce is looking for some kills across the train, but that's not where Nexus are going.
I suppose Mont have probably looked at this and said, well, we don't need to send Fahim over because we can take this one back fairly easily. It's all really about Etsy towards this backside. Is he gonna get pushed? Is he gonna be able to do anything about it? But Legacy finding that gunfight, you cannot miss those shots if you're Jayce. Really good gunfights to be taken by Nexus there. Now all of a sudden, Lydia and Daytel left in a really sticky spot. But Daytel's found himself in a good position. If he can find anything else out of that, it will be massive. And Lydia giving her position away. This one is all but done. 4-4 now.
Nice work.
Works this time for Nexus. The retake not quite there. I still think Mont should be sending somebody over.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think that is a bit of a small tactical error there of just like, send somebody over, if only to get the information, right? If Fahim dies in that situation, okay, you've lost a player, and yeah, that's really hurtful. But at the same time, you now have information which you can act on pretty much right off the rip. So, small error, but they'll learn from it. Very close search and destroy here, folks, between Nexus and Mont, and immediately here, Fahim might well be in the position to do something special, but no, backs away from the stun, but has the help this time.
They've got it over here very quickly, realizing what Nexus are preferring to do, and that is indeed the air hit. And this has slowed them down now. So what's the plan when you don't have that map control in and around this site, when you can't make the push down the platform? That's a problem. A small shoulder thrown towards Jayce. And I think this is really going to potentially be on Denisio to try and find something. If are now going to try to make the push. Fahim is there, ready and waiting. Are they going to try and go for the trade? Yes, they are, but are the trades there for Mont? Not quite. Nobody gets aggressive, and now a bit of platform control for the side of Nexus is going to allow them to plant this bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
This will change things. Certainly up the urgency for Mont here in the 4 versus 4 scenario. Looks like they're going to triple stack down this side of the map. Legacy, though, in from behind. How much more value can Legacy find in this situation? Well, he doesn't, but at the very least, Kree does find Daytel elsewhere. So now a 3 versus 2 here. Lydia and Jace. Still not multiple angles to go from. Lydia is down. Jace already found one nice snipe, switching over towards the L car for the second kill. It's the right weapon for the situation, and he finds it. Now down to 1v1.
15 seconds. You got to get moving. You know where he is, but Kree can just take his time. He can just play at the time. Time very much not on the side of JSA there. Surely this is not going to have enough time. Even if he does find the kill, he will not have enough time. Technical 1v3, but the bomb defuse is not at the other end of it.
Get ready for the next round.
Mont, for the first time, find themselves behind, I believe. Wait, was the very first round that they lost? Was it the very first? No, it was the second round that they got 1v5 then. So the first time the Nexus have found themselves in a lead here. The attack over towards A has been working so well. We're having a little look over towards B. I don't think Nexus know that that bomb site exists.
I mean, to be fair, why not, right? If it works, why break it? Why fix it? I like this adaptation coming through from Mont. 3 players straight towards A. They are not giving it up for 3 this time, but they want to be careful they don't stack too much. It might lead to a 3-2 piece. HBC just chilling in the corner. Yeah, nice play from Fahim. Good trade coming out from Denisio, but Fahim will escape away. And Nexus are kind of stuck here off the back, right? But you know, there is a rotation potentially. Legacy, yes, does kind of poke a hole in the defense by taking out Fahim, and well, now Jace is down as well. So everything I was saying just out the window gone.
I mean, it feels like Mont are maybe offering themselves up as free fodder here, to be honest with you, a little bit too often. Put themselves in positions where the picks will come on through. Lydia should be dead to rights in just a second, and is Afa will find her an Etsy. Left now on a 1 versus 3 Nexus. In a really, really good spot when it comes down to the search and destroy. Now the A-hit has been working time and time again, but the double nade comes on through. Bomb does not go down. Etsy in the middle of a 1 versus 3. It turns to a 1 versus 1.
Kree still got to have that bomb in consideration as well. Etsy playing this one slow as you like now. It's a much more manageable situation, isn't it?
Info.
Does it land though? That's the question. Well, Kree's picked up the bomb now. And they're on collision course here. Does Etsy go for the pre-aim? No, actually decides to go down low. Does Kree check? That's the question. No. They're going to pass each other like 2 ships in the night.
Does he know where Etsy is? He may well have an idea.
Oh, no! You can't stand on train tracks.
Ready up.
You can't do that. A train will come. That's why we turned them off, by the way. You can't do that. You learn that in like year 6. Or maybe before that.
Yeah, I think I was in college at that stage, to be fair. But I'm what on earth? These are the crucial moments you just cannot let happen. A dagger to the heart of Nexus, and now all of a sudden we're at 5-5. It very well could have been and should have been 6-4, but can they maybe right the wrongs in this round? Legacy and Kree combining, they will find the first 2 kills, now 3 versus 5 for Mon. It's feeling like they've always been on the back foot during these defensive rounds. Detail challenging that. You just got to get out of dodge when you were offered the opportunity. Now Lydia, I think good spot, but all these sound cues that, well, I mean, yeah, it's just not going to work out. Nexus find the round 6-5. Their turn now to go again on this attack. It's worked so often over towards this A side. And at what stage do they throw the B curveball? Well, it's going to be this round, and well, Mont have read it.
They've read it, and they're going aggressively onto it. HBC is doing something. We're not sure what it is. Making a bit of noise, maybe. To draw players over here. Denisio, though, it's going to pick off Daytel. So that's a nice big first pick. And Nexus, they didn't... Or Mont, excuse me, they didn't think that it was a B hit after their initial approach towards the site, so they've rotated back towards A. It's a brilliant bait coming out from Nexus, but they actually have to react to it right about now, and they're not doing so. Little peek out from Kree, it goes awry. And now Nexus, they do feel isolated. I mean, all 3 of these players are completely separated from one another.
Hasn't worked out for Nexus this time around, but what a shot from Legacy. Great gun skill coming out. And now what's the plan going to be? It's looking like B is still in the eyes of Nexus. HBC and Legacy. Legacy sitting at 16, by the way. Having a hell of a game here on Express, and now can make the move over towards the B site. Mont just sitting tightly. That bomb's going to go down. JSA's got to win this gunfight and doesn't. Legacy is an absolute reaper. Finds another kill, and now a 2 versus 2. Mont needed to keep this game going. Nexus, if you find this one, you tie the series up.
Players separating on both sides here. Mont have no choice but to push up here towards the bridge side. Fahim, big 1v1. HBC's going to win it now. For Etsy, you've got a couple of problems to deal with, and Legacy is certainly one of them. Nexus, the 7th round that was required, and they will grab it away from Mont. The series just got a lot more interesting.
We got a game lock. Oh, it's 1-1. Bloody hell, I can't even believe that some of these rounds and how they actually ended. You've got the train coming through, the technical 1 versus 5. I mean, so many different moments. I need to check on this one because part of me believed that Legacy did have somebody with them at one stage during that actual point. So
I think it was definitely a 1v5. I'm pretty sure like he literally entered into the site just as the other player died, right?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
And it only appeared as 4 kills on the feed
there was a 1v1
because there was...
got the diffuser, right?
Yeah, it's just like Legacy, that was an insane 1v5. I gotta watch that back at some point. But there was some insane plays. I mean, this highlight reel is just that. That is hilarious, by the way. That was like, we were ready for such an intense moment in that little 1v1, and then it's just like, train. It's like comedic timing. It's hilarious.
I mean, they were literally about to run into each other, and then, well, Kree ran into a train instead. So that is truly unfortunate from him, but luckily will be saved of his blushes because Nexus will get the search and destroy to go their way. And now we head over towards a control where, I mean, you've had question marks around Mont. We've thought that Nexus maybe could bounce back here. On the control, I said that I feel like they need the search and destroy, so we're kind of 50-50 on this next map. We definitely got a series on our hands now, irrelevant of what happens here. But who do you feel needs to win this map more if they want to win this series? Because it kind of feels like Nexus still.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. And again, you know, we talk a little bit about kind of this being the map they needed to win. We said this is the map they needed to win before we even got into the series. I think that pressure was alleviated somewhat now they've taken the search and destroy, right? Because they're no longer needing to win this map to survive. They just needed to win it to take an advantage away from their opposition. And it is, you know, still possible. You look at this and you look at what Mont did yesterday. The stand of control did not go well for them at all. So it's possible. It definitely is possible here for Nexus, but if they can win this one, this would be huge again, because going back to what Lauren said earlier on, we are looking now at Nexus and Mont, both of these two teams as potential teams for qualification for playoffs, right? And it's important to remember, I think it's only 4 teams that make it towards playoff. Yes. So say you've got Exclusive and you've got Kings, and maybe those are the guarantees. We don't know, but we probably know that they're guarantees, right? Omniscient as well.
I would honestly put Omniscient in.
Yeah, I would as well. And now you've got a 4th spot. Maybe this is a really important match for a fight for that spot.
It really does feel it, because, I mean, you think of some of the other teams that are going to be in and around it. Mont and Nexus are the two that it does feel like these two are on the bubble. A 4th and 5th place is a big, big difference when it does come down to what's going on here. I mean, it's one of those that Nexus, if you can find this win, and find the wins that you're expected to, you're looking fantastic. Same applies to Mont, though, but this start has been really, really good from Nexus, who've just come flying out the gates. Fahim eventually decides to start to show up. 3 kills in a row to maybe break things open here for the side of Mont, as now they will start to get a bit of an advancement over towards this B side. 2 ticks already in. This is going very, very quickly. A big stack coming in here from Mont, and it's not going to happen this time around, though. Big kills coming in from Nexus, had to find those kills.
Yeah, I will say this much, right, Mont, now I want to see the reaction being, all right, you've lost control of B, straight towards A, because you have that advantage on the offense, or the offense here in this one, because there's nobody sitting inside bedroom, you'll be spawning closer to it, and they still try to bang the drum that is B. This is now difficult, because you're running right into a lot of players on head glitches that will have the advantage over you in gunfights. That is being proved out. HBC and Legacy find a couple of frags, and now Mont changed tact, but it might be a little bit too late. One player has transferred over in the form of Kree. Nexus have read it, but Kree is probably the player that has to do something about it.
I think you're absolutely right in terms of the movement they had to make over towards A, and because they didn't do that on the first opportunity, now all of a sudden Nexus are everywhere, swarming the map. They made their way over through the middle of the map, and Nexus is just cleaning up where they need to. Feel Legacy, well, you could have done with that kill as Fahim and Cove now made the push over towards A, but it's a distraction. B could be in the sights of Mont. It's looking like they want to solidify this one just to make sure that they can extend that time, because the lives ain't looking good. Time now about to be extended. So 1 minute and 40 seconds for the 9 players of Mont up against the 19 of Nexus to try and just find one good break. That's all you need. It's a big gunfight win from Fahim. HBC is able to answer back, but momentarily Nexus on the back foot just ever so slightly.
Yeah, It's that lives. It's the lives that is probably the problem here, right? I mean, a minute 30 is enough time to capture the point.
One break, though. Just one break.
Yeah, but it's very difficult because if you mess up once, you're in a world of hurt. And Nexus is really well positioned across the map. I mean, look at number 2. You know, you've got a player sitting inside bedroom. Denicio is getting the kills on the flank as well. So any semblance of a chance that they might have at pushing in here, it would have to be a perfect hit. Good start from Jay-Say, but in comes behind Aether to pick up a double that will basically crush the hopes and dreams of Mont here of pulling this one off. Daytel, though, he's a special player. The player to watch on Mont for sure. Can he pull off a 1 versus 13? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the problem there for Mont is that they were constantly just hard-hitting over towards the middle of the map. When you have that many lives missing, it's always going to be difficult, but you've got time on your side. The best thing they do there is wrap bedroom. You've got to get that bedroom control. And that's where still, I feel as if there's a lot of learning still to be done around control for some of these teams. I mean, I'm sitting on my lofty tower of having watched this game for years. Some of them, there's still learning to be done. And that's what I think it's going to take to elevate some of these teams. I really do feel like control is there to be taken by somebody out of these top teams. There is still a lot of work to be done. Still a lot of game to be played in this one, though. Nexus 1-0 up in the rounds. Can Mount to come back in?
Well, immediately Nexus have got a lot of free time over here by A. They've got the first tick of progression through. Chal coming in from Etsy. Double Chal, as a matter of fact, is Daytel and Fahim. Wow. Around the back line. Really nice clearance from Mont. And now this is what I want to see. I want to see Nexus now. You're spawning over towards Garage. Go towards B. They do have a little bit more pressure to deal with, though. Mont are pushed fairly far up into the driveway. That was Lydia, who does end up falling. So Nexus doing a pretty good job of breaking out of the prison that would be the spawn trap. Only one more player to deal with, and that will be Etsy, who's chilling by the car. Etsy does find one, but the kills are being made here pretty well by Nexus. Fahim with the claw, going to pick up the first kill versus Aether. If you can take Fahim down, which they do indeed do, pretty good position here for Nexus as now progression starting to go down on B.
Do indeed do is probably quite hard to say, so you did well to get that one out the first time around. Creed doing really well to find 2 there as well. Nexus doing a lot of damage over towards the B side. About to be locked in. I think Mont have given up the ghost on this one. 1 minute and 48 and counting for Nexus to try and find something. Over towards the A side. Well controlled there by Ava. If you can get some control over towards the vault, it looks great. But if you go up against somebody who has explosive arrows in that bow, then that is always a little bit difficult to win the gunfight.
Yeah, and we do have quite a lot of operators on side here. 5, as a matter of fact, in the back pockets of Nexus, and they're going to use 2 of them right now. This is a big push, big investment coming through, and the equalizers only find 1. It's very difficult to find somebody on that money window. So it's a bit of an egregious challenge, to be honest. Now HBC, I feel like the pressure has definitely doubled for him to find some value with the Sparrow. Daytel still trying to do some more damage after taking that equalizer out of the play. Can't find anything, though. Mont still on the hunt for these kills. Nexus has still got players pushed forward, and Denicio, who was earlier in that gunfight versus Daytel, is still chilling inside money. They want to try and find him, to be honest. I'm very surprised that they didn't go on the hunt for him. Bit of a miscommunication there from Mont. Now Denicio still behind enemy lines, and he's got the war machine.
Yeah, Lydia's been taken down, and she was in top bedroom as well. That's going to be really, really bad now for the side of Mont because it's backs against the wall, guns up, and hold on tight. Legacy finds one, and now here starts to come the push from Nexus, starting to gain more and more control of the map. JC is now going to fall as well. This is really good from Nexus. If they can find this next kill, that would be huge. It's a flurry of kills at just the wrong time for Mont. It's a 3 or 4 man stack over towards the A side. If you're Nexus, if you're Denicio, just stay alive. Everybody get inside the point and force them to come. HBC can find another kill on Etsy. Mont, you've got to find something. You've got to find it quick. Fahim can find 1. They've got to get inside the point. They're staring at 2-0 down. 4v3, they clear the point, but Aether finds 2. 3v2 now. Time on the side, make it 3v1. And just about Mont find a way back into it, but can Legacy produce something impossible again?
Oh boy, I wouldn't put it past him, to be honest. He's got 15 seconds though. So this has to be special for him. Peeks out of Tiki and
so close.
I'll tell you what, that was a beautiful collapse though from Mont. It's very difficult, right, to try and slide on through towards the
when
zone.
you lose it, it's hard to retake it.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. But no, they get it done. And I think a lot of it was just players coming from all different angles. They even have Lydia coming on a long flank. And even though she didn't actually pick up a kill, she most certainly did put enough damage in that it helped the players that came from the basketball court and the money window. So really well played from Mont. That is a massive defensive hold from them. Nexus not able to take it away. Now on the defense themselves. Nexus, they want to have a good start to this one. Crucial gunfights being won over by B, but not in the middle of the map here, with Lydia winning that one. So Mont still got some players in crucial positions, but they do lose most of the openings.
It's felt like Nexus have been on top for the most part, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely their attacking rounds looking a little bit more solid. Their defense was brilliant. Well, now all of a sudden, are Mont going to be able to bring something to the attacking side? Lives very even and, well, dead even. At this moment in time, the flurry of kills is really what makes the difference in control, but kills being traded across the board. A little bit of beat control, though, for the side of Mont. Can they hold from the mid-map? This player's starting to push to try and find some control over towards that side. Denicio will fall. It's going to have to be a good retake here by Nexus if they want to continue to keep a hold of B.
This is very unconventional, though. You don't, generally speaking, see teams just go straight for it. You, generally speaking, see them prepare for that point being gone to stop the wrap around the back line. Daytel here with the equalizers. Just one more player up top in Laundry, and, well, Legacy's been putting him in the dryer. Big kill to make. Point is gone, though, and now it's about the reaction from this point onwards. Players already around the point, but Mont, they want to get in from behind, and they're taking one down in Laundry.
And I really like what JC has been doing that entire time. They're keeping a hold of B, they're keeping that pressure on, and JC just goes for a wander towards the kitchen side and starts causing absolute havoc. Lydia finds one, will get traded out. The Sparrow comes out from Etsy, and at the right time. So investment here from the side of Mont, but Nexus, they had somebody top bedroom. He drops on down, he gets taken down. This is pressure from Mont. 16-9 in terms of the lives as well, but that is not what you want to see. A Sparrow TSL from Etsy, but still the pressure is here from Mont in a really good position to try and close this round out.
We've seen him, though. We've seen teams get on towards a point. That smoke probably doesn't help Nexus. Life advantage, most definitely in favor of Mont. Fahim looking towards basketball for more than one kill. Will only find the one. Now looking for more. Legacy going to go down. He's out of the round permanently. Bit of an egregious challenge that he will suffer for. Mont looking to close out this round now, and they should get it done for sure. Kree, Aether. Aether's going to find one. Kree finds one on the other side as well. Now an opportunity, but still, even now, even with those players coming off the respawn, this is 2v3.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, that's okay to find those kills if there's 3 seconds left. But yeah, a minute and 14 is not going to take much for Mont to solidify that one. Much, much better. And I want to say there was a lot more heads-up play there from Mont. When they were capturing B, they weren't just thinking like in a linear fashion. Thinking, okay, get B, then get A. They were thinking, okay, get B and get some control over towards A whilst we have this ultimate control of B. We have a little bit more room in the middle of the map because of that. They move towards mid-map. JC does some really, really good work for Mont to get things running. And now onto the defensive side. If you are Mont, if you're Nexus, you need to find something here, or you're 2-1 down in the series.
Good start from Mont on the defense. Lydia finally going to get cut from Zig. A little bit more breathing room for Nexus here, but Fahim's going to pick up right where Lydia left off. Can only find one frag, though, and while all that's going down, they're slowly but surely capturing B by way of HBC. And since HBC is on his own, shouldn't be that difficult for Mont to take him out of the equation, and that is exactly what happens. Mont now fighting back. Daytel, Etsy, both of them looking to try and recover control of this point. Etsy does it with a hip fire, a couple more kills in front of him, and back and forth we go. Pinstripe kill feed that will mostly favor Nexus as they continue to get good looks at B. Mont, how much do they want to put into this, though? That's the question. The answer is none at all. 2 whole minutes and a little bit more for Nexus to now transfer over towards A.
Yeah, don't mind them holding them in here, though, from Laundry. You know, you sort of sit back. You know that they're going to try and probably make a push here, make a push through mid-map. If we can find ourselves in these positions, then maybe we can do something about this. Denicio nearly gets gunned off that heady by Daytel, but fortunately for him, retains his life. 19 versus 17 now in favor of Mont. Those lives may well come into it towards the end of things, as it so often does in mobile. 1 minute and 45 to go. Etsy trying to lock this down from the middle of the map, but what's the plan here for Nexus? It seems like they're being camped over towards the B side still. They need to try and make some inroads through the middle of the map and over towards the bedroom side if they want to have a go at capturing it.
Yeah, Mont have done a stellar job at keeping Nexus at bay. They haven't even crossed the 50-yard line of the map for the most part. JC, I don't know how long he's been here around Laundry, but it's so frustrating for Nexus to deal with. Fahim keeping an eye on the middle of the map as well. Everything looking so good, but Nexus, they've got a ton of utility to work with, and I would say probably now is the best time to use it, to be honest, Dan.
Well, the War Machine's been popped in here by Denicio, and he has found 2. So is that now going to break open the defenses? He's going to just try and cut the head of the snake off at the top. Denicio finds another onto Daytel. And now the spawns coming on through from Mont are under pressure from the side of Nexus. 11v8 now. This has turned itself down into a hell of a round. And look at the gunfight from Denicio. Just not one that you can lose if you're Fahim. Gunfight's coming out through, and Legacy will find the shots over towards the back with the equalizer. A lot invested here from Nexus. They have to make it count.
Yeah, 2-2 split here on the defense as well. Mont have players pushed all the way towards the bedroom side, and Denicio brings the Predator missile down. If there was ever a time to invest it, it was absolutely now. You need to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this hill. 2 operators being being utilized here for Kree and Legacy. On the other side, there's still 2 in the back pocket. Big kill being made there by Kree, who still is alive with that Annihilator. Still finds a second one as well. These are big kills.
4v3. 3v3. Kree's found another, but Fahim and Netty combined together, and all of a sudden, it's down to Aether. Time is on his side. Has 25 seconds to try and pick them apart, but needs to do it very, very quickly. Thinks he's going to be collapsed on. 100 killer drone in the sky as well. This is such a difficult spot to be in if you're Aether. Slowly but surely moving his way around, but slowly but surely realizing what's about to happen. 7 seconds. You need to have done something about 30 seconds ago, Aether. Not a lot can be done here. Will be eliminated before he gets anywhere near it. Feels like Mont were on the back foot the majority of that control, but they find the game anyway. Rounds 1 and 2 were not pretty, but a lot better in the next 2 there from Mont.
Yeah, you said it right. I think they made a lot of good adaptations, especially as we got into that round number 3, where they were starting to thinking kind of ahead of what they were going to do, right? They knew they were going to capture B on that offensive effort. So what do? They're like, all right, well, we're just going to push players through towards Laundry ahead of time to make sure we're ready for the next step, and started to get, I think, a little bit overbearing, too much to handle if you're a Nexus. And I will say, I don't think Nexus did anything particularly wrong. I think fundamentally speaking, most of what they were doing was pretty fair enough. It was just when it comes down to the operators that Monster wanted to use, especially again on that offensive effort in round number 3, things were just looking better if you're in the Mont camp. Excellently played overall, I think, from the Mont side. Nexus, we said it. Ideally, they wanted to win that one, not able to take it away.
And now we're heading over to a hard point again, and we remember what happened at map number 1. Mont found their strengths in a couple of different hills and ran with it. Can they do it again here with, well, I've completely forgotten what the map that's coming up. It's Hacienda, I believe. Well, it's probably Hacienda, let's be honest. If you don't see Hacienda map number 1, you're likely going to see it in map number 4, but having a look over towards the scoreboard, Dinicio really the big one for Nexus. But, I mean, look, all things considered, a relatively even scoreline. Dinicio is obviously the big outlier there for the Nexus side, but other than that, it's pretty even on the kill front. Blues 3-1. It shows that sometimes the lives don't really matter, especially when it comes down to raid. A standoff, I feel as if it is a bit more slay heavy. It's more about that spawn trap that you do get quite often. But when it comes down to raid, it's maybe a little bit more about making the right plays, which it feels like Mont did more than Nexus in that game.
Yeah, one thing I will say here about COD Mobile is I don't think players, and you talked about it very briefly there, that they've kind of not necessarily figured out control in the same way that we'll have done with Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. And Bobby talked about how kind of that may be down to the fact that it's not in rank play.
Of course.
But at the same time, I think there are fundamentals around certain maps which I feel like should probably be ingrained by now, because Raid's been in the rotation for a relatively long time, right? When you're on control on Raid, it's an offensive-sided map. You gotta just make sure as soon as you lose control of one of these points, you go straight towards the other one. Something that to keep in mind, I think, for these players, regardless though, we're into a Hacienda hardpoint as we absolutely knew 100% for certain. Mont 2-1 up in the series. Can they close things out here? It's been a competitive series throughout the first 3 maps. Maybe we'll have a game 5.
The only one that really wasn't that close at all, though, was map number 1. Mont made it look very, very easy, and it's not a bad kickoff either. A few kills go their way, and looking over towards P1 is where they want to try and get a few points, but really, it's about the rotation through to P2 over towards the garage side. You look at the minimap, it's in the bottom left corner, but right now, it is Nexus controlling that area of the map and controlling the hard point. 40 seconds left to play with here over towards P1, and Nexus will take them no problem whatsoever. Doing a good job of keeping hold of these spawns as well, Brody. Good start from Nexus.
Yeah, generally speaking, you do see teams kind of whipping out an extra AR here for this because of just how many long lines of sight there are for you to take down players. Right now, though, Nexus, they're more than happy to just keep the player head down inside the hill. Look at Aether. You can see him on the X-ray, right? He's just chilling, laying down next to the fountain. Finally does get shut down by Daytail, who overextends to remove him from the hill, but it's okay for Nexus because they just put another player right back on towards the hard point. They've got a ton of time off the back of this one, and nobody from Mont just yet has actually attempted to kind of extend in towards behind of Garage to flip those spawns out.
I don't think they've had an opportunity to be honest with you. It just seems like HBC's controlling that with the AR and controlling once more. That's 4 in a row now for HBC. Really good start from him. 8 kills to kick things off, and their Legacy is there just to pick up the pieces. This is looking like a really, really nice start from the Nexus side. Controlling P2 so well, controlled the top of the map wonderfully over towards P1. Lydia trying to find a breakthrough here. If she can find the kill on Nexus, that would be fantastic on the Legacy, I should say, but doesn't manage to find it, and it's just controlled chaos from Nexus so far.
And back and forth, finally, Mont, 25 seconds through, have a chance to break, but no, Nexus with the denial. Again, Mont have not broken these back spawns whatsoever. Finally, they get a couple of rogue spawns through, since Nexus now make their way up the driveway. And now potential pinch play coming through from a couple of Mont players. No, Daytel decides not to wait for his teammates around the back line, goes down, and now everything here on Jace and Etsy. Etsy goes down. Jace, though, will survive and actually finds the double here, so at the very least, they walk away with 10 seconds off the back of that kill, but Nexus walk away with significantly more. They get all the time. They have 2 streaks in the back pocket of Kree now. They've got 2 operators on board. They are well prepared for Fields.
And honestly, that really comes down to the rotation that as you rightly pointed out, Mont didn't threaten enough to try and get a hold of those P2 spawns, and are very much dealt with because of that. AFA has really started off things very, very well. 12 kills to his name now, leading the lobby. Really good play from HBC as well. And you talked about those operators going to be coming in nice and early from Nexus. They're looking to just twist the knife. Daytel and Co. Spawns towards the back now, so maybe an opportunity if they can get control of the shed to the right-hand side. Maybe they can get some sort of control over towards the other side, but you don't get the call-out from your teammate. It's number 1 behind you. It's going to be Kree. 12 kills from him now. Streaks used. Nexus running away with this one so far.
Yeah, and the spawns are so predictable as well. Annihilator going to be taken out of the hands of Kree there, who, well, it's pretty short-lived operator for sure. But as I was saying, Nexus, I mean, they are just watching the spawn. Mon aren't giving them really any other look because they don't really have a choice. Lydia does come through for the double, and it's 15 seconds of scrap time that, nice to have, would have been nice to have more control over the hard point. So Mon kind of just getting their feet off the ground here in this one. Finally, a couple of double kills do come through that will enable Mont to actually get first look at the rotation. But you gotta remember, there is 8 seconds before this hill actually pops. And that's ample time for Nexus to do right that. Legacy comes through with a 3-piece with the equalizers. Back and forth we go. Nexus, though, they should be the first ones to garner some time here, and this needs to be a very quick break from Mont, and it will be from Lydia, who uses the Purify to great effect.
Fantastic work. Need to get some sort of control of the spawns because neither one of these 2 teams really knows what everybody's spawning. Turns around at just the wrong time there, Lydia. As Legacy will find a route through, and Legacy will find a second. Denicio is there, and for all that the operators can be used well by Mont, Nexus are just superior at this moment in time. Hunter killer from Lydia is the only thing that really gives some respite for Mont at this moment in time. Etsy is there to answer back as well, but it's never really felt like Mont have got anything going. Even if they have found some control of the hard point, it is for a minuscule amount of time. Every single time, Nexus just seems to have that slaying ability. They are bringing it to the table right now. And I want to see the difference here. Daytel and Jace 5 kills apiece. That is not something you typically see when Mont are involved. They are very much leading the charge, and they are nowhere to be seen right now. 80-point difference already as they're about to head into a second rotation.
Yeah, and I think it's plays like that are making the difference right now between Nexus and Mont. There are consistently 2 pieces and 3 pieces that are being found by Nexus in the right moments for these games. I don't necessarily think it's Mont's fault for lining up or anything. I will say Nexus are somehow pulling them out of the rear pretty consistently. Nexus just in such a solid spot here as we go into the second set, and you cannot afford to give them the same kind of time they got on P1 last time around. Fahim's just going to chill in the middle of the map, using the obscurity of the smoke to try and play his life as much as humanly possible. Fahim's actually going to find the double. This is really well played from Mont. They're actually getting some significant time here, and Daytel converts for the double as well.
And just something I wanted to point out there, when you think about the previous rotation of hills, Nexus controlled P2 so well. That's where they got the majority of the chunk of time. They got some good time over towards P3, but you know, Mont were there, they were contesting, they were at least keeping it interesting. Over towards that previous hill, Mont didn't get a great deal, but neither did Nexus. If Mont can hold on to P1 here and get a good P2 rotation and a good P2 hold, they're in the lead all of a sudden. For all it is a bad first rotation of hills, you can quickly turn things around here on hardpoint. Lydia lines them up. It's 3 kills to her name. Feels like JC and Daytel are maybe getting online. Lydia Nelly finds a 4th, but this rotation's looking good, especially if they can get rid of Denicio down lower water, and all of a sudden they can start to control, but Nexus are controlling themselves well. They're staying alive. This could be a good push coming in here from Nexus.
Yep, Fahim going to find the double, but Create going to have to wait a little bit here for Legacy to find their way in towards the hard point. This needs to be hit at the same time as well. A little bit of help coming in from behind from Denicio as well. This could be a big break coming through from Nexus. Denicio finds 3 in a row on towards the Lamborghini head. He goes Legacy. Fahim trying to find his way through though. Big investment now starting to come out from Mont. 3 operators coming through. They are using everything to try and stop Nexus from getting out of reach once again. Etsy throwing those Sparrow bullets through the kill, but Denicio finds 3 with the War Machine. Nexus, they've got operators too.
Fantastic work from Nexus, and I suppose the difference last time around is that nobody had operators. This time Nexus have got something to break with. P2 has been their playground where they have really found the majority of their time. If you're Mont, you give up the ghost, you walk away licking your wounds, your tail between your legs, however many different descriptions of bloody hell, run away. Can I offer? Nexus are controlling P2 so well. Mont all the way over towards P3 now, and this will be complete control for them. They need some good time here. It's still an 80-point difference for Nexus.
This has to be a hold. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this here in this game, son, but Mont cannot afford to lose this one. They get the full control of it. They'll be right back into the game. Hunter Killer being thrown away there by Denisio. Not going to land onto anything. Here they go, straight towards the hill. Aether trying to find some value, not going to do so. Kills for the most part being held out in favor of Mont. Daytel's going to bring the Predator missile down. I mean, you know what? It finds some value, so fair enough. And you get information as to where they're spawning. But you got to be careful about the flipping potentially happening. And that has now occurred. Legacy has managed to grab a kill. Players now coming from both sides of the hardpoint ton.
JSR needs to stay alive. Lydia inside a tin shed. She's going to have to do a lot of work. Has she got trigger discipline? Well, no, because they checked the corner, because it was a corner that was used so well by Legacy last time around. We were over towards P3. Now contested between these two teams. Kills starting to go the way of Nexus, though. 15 seconds to go. Kree starting to pop off. HBC is there with him. Lydia still trying to cause problems. It's all about this rotation now. A big, fat, long rotation from Mont, by the way. They are going through every single room that they really don't need to. Could have went through the middle of the map just to cause some issue, but they've went the long way around. They want to fight from the outside of water. Nexus now about a 70-point lead or so. It's looking very, very good for them, but these kills for Mont, they need to come in. They need to find them. They need to find a break and do so. If they can get a good amount of time here, they're very much in this game.
One operator piece here from Mont and Nexus. So when do they come out to play? Mont. Don't want to use it just yet. They're currently in control. Got to be careful about the jump up coming from behind. Kree's going to get caught out on the long flank attempt. So good kills starting to come through from Mont for the moment. In comes HBC though. Been a real deadly force at 33 kills this game. He can't find anything. Nexus struggling at the moment to put something together, but finally Denisio. I was going to say he has a successful flank, but it doesn't go successful at all. Gets taken down. Instead, Aether inside the hard point, able to find a double. Is that enough now for the dam to break? For a Nexus to find their way through? Maybe, maybe not. 15 seconds left. In they go for once again. HBC decides now's the time for the Sparrow and finds a double, but no more than that. Mont, for them, this hill has been pivotal for the rest of the game.
That's a big investment coming in from Nexus for what was 15 seconds, and they didn't manage to find them. That's got to be a problem as we head over towards P1 again. Mont have closed this gap substantially. They have the spawns for over towards P2, and if you're Nexus, you've really got to bank on P2 being good again for you. If you're Mont, you look at how many operators you have available, and it's a full 5 on their side. You don't want to use them now, you want to save it for P2, but if you can lock down some time over towards P1, then that's an absolute bonus. It's a 20-point game now.
Man, how this game has changed from the first set to the second, right? Time we were looking at what, like a 70, 80-point advantage from the first. Now we're here, and Mont have closed that gap superbly, but now players on all sides here from Nexus, the spawns. Something to keep the back of your minds here as we hit the back 30 of this hard point. Mont will also be keeping an eye on them, and they'll probably be aware that they aren't totally in control. Not totally in control of P1 either. Nexus just sending players after players towards this hill. As a matter of fact, I think a couple of players are right next to each other there for a second. Aether going to find Jace, who didn't quite spot him out through the smoke, and that is a wave of gunfights here for Nexus that is paramount to that rotation.
They're going to have this rotation, they're going to have time to set up. And Mont are going to have a small marathon to run to get themselves over there, but it is going to be a small amount of scrap time, 20 seconds to go. If you dare tell, you got to wait on the rest of your team, but looking over towards it, Fahim had used his operator in the previous hill, but there's 3 available. Make it 4. There was 1 for Jace, but he finds absolutely nothing with it. In Nexus, it just feels like they've used their operators so much better. Jace and Etsy trying to do something about this. The kills have started to flow through in Daytel. Here with the equalizer, stunned up, finding absolutely nothing with it. And all of a sudden, Mont have to do this the hard way. The kill starting to ring on through for Jace. Etsy is there to follow up as well. And is that the break? Kree's the only one who's anywhere near it. The break comes through for Mont. We've got a 10-point game.
How has this happened? Etsy now finding value with the Sparrow as well, sending players away. Lydia, she got 2 or 3 kills earlier with a Purifier. How much more she can get at the moment? Just pre-firing through the doorway, and why the hell not? That thing has a hell of a range. 2 valuable kills. Only a couple more to go before you wipe the entire squad, and there goes HBC. Nexus going to give this one last look. No, they're actually going to go away, but Jace utilizes the Predator missile to stop a solid rotation. Only 2 players make it past the spawn.
Yeah, I don't mind it whatsoever, but realistically, Nexus are still going to have time to find their way over, but Mont are going to be hearing a few more numbers than maybe you expected. Lydia's really stepped things up in this game. 36 kills to her name. Ava finds 2 huge kills over towards the bedroom side, though. Finds another as well. HBC starting to light it up, so Nexus now getting some control over towards P3. But for all that, Mont found so many kills, they now have streaks. They have ability to maybe try and bring this one back. HBC, Sparrow in 46 kills to his name. You'd imagine that's going to grow with the bow and arrow in his hands. Denisio's there as well to find some kills. Nexus 10 points away. Mont found the lead, but it's slowly being called back.
Yeah, you've got to use everything here. You've already used the Sparrow. Now the equalizer's coming out from Legacy. He gets shut down pretty much immediately. This is a perfect situation for Mont. Everything really for me relies on Kree. You can't find anything with the Annihilator. Huge shutdowns coming out from Mont in the closing moments of this game, and the kill feed will be theirs as well. The spawns, they have flipped. Do Mont realize it? Fahim's going to get taken down, so now they've got the information required. They've just got to go straight for this hard point right now for the contest. Can anybody from Nexus touch? That's the question. They can't win it here. As you said, they're going to have to rotate some. Mont now will be just 1 point away from getting the dub.
Why are Nexus challenging over towards the fences? You're still here. You got to run to the new hill. Afa's all on his own. Mont chasing. Etsy are here, but they're dealt with. Afa holds it down on his own. Mont 1 point away. Nexus continue to lock this down, and with 25 seconds to go, it's still a mountain to climb. But the opportunity is there. Huge plays coming in from Afa. Nexus need to hold.
Yeah, smoke doesn't certainly help here for the vision of anybody on this hard point. In they go. Legacy for the double. Kree gonna answer back, but Fahim finds a double of his own now. Numbers coming through. Kree's got to try and touch the hard point, but they tell the nade will close things out. And Mont somehow make a game happen that should never happen. They were down by a hell of a margin at the end of the first set. And to be fair, I'll give you some credit, Ton. You said, mate, that they might be able to come back in. And they did.
This before, mate. You see, look, honestly, I think it does come down to hard points sometimes where you are in these scenarios, you're 80 points down or so, it takes one good hold. It takes one good hold, and all of a sudden you are that opposition team who think to yourself, I'm so far out, we're chilling, and all of a sudden you ain't. It can turn around very quickly when it comes down to hard point, and that big break that comes through, that big hold over towards P2, put Mont in the lead for the very first time. And then because of that, they had so many streaks, had so much to play with, and honestly, Nexus played a really solid game, and I think, you know, these two teams are very much going to be on the bubble. But is that the hugely important win that Mont maybe needed only on the second day of this season? That could be massive.
It could be. Just in a really incredible game, I think, on the whole, from Mont. I mean, there are times when as casters, you're sitting there and you're looking down at what was, I think, 130 to 40 scoreline for Nexus, and you're like, yeah, this game's done. We're going to game 5. Big mistake to make, right? You just cannot can out this Mont roster. Huge performances out of the likes. I think we're about to see it from Lydia, who I'm so glad. I think she was playing on a different name yesterday. I'm so glad it's in this lineup because she's such a stupendous player.
Stupendous?
Yeah, it's a word, isn't it?
Stupendous, is it not?
Yeah, stupendous. That's what I
thought you said stupendous. Did he say stupendous? I think he did.
I think it's
I heard it. It was a little
You guys say everything weird.
Okay, sorry, just because I don't do it in a Newcastle accent, okay? This is not my problem that I speak proper English and the rest of you guys don't, okay? It is what it is. Anyway, as we look over towards the stats, as we said, I mean, those triple 40 bombs from Lydia, Etsy, and Fahim, just incredible.
I mean, we got to give Nexus a little bit of love here too, Bobby, because that was a lot closer, quite a few instances than I think we thought it was going to go. We called 3-1, so they were able to take the one map off of Mont, but Nexus really stepped it up as well.
Yeah, that was one that I thought, you know, maybe a 3-0, but it was very much on the brink of going all the way to a map 5. So they, once again, showed a lot of bright spots right there, but the big question is, was that the match for 4th place? Because if both of these two teams win the rest of the matches that they should win for the rest of the season, then Mont have it locked in. That definitely puts Nexus in a really difficult position.
Yeah, 100%. I think realistically, you think of some of the other teams who haven't necessarily performed very well over these last 2 days. I would say there's 3 of the others that both these teams should be able to beat. But then you look at some of the other matchups. Are Nexus going to be any of these top 3 teams that we've now put in there? I don't think so, based on the performances that we've seen so far. So that was, it feels like, and I know it's very early to say, a must-win game for the side of Nexus.
It's definitely, we're starting to see a little top-heavy action out of some of our teams here as our leaderboard for week number 1 is now completely finalized. Mont jumping up, another team that's managing a 2-0 to start off this season here, Brody. Things are looking good for them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really happy for Mont again because we've kind of discussed the storyline from last season where maybe just couldn't get it done towards the end. Again, I think they finished 5th, which is just out of playoffs contention. And to come in here and actually be a little bit more confident and show that, hey, you know, we deserve to be part of the big boys. We deserve to be part of kind of the playoff selection, I think is really huge for them. And I am excited to see what happens when they go up against the likes of Exclusive, against the likes of Kings, and I think even the likes of Omniscient, to see whether or not they can be competitive because I do see a real lot of potential on this roster again. When we see the slaying ability from pretty much everybody on the team, I think they are capable of going toe-to-toe with them.
I think we're in for some really good matches in these upcoming weeks when it comes to the challenge season. But now that we are officially done with week number 1, Bobby, give me your thoughts so far on the competition.
Like I said earlier, the POV that we had from yesterday definitely changed significantly where it seemed like, hey, like every single match is going to go down to the wire. Maybe that was a little bit luck of the draw whenever it came to the teams that were getting matched up against each other, as we definitely have what seems like a much more refined, at the bare minimum, top 5. Obviously, I think Nexus still have a chance, but obviously they're going to have to take down one of the top dogs more than likely to make it happen, unless we see some crazy scenario where Mont end up throwing one of those matchups that shouldn't happen, and even then could potentially come down to a tiebreaker, which you would assume the head-to-head would go the way of Mont. So obviously very early in the season, but it's been a very, very clarifying night of COD Mobile.
All right, Brody, what about you?
Yeah, for sure. I think I certainly feel a lot better now about the European region. Just off what we had from North America the other day, I feel like now we've, got some real competitive matches here. But as Bobby said, it has been, I think, a lot better today in terms of we now know for sure who are the top teams here in Europe and who next week really do need to step things up. So it's been a real good experience, I think, just to see kind of the difference between those teams.
Yeah, similar sort of thoughts, to be honest with you. At least, like, we kind of have a barometer now of where we expect everybody to kind of be sitting. We do have that question mark around that 4th and 5th spot. For me, I feel like I've got a top 3 in my mind already. I'd be very, very surprised if the top 3 isn't how we expect it to be. But other than that, it's still all to play for, and that's what we love to see. We've got some really good games coming up in the next couple of weeks now. After we're getting some of the ones away of where it's the top teams against the bottom teams, now we're going to start getting some of these big games coming up.
Yeah, and that's something important to keep in mind for everybody at home as well. While this is the first week, all of the teams haven't faced off against each other. So if you're an Omniscient fan and you're seeing them at 1-1 right now, they've only played 2 matches, which means they haven't gone up against some of the teams that they would likely go and win against, and some of the teams that might be a little bit more of a difficult competition. They did go up against Kings really early on, and a lot of other teams haven't seen Kings yet. So these standings will continue to change a little bit in these upcoming weeks, but when we're looking forward to next week, we now have the schedule here so you can take a look at this. Bobby, what's going to be your match of day 1 there for next week?
I think it's got to be Kings versus Mont. That's the one that really sticks out to me. The rest of them, I think that Big versus Nexus could be somewhat competitive. We've seen some decent showings out of Big that were not quite expected, but I would say Mont versus Kings definitely has to be the must-watch.
So now everybody at home, you at least know what to expect for the first day of our weekend schedule next week. So mark that in your calendar. Make sure you show back up here and hang out with us. Any other matches jump out at you guys before we say goodbye to everybody?
I think the Ricey against Omniscient game might be decent, to be fair, because Ricey, we've seen that they're a solid enough team, and it'll be a good test for Omniscient. I don't think today was the best test for them. Up against Big, it was the one that we expected them to win, but going up against Ricey, that is a bit more of a difficult task, so that will be another good tester for Omniscient.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
I like it. I like it. Chat, let us know which matches you're looking forward to as well next week. I didn't even get to ask you for any of your predictions today. I'll make sure to ask you guys for your thoughts on our matches next time around and see if you are, kind of agreeing with our casters up here, or if you have some different thoughts, if your accuracy is better, or if you are maybe a potential curse, like sometimes we have been throughout the seasons. It happens to the best of us. But That's it. That's it for now. Okay, it's time for us to say goodbye because week number 1 of our challenge season for EU has come to a close. Kings and Exclusive and now Mont starting off the week with records of 2-0 is a really nice start to this season for them. Teams we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on in these upcoming weeks. So make sure you tune in next time to see how some of those matches unfold. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for making this whole thing possible. And thank you to everybody at home in chat hanging out with us and watching the entire show. We'll see you next week.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time. I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.